ARMR, and this one commands an extraterrestrial army. In PUBG's newest game mode, Xenopoint, you and your team will fight back against the invasion, choosing from different paths, upgrading your gear, and fighting against increasing odds to challenge and defeat the Architect. It's a challenging mixture of roguelite and third-person shooter that will keep you and your team pushing the limits to see how far you can go. There's even an event pass to go with it, so you can collect cool rewards while saving the entire human race. Next, Erengel's about to go through a little forced landscaping now that we've added destructible terrain. Frag grenades, mortars, the Panzerfaust, C4 and vehicle explosions will all alter the terrain around them when they explode. You could also use the pickaxe to dig yourself some cover. We should note that the destruction does not apply to buildings, so you're safe indoors for now. Keep an eye out for destructible terrain in ranked games as well, and during custom match esports mode on Erengel, Miramar, Rondo, and Tago. Guns are getting a few more attachments this update as well. The hybrid scope will let you easily swap between 1x and 4x magnification. We've also added a new tilted grip, a solid starter choice that improves both horizontal and vertical recoil, while also reducing camera shake. To make room for this new toy, the angled foregrip has been removed. We also decreased the base horizontal and vertical recoil on the Dragunov. There's also a new emergency support flare to call in a care package. New level 1 and level 3 jammer pack with storage space equal to their level. The ability to call in a supply drop with an enemy blue chip at a tower, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.1 is here, so get attached to the new attachments. Enact some light terraforming on Erengel, and fight back the alien threat before they become our alien overlords. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I am translucent from Team New Base. We are the first Indian team to qualify for PMS finals. Hoping to put up a good show.
我是台港澳赛区的 GSW YU， 请大家多多指教。
Halo, nama saya Ezar. Di tim saya dipanggil Gops. Kami dari tim ATO.
アンラッキー所属のサニーサイドアップです。よろしくお願いします。
प्राथमिक चिकित्सक किट
这是急救包，
Darah,
応急キット、
हरा गोली
5.56毫米子弹，
telur hijau,
5.56、
तवा
平底锅，
panci,
フライパン、
मौली
燃烧瓶，
oli,
火炎瓶、
ऊर्जा पेय
能量饮料，
minuman,
エナジードリンク、
उड़न खटोला
滑翔机，
glider,
グライダー、
BDSM
装甲车，
tank,
投降者、
headshot
爆頭，
pala,
ヘッドショット、
पेटी
空投，
drop,
補給物資、
चिकन डिनर
大吉大利，今晚吃鸡。
chicken,
とんかつ、
this is विजेता सर्वश्रेष्ठ टीम
他们得冠，
juara,
優勝、
hardcore insane if my team does that fucking math mad expert
我觉得太晒了吧。
super banget. Kayaknya dia nggak mau ngetim sama saya.
おーってなりますね。
if any Indians are watching thank you for supporting and I hope we make a good performance that makes India proud. Once again thank you.
对这季非常的努力，做很多功课，相信我们一定可以得冠。还有感谢所有粉丝的支持。
Untuk PMS tahun ini udah mantap semua. Bagian qualifier dari sampai cup itu udah bagus. Sama untuk fans jangan lupa dukung tim Indo dan tim ATO di final PMS 2026. Makasih.
今回 PMS 日本からはアンラッキーチームしか出てないんですけど、全力で頑張って上位に食らいつきたいと思うので応援よろしくお願いします。
拜拜。
Bye bye.
バイバイ。
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
a new out-of-this-world game mode, destructible terrain on Erangel, and some new gun attachments. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.1 patch report. First up, there's a new threat to Miramar, and this one commands an extraterrestrial army. In PUBG's newest game mode, Xenopoint, you and your team will fight back against the invasion, choosing from different paths, upgrading your gear, and fighting against increasing odds to challenge and defeat the Architect. It's a challenging mixture of roguelite and third-person shooter that will keep you and your team pushing the limits to see how far you can go. There's even an event pass to go with it, so you can collect cool rewards while saving the entire human race. Next, Erengel's about to go through a little forced landscaping now that we've added destructible terrain. Frag grenades, mortars, the Panzerfaust, C4 and vehicle explosions will all alter the terrain around them when they explode. You could also use the pickaxe to dig yourself some cover. We should note that the destruction does not apply to buildings, so you're safe indoors for now. Keep an eye out for destructible terrain in ranked games as well, and during custom match esports mode on Erengel, Miramar, Rondo, and Tago. Guns are getting a few more attachments this update as well. The hybrid scope will let you easily swap between 1x and 4x magnification. We've also added a new tilted grip, a solid starter choice that improves both horizontal and vertical recoil, while also reducing camera shake. To make room for this new toy, the angled foregrip has been removed. We also decreased the base horizontal and vertical recoil on the Dragonov. There's also a new emergency support flare to call in a care package. New level 1 and level 3 jammer pack with storage space equal to their level. The ability to call in a supply drop with an enemy blue chip at a tower, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.1 is here, so get attached to the new attachments. Enact some light terraforming on Erengel, and fight back the alien threat before they become our alien overlords. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I am translucent from Team Newbies. We are the first Indian team to qualify for PMS finals, hoping to put up a good show.
我是台港澳赛区的 GSW YU， 请大家多多指教。
Halo, nama saya Ezar. Di tim saya dipanggil Gops. Kami dari tim ATO.
アンラッキー所属のサニーサイドアップです。よろしくお願いします。
प्राथमिक चिकित्सक किट
这是急救包，
Darah,
応急キット、
हरा गोली
5.56毫米子弹，
pelor hijau,
5.56、
तवा
平底锅，
panci,
フライパン、
मौली
燃烧瓶，
oli,
火炎瓶、
ऊर्जा पेय
能量饮料，
minuman,
エナジードリンク、
उड़न खटोला
滑翔机，
glider,
グライダー、
BDSM
装甲车，
tank,
投降者、
headshot
爆頭，
pala,
ヘッドショット、
पेटी
空投，
drop,
補給物資、
चिकन डिनर
大吉大利，今晚吃鸡。
chicken,
とんかつ、
दिस विजेता सर्वश्रेष्ठ टीम
他们得冠，
juara,
優勝、
hardcore insane if you have my teammate does that fucking math mad expert
我觉得太晒了吧。
super banget. Kayaknya dia nggak mau ngetim sama saya.
おおってなりますね。
if any Indians are watching, thank you for supporting, and I hope we make a good performance that makes India proud. Once again, thank you.
对这季非常的努力，做很多功课，相信我们一定可以得冠。还有感谢所有粉丝的支持。
Untuk PMS tahun ini udah mantap semua. Bagian qualifier dari sampai cup itu udah bagus. Sama untuk fans jangan lupa dukung tim Indo dan tim ATO di final PMS 2026. Makasih.
今回 PMS 日本からはアンラッキーチームしか出てないんですけど、全力で頑張って上位に食らいつきたいと思うので応援よろしくお願いします。
拜拜。
Bye bye.
バイバイ。
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
a new out-of-this-world game mode, destructible terrain on Erangel, and some new gun attachments. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.1 patch report. First up, there's a new threat to Miramar, and this one commands an extraterrestrial army. In PUBG's newest game mode, Xenopoint. you and your team will fight back against the invasion, choosing from different paths, upgrading your gear, and fighting against increasing odds to challenge and defeat the Architect. It's a challenging mixture of roguelite and third-person shooter that will keep you and your team pushing the limits to see how far you can go. There's even an event pass to go with it, so you can collect cool rewards while
Welcome back to the first week of PMS as we enter the final day. There's only 5 matches left to try and secure the points for week 1. It's good to be back, and Lee, it's good to have you alongside me for tonight. We've got some important games to get through, of course, for the close of week 1.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to have you back and gracing us here at the Castle Desk as well, Xenox. We've been having an absolute blast for these past 2 nights now. 10 matches down, 5 more to go. Especially with this whole new format that's being introduced for the PUBG Master Series 2026 here, with the whole 4-week running alongside with the best of 5 for each day. It has been an absolute blast to cast those matches, but at the same time feels so brutal for some of the teams here, as there's just 1 match is left, 1 match is short for them to earn that necessary amount of points every week.
You say it's brutal, but I think that for me, looking at this format and kind of coming into it and scoping it all out, there is a sense that you can have an off night, you could even have an off week, and maybe it's not the end of the world. Sometimes in previous PUBG tournaments, you could have 1 bad night or 1 bad week, and then that's maybe the end of the tournament. But when it comes to PUBG Master Series, at least for Phase 1, with the format that we've got, you can kind of reflect a little bit after week 1. If you haven't quite finished around the sort of top 3, top 4, and maybe maximized on your points, you can kind of walk away going into next week, and you still got 3 more weeks. And so I think that's really good for the players and the teams. You know, naturally, when it comes to a game like PUBG, you do end up with the RNG effects, and that even falls back to the actual tournament and the formats. But I think, I like what we've got for this stage. I think that when you come into a tournament, there's nothing more nerve-wracking than when you get down to like a 16-game event. That's when it's like, oh my goodness, you got 3-4 days, and if you hit or miss, that's going to be the break. But when you have a 4-week event, you can kind of be a little bit more relaxed and you get the best out of the players. We'll go, of course, we've got the event tips. Now, this is your specialty, Lee, to kind of talk through.
Yeah, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, a big thanks to our sponsors and Crafter to give a little something to all the fans and then the viewers as well here, to earn a little something for yourself while supporting your favorite team. So, of course, first and foremost, you guys got to follow the new PUBG Esports APAC Facebook fan page to get yourself a little bit of a G coin for yourself. And that's just the first one. We still have 2 more to go, which will be moving forward, which is going to be the daily 500 G coin giveaway. And all you guys got to do is just really leave a comment below at the fan page post of the match of the day. Basically, it's today. So do leave it out to stand a chance to get that 500 G coin. And last and not least, of course, it is going to be the classic that we have always been having. It is the G coin event that's been happening in the previous PMS events that we have, which is the G-Coin event. Stick around, watch your favorite team while supporting them. I can't tell you when, I can't tell you how, but it will be popping in during one of the lives here, so try not to miss out.
It's really good to see. In previous years gone by, there's always been some kind of giveaway, but it certainly feels like they've been able to give even more, which is really good for those watching along. So make sure you get involved with the G-Coin giveaways. We turn our attention, though, of course, for today's proceedings. As you kind of mentioned before, Lee, we have already played 10 matches through, so we're into the final 5 games for this week, which, again, another benefit, I think, of the format is it makes each week so important, because there are those kind of mini resets where, again, in events gone by, you'd maybe get to week 2 or week 3 and you kind of have the runaway winners, which that's not going to be the case with this PUBG Master Series for Phase 1.
Yeah, I'm actually happy that you actually brought it up as well earlier before during the pre-show as well, because like it's that kind of thing where sure the players have to, especially for week 1, right? The players, or at least the teams, will have this idea where, all right, okay, we didn't have the best of week 1, but hey, we still got 3 weeks to go. Probably that nerves will come in once we get down towards the final, maybe the last 2 weeks here, because in every week these teams are still going to be, at least especially the teams that's been doing a really great job in every week, earning that necessary PMS points. Yes, while at the same time teams are also earning PGC points along the side. But of course, the crucial thing is to try to gather up that PMS points here throughout the next week. And by the way, this is going to be the schedule. Week 1 is going to be from April 17 all the way, which is the final day of week 1 is April 19. This is practically just 4 weekends long for the teams to earn that necessary PMS point for themselves. Ideally, you want to, especially for the teams, if I believe all of them are doing the math in their head as well, you want to try to at least finish off every week at least in the top 5, because at least that's a really good amount of PMS point for yourself. Top 1, of course, that's going to be great, but that's just depending on how the performance the team has been going throughout the week itself.
Yeah, I mean, typically in a 4-week-long event, to finish kind of first every week, you would have to be a bit of a super team, because, you know, when it comes to this region, like, it can be very difficult. A lot of the times, you know, you're playing, 15 games usually every week, so you're going to be in a situation that it's very difficult to top that lobby. Where you've got the best teams here in the region. It's very unlikely. Like, in the years gone by, you would maybe have 2 to 3 teams that would, I would say, largely dominate the region, and even they couldn't probably finish first every single week. As we look at the prize pool rankings, of course, you get prize pool for the overall event, but you do also pick up PGC points and prize money, along with, of course, PMS points every single week. So there's always something to play for, which is, I think, the best benefit of the system that we've got in place now, is it's not just one long stretch of, you know, 40-something games, and then that's it. That's all, you know, sorted off the back of those 40 games. Breaking it up and giving good opportunities, and in terms of PGC points and obviously prize money, and of course to go to EWC, the top 2 teams when they close out the 4 weeks.
Yeah, it is definitely been quite the run so far. But hey, 10, it's already been pretty much just 10 matches down. We have seen teams, especially new teams, that's come into the mix, although under a new name, pretty much the exact same roster. Not really much change in there, but definitely glad to see them back. It felt a little bit of a reunion for some of the teams, for some of the fans who's been here in the PUBG for the longest time. For example, Orgless, this is the exact same lineup that you see pretty much back then when they were Archangel Predator. It's a pretty nice thing to see. At the same time, they are also topping the rankings here in the leaderboard, being in the top 3, alongside with VG, a team that's also relatively new into the mix. TD and M, on the other hand, of course not. They've been here for the longest of the time. A lot of these teams and players has at least have the PGS, or at least have even participated in the PGC experience as well. This has been helping or aiding them quite greatly towards this PMS 2026.
Yeah, I mean, when I kind of came back in for this tournament and went over the teams as per usual, again, a lot of familiar names, of course, Monk with their funny names when it comes to Akita and Rip and Heikeman. Nico's is the only one, apparently, who didn't want to change up his name along with Kanga's. Yeah. I think that it's good to always see, and this is where you got to have a healthy balance. It's always good to see new players coming through, but on the flip side, I think the vast majority of the lobby for PMS Stage 1 is still a lot of the same names, which that in itself is, there's nothing wrong with that. Clearly they're good enough to continue to qualify and keep playing at the top level, but you always do want to see new names coming through and kind of replacing them over time. That's just how sports in general usually work out. As we go to the total leaderboard through the first 2 nights, Friday and Saturday nights games, so 10 matches played, and it's Vega on top at the moment, but it's only a narrow lead, 13 points, and it means coming into tonight, certainly there's, I would say, the top 4 teams, when you kind of look at the point tallies, all still have a chance of finishing first. Outside that top 4, it looks a little bit difficult through 5 matches.
Yeah, top 4. I mean, top 4 is definitely it's a race of its own, right? But it's that kind of thing. It's just what we're going to be seeing from the other teams at the bottom half of the leaderboard, right? At least our bottom 8 here. So far, even the points differential between each other, the gap is just so easily for any of these 2 teams to really just overcome the other. Especially, for example, ZSHN Esports, they have been having the roughest of run for this past 2 nights. I thought maybe during night number 2, they will slowly bounce back, because that's how it has always been for ZSHN Esports. Day 1 has been always a little bit of a rocky road. Night 2, they come back. Then night 3, they finish off with a bang and manage to just skim through into the qualifiers within, whether is it the top 6 or top 8. But now it's going to be a little bit different story when you're trying to farm that PMS points, right? Sure, in every ranking except for the 15th and 16th place, you're not going to be able to get any PMS point for that. But ideally, teams who would like to try to get that top 5 finish, because at least that's going to be where, in a scenario where if you're at least getting some consistent performance per week here, you still got that 50 points above to at least back you out every week when it comes out when you're trying to accumulate those points here. So we're going to be seeing how this final night, we're going to be seeing a lot of those teams, especially at bottom 8, trying to see closing out with a banger here. They're trying to see if they get to that top 5, or at least probably that top 8.
As we go over the highlights from last night, Lee, I kind of have a question for you. This is my first, well, I did do a bit of third person last year actually with the PUBG America's Cup, so I've already had a taste of the third
TPP,
person
right?
perspective. But now that it's come fully in, and I guess for the PMS players for phase 1, how have you kind of viewed the transition through the first 2 nights?
The thing is, to me at least, it felt like it was a really great supporting factor for a lot of teams. And edge for certain scenarios, this I would definitely agree for certain scenarios. But it has been a really great factor for a lot of these teams, especially in terms of play style, positioning. Really, I mean, positioning has always been a core thing when it comes to planning your strategies in terms of PUBG, right? Especially for a battle royale like this. But with the TPP, right, suddenly you got this additional elevation of vision, right? Intel, safety, assurance that allows teams to just prioritize that positioning a little bit more. We're seeing that being reflected for some of the teams that's been utilizing to really get some really great positioning in the ranking itself this past 2 nights.
Yeah, I was speaking to a good friend of mine, Extreme, of course, the coach of Team Liquid, about what his thoughts are and where the meta kind of sits at the moment for TPP, and he kind of gave me some insights. I won't go fully in depth into it, but it's going to be intriguing to watch as teams, of course, transition. As we look at sort of the focus for tonight, again, that top 4 is the core focus, sharing the majority of the wins throughout the first 2 nights, and pretty much close enough in points where any of these 4 could certainly finish on top for week 1 by the end of tonight.
Yeah, but I'm not really going to be cutting out Shadow Esports just yet. Probably not for the first and second ranking, but maybe contesting for that 4th or 5th placing, because so far Shadow Esports, they have been really rising up the ranking, especially from night 2. Night 1, they had somewhat of a really setting a nice foundation for themselves. They did end the night on the 8th and 9th placing, but on night 2, that's when they really went into high gear in terms of getting those kill points there, and at the same time while matching those places, which really helped them to elevate all the way to that 5th place. Although they couldn't really secure the chicken dinner they were looking for, but they're still able to balance out that placement and that kills for themselves, and that really helped them out a lot. But of course, damage leader, now this is the guy I really wanted to talk to you about. Alec has been topping this scoreboard for these 2 nights in a row. Night 1 was 2,600 damage. The second place person was merely 1,600. It was 1,000 points different. Same case for night 2. It's still 1,000 point difference. He has been absolutely on the point. I believe he was the first, but of course but definitely not the only one, but the only player who has more than 7 kill counts in a single match alone, coming from Alex.
Well, I think it's damage dealt is always an intriguing stat, because sometimes it can be a little bit inflated. It's sort of highlight there in third was Aimbot, who actually has the most kills. So he's got 2 extra kills than Alec, but he's done it in 1,200 less damage, so he's been a little bit more precise. As we go to the matches for tonight, of course, it's the 5 maps. Well, in theory, 4 maps, but 5 matches. Erangel, Tega, Rondo, Miramar, and then we close with Erangel as well. I love this rotation. I mean, personally, for me, I've been around the block when it comes to PUBG for quite some time. We've gone through many iterations where 4 matches a day, 5 matches a day, 6 matches a day, and bringing in either having it all be 1 map or 2 maps or 3 maps. I think this, to me, sits pretty nice. Erangel is one of my favorite maps. It's the OG. It's the heart and soul of this game, let's be honest. And I think that ever since Tego and Rondo have come in as well, they've just kind of seamlessly fit in. And I think 5 matches is probably the right mark. I think 6 was always a bit too much. I think it's tiring for the players. It makes the days a little bit longer. I think 4 is maybe a little too short, which is what we had kind of in the earlier days of PUBG. 5 just seems like it'll slot in very nicely. So very happy with the maps that we got for tonight.
Yeah, especially since Erangel is, especially with having Erangel for a second time, right? Especially the last of the map, it really, since this has been one of the OG maps you mentioned, it's a really good map for a lot of the teams who's very familiar about it to really try to get the necessary amount of points necessary to close in the night. But speaking of which, now we currently have Team Unlucky on the board. I believe we have casted them together, but with a different roster. This current roster is actually the Irohani Puppetto Samurai from the last PMS, and their performance has been literally a complete 180 from last year. more aggression. Yes, still prioritizing that positioning as usual, but definitely a little bit more initiative when finding those kills, joining some of those fights, getting those third parties in, especially. And then this is not just merely on maps they're more familiar with. They're also doing it on Tego, Rondo. They've been very consistent on the rankings here. It's been pretty great coming to see how the growth from Team Unlucky, at least for this year.
Yeah, and we did. Definitely not going to forget a name like that. But prior to that, the majority of that roster was Sun Sister. So back in the day, even further, many years ago, that was a team that I felt like really struggled coming out of Japan and was usually towards the bottom. So I'm happy to see that, you know, they're continuing to just get better and better and haven't really given up. And at the moment, of course, sitting in third place. We saw Monk just there, probably one of the lead out teams when it comes to Oceania, but struggling a little bit, just sitting in 7th place, certainly off the gap when it comes to top 4. And we've got the wonderful wall. I miss seeing this. It's always really good to see. PUBG is a special game. You got 64 players inside of a server. I don't think it's going to be 64 for this game, though. Unfortunately, we did have a PC issue for Nam Zhao, so he's not going to make his way into this one. And it's a shame too. And I might have put the spin on him because Nam Zhao is actually, I think, one of the older players in the region. I'll have to go back and double check that. Yeah, 1997. So not the oldest. There are a couple older, but certainly one of the older ones. I was having a look at my fellow 90s as we headed to Erangel. It's the final night for week 1 here at PMS. It is 5 big games coming up to see who at the end of this evening can go #1 spot and take as many points possible then heading into week 2.
What a way to start off the day with, especially with a really nice flight path as well. And just to follow up in terms of the number of players here in the lobby, it seems like even show the IGL for GSW is also unable to be participating in this match 1 here. So I am interested to see how GSW will fare without their IGL in this round here, very curiously enough. But I'm also more interested to see how the circle has been. It's going to be faring for a lot of these teams because, we talk about the whole RNG aspects of the game earlier before we got into our first match of the day. This past 2 nights, a lot of these teams, a majority of those matches, right? A lot of these teams has been receiving very unfavorable circles, which caused a lot of teams to really be put in a very precarious situation on how they really want to get into the situation. When I'm talking about precarious situation, I'm talking about only a single entry. There's only one side you can enter that circle. There's no south, there's no north, there's no long migration. It was just that one eastern or western side, and that was just it for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and look, I think coming into tonight, the benefit of the way that the system works is you don't have to, as we get a nice little Sosnovka Island circle, one of my old favorites, and
everyone's
a circle such as this though is good because you know it's going Sosnovka Island. It's not one of those kind of 50-50 split moments where it's like, is it going to go mainland? Is it going to go Sosnovka Island? So teams kind of then play the edges and maybe sometimes go for the splits. This one you can kind of full send. This will be good for Zen over towards Millbase, but they also down to 3 players, unfortunately, as mentioned before. And GSW as well have lost Xiao, who just decided to not show up, apparently.
NRS jump.
I always find that interesting, how you just maybe got stuck in traffic.
No. No, because, sorry, I was preoccupied Sunday because I was just looking through and just thinking about, all right, just doing a little bit of quick math with the ball, right? Like how close the score line with each of the respective teams, right? Because last night, I'm not sure why, last night I had a very different perspective of the total leaderboard. So now I'm just looking at it again. I'm just like, wow, that is the gap between even from the sixth place down. I'm just like, that is ridiculous close. Any of these teams just having 1 or 2 good games and they're just back up to that top 8.
Yeah, but again, it's not like in previous tournaments where, let's say this was the last 5 games and you really needed to win or finish in the top 3 for a qualification spot. Well, you could probably argue then you've got to go for broke. You have to change up your play style, search for more kills, get more aggressive, take deeper, more impactful positions. And Vega, I mean, the way that they're playing at the moment, 107 points, sitting atop the leaderboard. A team that's stacked with experience, as Aimbot I mentioned before during the damage leader, 3rd for damage, but he's 1st for kills. Looking for one here on the Sly Fox as they hunt him down, and they've just tipped the Dacia, and it's comical PUBG to begin here for match 1. Empty actually down by Sync. This is a bit of a bad start for Vega. If they lose any more here, they could put a big detriment to their ability to pick up points in the opening match tonight. They use the door open for the 3 teams that are directly behind them. RZRZ is going to go down to Teddy. They do pick up a kill, but 2 indeed down. AJ and Empty on the floor at the moment leaves Teddy and Aimbot as the only 2 standing. They wanted this fight, they sorted it out, but it has completely backfired.
The thing is, I feel that like at this point from that maneuver, I don't feel that there was like any particular strategy in this. It just felt like they would just really want to have fun. They were top of the ranking as well. Not much loss if this match were to go sideways here. If they succeed, that's great. They were having a bunch of fun for themselves here. But like you said, taking too much damage, taking too much losses this early into the round, it's not going to really be detrimental for them into the round moving forward here. But hey, it's that kind of thing where you just want to not close it out just too early into the round. But of course, with that being said, AJ gets knocked down. I am Bots. Both the 2 more newer players here into the PMS. I believe this is going to be their first time run. TD and Amp, on the other hand, bunch of experience. I think this is something that I was talking to Contra and Sir Cloud about, because this is the most 2 unlikely duo that I would expect to see them being in the same team. One of them being ex-Roy Esports, the other previously from Decimal Gaming or Aurora, usually pairing or supporting or being the substitute for Oceania teams here. So really good to see him back onto the field as a main roster here. But other than that, yeah, the battle has been constantly back and forth. We got some good knocks, some decent exchange, a couple of fun engagement with the car chase earlier. But now we see, as usual, M being the anchor player as usual, playing on the outskirts of the building. This is how he rolls for these past 2 nights now, playing the necessary amount of supports. But then again, there's so much commotion, and this is pretty much at the north side of the bridge. Right? There's only 2 entry to the military base island right now. So a lot of teams is definitely currently going to be in suit soon. They might be drawn to the attention and might plant the third party. Pretty much why we see M not sticking around for too long and just heading to the closest compound for cover.
It's almost like a choke point that's inadvertently being created because it's a Sosnovka Island circle. Teams want to come this way through the mill to bridge side. I mean, technically both sides, but there are going to be teams that are going to come this side as well. And that's kind of what's happened here for Alter Ego. And so they see all of this sort of commotion going on. They pull up, they want to scout it out, they want to check it. Obviously, Trick's in a bit of a more forward position, so he's got some really good eyes on sort of what's happening. And I do wonder from Alter Ego's perspective, instead of going for space on Sosnovka Island and taking its own position, they might sense there's a good opportunity to pick up quite a few kills because they're in a good surrounded area. Upchen's just going to vacate this building. Yeah, that compound's taken 1 health point for Upchen, and God XP is going to be able to eliminate him. NRG will pick up the kill. That's not ideal for Xmen. Their woes continue in the bottom 4 at the moment, now down to 3 players. They went for a split. They wanted to take space. They wanted to get as much control on that left side outer edge of Millbase, and that comes though with the risk. And unfortunately, the risk is when it is this Sosnovka Island circle, there's going to be a lot of teams making their way down, and it's very difficult to maintain as many of those compounds as possible. I'm surprised they didn't go for more of a 2-2 split or even just group up, expecting that pressure to come. It just seems like that's an easy death that they could have easily avoided.
I think this is just pretty much after going through 2 nights, right? They have been going through the roughest of patches, except for the last 2 matches of the night where they managed to get some really massive points from themselves. But, we're going to be explaining that in a little bit more detail later on. TD gets instantly headshot, a headshot that he was probably not looking for, instantly gets knocked down. Alter Ego also going to be joining it in the third party from the long range here. M trying to give it a little bit more of a covering support here. Not good enough, unfortunately enough, to save any of his allies, and I believe he's just going to be the last remaining member here, unless he gets picked off first. ZSHN still managed to hold down the compound for themselves here, but not without a price here, as Queen Alter Ego also slowly making ways forward here. We've got a couple of forward positioning here, both being Tricked and Queen, covering to the south side of that compound and Seema on the western side.
Yeah, Alter Ego has played this really, really nicely. Good patience. They knew that ZSHN and Vega were going to kick off, that they couldn't both get out of there without fighting. They were just waiting for the third party. Timed it nicely. They only got the 1 kill. But most importantly, what you want from that situation is for Vega to come out the worst team. Whenever you're the #1 team, everyone else is chasing you down. They want to see you fall. And so for Alter Ego, that's a good result, even though they've only netted the 1 kill. At least for Vega, they've walked away with 2 kills. They got 1 player still alive, but the match is probably done for them. And what this does now is opens up the door for August, Unlucky, GSW as well, where, they're only 20 points coming into tonight, roughly behind the top spot, except for August. And so now you get a big opportunity that presents. There's only 5 matches tonight. So there's only 4 more after this. You've got to make this count. You might not have another situation where Vega go out early and they may then go back to picking up points. But the intriguing thing, when I looked at Vega's kind of run over the last 2 nights, they had a nice little purple patch where maybe like 3 games where they got like a first, a third, and a first. That's where the vast majority of their points have come from. So there is a sense of inconsistency that they're not exactly obviously running away with the lobby, but they are gettable to those teams below them because they do actually have games like this, and it's happened again.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where like even for ARMR Esports, right? Like here's a team that has like high damage number but hasn't really been able to convert them into kill points, nor even not converting them to a good placement point even right now. They're still hunting respectively, of course, but we are seeing some great moments, probably big moments coming from ARMR Esports in securing control of the edges or juggling between multiple teams, as we saw on the map of Virango, and maybe even Tego here, but just not able to turn those into placement rankings for themselves here, unfortunately.
Just looking for the final kill. Empty's going to get away from there, so Vega will keep one up. Now, the same is not going to be said for Zansha. That molly did connect, and that should be the final kill. So first team eliminated will be Zanshin, and not really their own doing. Can't fault them too much. They got aggressed. They got pushed on. They were just wanting to rotate like everyone else, and Vega kind of caught them on the rotate, put the pressure on, forced them into the fight. They got 2 kills from it. It wasn't really their doing. And then, unfortunately, even more so for them, with Alter Ego playing that third-party position, yeah, they're just never going to get out of that compound. Alter Ego do walk away with the 2 kills. They don't have position, though, so that's my concern now for Alter Ego. Did everything right. They got the 2 kills, 4 players up, good third party, good control and composure. Now you've got to cross this mill to bridge, then get good space. And fortunately, the circle does still have a lot of the north side of Sosnovka Island in a pretty good position, so it means they can come in quickly and still get a decent spot. And Samoy just getting some information, good use of the third party, which we're going to see a lot more of this kind of style of play, prone bushes. And it also means, certain ridges and bowls actually aren't going to be as safe as you may think, because you can, using third party from the other perspective, see into them far better than when it used to be first person. So it goes both ways. As Savagemen Esports, again, they had a 4-man 1-1-1 split, and they still haven't brought it. So it's technically now a 3-man 1-1-1 split. And so, again, you've got good space around the map, but you can't really get aggressive. You can't take the gunfights, and you are prone to getting aggressed on by other teams.
Speaking of positions, well, ATO has a really nice spot in towards the high mountain areas here as well. Got to get a really good view. Just going to be able to harass a lot of this team. It seems like they also were able to get a decent amount of loot, so I'm not going to be too worried about the ammo economy coming from ATO Esports here. Going to be able to do going to be able to harass a lot here. Now, overall, overall in this kind of situation, right, especially coming from ATO with this kind of high ground positioning, right, you got to be where you're doing all this massive damage. Right? The impact you have in this team in terms of forcing people to use utilities or probably huge amount of heals or smokes, everything, right, may not be as impactful depending on how the circle shifts later on in the leaderboard, but it still has an impact. It'll all be where securing more placement points, especially this final day of the night, right? It's totally different place up with the team with no smokes, and the team who has a decent amount of smokes in an ADR situation.
Yeah, I mean, Radio Tower is always a tricky one. It's a good spot, especially if it gets fed, but then when that circle kind of moves away, you've got to make your way down. And you can obviously then play the edge of the circle later in, maybe probably phases 4 or 5, depending on how the circle shifts early. I've never seen too much success from that position. I think it's somewhat overvalued a little bit in terms of the early priority. I think some teams like to go there because it's safe more than, say, increasing your chance to actually have a really good game because of that position. But we've got, there's maybe like 3 teams kind of dead center mill base right now. And again, like if you're going to play that early, it's phase 2, 12.5 minutes into the game. You are forfeiting the ability to kind of push out from there. So your hope now is that the circle really does kind of play in towards the center of mill base. If it starts shifting up north or outside of mill and it plays more to the outer edges of Sosnovka Island, it's difficult to push back out of that position. Lunlun is just checking the shoulder. Nose translucence across the road. But again, there's not much he can really do other than just defend his own position. And here is a wider view of the map. And you can see there's not a lot that's really taken in the dead center, because this still can go just about anywhere around Sosnovka Island. If it shifts up to the north side, it's going to create a very chaotic game. And if it goes to the south side as well, but I think if it stays center or it goes east or west, and it kind of does center up, that's pretty good for ARMR and very good for those mill-based teams. So they get the circle that they wanted. It keeps a lot of focus around that area of the map. Difficult for teams to then, kind of send it in with their vehicles. You're going to be in a good position waiting for them. So they're going to be a little bit more hesitant to do that. So safe area for them increases the likelihood that they'll last until later in the game. And we saw before on the obs that, Lunlund was watching Translucent. You can see in the kill feed, he does end up getting that kill. So we were able to kind of keep track of that. Zen Esports in a good spot. Unfortunately, as I said at the very beginning of this game, they came into it with 3, as Show had a PC issue. But with 3 players up, you're getting closer to the 15-minute mark. You're in a good spot. They can still get something good out of this game.
I mean, the thing is this, right? It's not to say that it's impossible to win a round with just one member, sure, right? It's just not as simple or as easy compared to having a 4-man, right? You get that assurance, as you know, like statistically, right? If you look on in a classic PUBG game, if you have a 2 squad facing each other head on, right? 4v3, naturally you see by stat-wise, the team that has the more members usually the one that comes up with the win here. But I love that you actually brought up regarding the whole notion of the circle, right, with the position of how the team is trying to go out for themselves here, because it's probably 8 out of the 10 times in the round here, the circle is most likely going to be shifted to more a centralized shift rather to a super heavy shift, or whether to the west or the east side. But naturally, teams are normally just always banking on the fact that that circle is going to be favoring them because they just managed to find a compound, or at least some kind of foothold or stronghold that someone set for themselves. And now with the whole the TPP meta, right, whether it's a bush, a ground, or even just positioning alone with a good stronghold for yourself, really could catch a lot of teams off guard and just give them a lot of security in terms of securing, or at least holding down the location that them somewhat trenched for themselves here. But this is still a phase 3 circle, right? So situation like this, right? Jing able, I thought Jing was going to be able to turn it up, but no, Sniper will be the one to knock him down first. So there goes one of the members of GSW, already down by 1 man, now reduced to 2 remaining members into the round here. It's going to be a little bit more harder for them. Whereas on the southern side now, as teams fighting for a little bit more control, it's going to be Monk against Happy Squad here. A great knock, a great nade here, exchanged by Monty here. And now instantly there goes the defensive smoke to try to go for the reset here.
It was a really good nade from High Command as well onto Monty that kickstarted it. Nikos then captures one onto Elgin Bots, and he's in a bad spot. Elgin Bots should be pretty much dead. Out in the blue, it's starting to push in. 20 seconds till phase 4, so he's not going to get rezzed. Monk have done this really, really nicely. I mean, they play the edge of the circle here. They're defending. They're in good set positions. And they've just been able to hit their shots. That's a clean wipe on the Happy Squad, who are a good team. That's a really big fight win for Monk. They probably wouldn't be too happy with their performance so far. I think through the first 2 nights, they're a really solid team. When they're on, they're really good, as that circle goes hard shifting to the north side. And just now kind of says, for Alter Ego, you've been gifted. Absolutely a god circle here for phase 4. Phase 4, phase 5, I mean, I'd say more so phase 4 are the circle shifts that you typically want, and typically a lot of the winners will get a phase 4 shift early on that sets them up more often than not. Phase 1 doesn't matter. Phase 2, largely irrelevant. Even phase 3 at times doesn't change much. But phase 4, phase 5, that's when the game is really dictated. And we get that here. So for TERA, for Alter Ego, Northern Circle Shift favors them. And it means as well, unfortunately for Monk, despite getting the wipe on the Happy Squad, now they've got to figure out how they want to rotate into this next circle. You're going to see more teams that were out towards the west and the south, the mill base, probably have to send in or go for the long wrap.
Good tactics. He managed to spot him out in the open here, but instantly gets retaliated back. Draw too much attention in the attempt to try to get the knock, to try to get that kill. Is out in the open. It would be a really great kill. He was able to get the knock to convert it for themselves here. But thankfully, he's knocked down towards some kind of a cover for his team here. So a revive will come in. He'll still be there for the fight. But then they draw in the attention of NRSG members here. And this is a team that's having their back against this wall for the past 2 nights now. Desperate for points. Desperate for scaling in the rankings here. Trying to see if we can get a nice flank. He gets the knock alongside with Crazy Dog on the other end here, but get knocked out by Oraculus from the far end. This is pretty much at this stage of the map where teams are trying to get for that positioning for themselves, right? With how, although it's being a phase 4, it's still such an open field. There's so many teams within that circle itself. It's so simple for team to be able to spot from a vantage point, or at least from a longer distance here. So a third party, or at least a couple of restaurants from a different direction, is not too new for a lot of these guys here. So there is risk in the manner here, as we saw Alex getting spotted by Arthur to get to convert to the knock. Xmen, on the other hand, still on the radio tower, very comfortable with the position that they have here for Zen Esports here. They are somewhat split off in a 1-3 setup, and a beautiful spray, and that's going to lead to Lunda being knocked out to be a converted kill. Will it be stolen away? Nope, it will be secured for the side of Zen Esports. They get spotted out by another team, but Xmen is adamant. He wants to see he can get another knock in the process. Whereas for Team Unlucky, still in the same spot they were in, still going to be playing the long game, I guess, this time.
I mean, it's the nature of PUBG. Yeah, all those fights that we just saw is in retaliation to what the Phase 4 Circle Shift did. Yeah, these were all the teams that were out west, a little bit to the south, and certainly southwest positions, and just had to go for the rotates. None of them opted to go up on the north side, or wrap sort of northwest. So that means that there's just absolutely nothing happening on the north side, whereas everyone just pretty much had the same rotations. As we see more of the fighting happening, and you can get a good view of it here now with the circle shift about to happen, phase 5 coming up. Imagine this will center-ish, and it does, slightly more towards the north. Very much confirmed. There's no military base finish here for our first match of the night, and it's great for TERA, great for Alter Ego. And while that was happening, and I was kind of keeping an eye on the teams that are second, third, and fourth, August, Unlucky, and GSW. GSW is down to 2 players. They're in a bad spot. They're not going to gain a lot from this game. Unlucky as well have been probably living up to their name. They went in towards the cave, didn't get anything. It continued to shift away from them. Now pushing out of the bunker is just going to be so difficult. So I can't imagine that I see them going and having a big game from here. It's probably down to August to make the most of Vega Esport being eliminated early. They picked up 2 kills. They've still got 4 players. The question will now be how they can get a good position into this next circle, because they, like many teams, haven't got a set position right now. As Juan gets knocked by Runax, and Unlucky do need to get a couple of these picks, so that just more so they can get out of the bunker position. Not so much to just get the kills on the board, but just so they can actually get in their vehicles, open up space, and push out.
The problem, but that's the problem, right? With this kind of circle shift towards that northern side, right? There's so much vantage point, especially like what we were seeing from Shadow Esports point of view, right? Got a nice vantage point. You got to be able to gatekeep a lot of those teams here. Even if you can't get those knocks, but those vehicles, especially that's currently out in the open, there's not many vehicles that's going to be able to survive the onslaught here. Unless you got a decent cover initially, that'd be great. That's pretty much like what we saw Team Unlucky with all the vehicles being in the bunker for sure, right? But now you see,
yeah, I mean that's what saved them though, because they went bunker. They still had the vehicles. That means they could actually rotate into mill base, and they're in a pretty good position now. They made the most of it because they opened it up by getting that kill straight into the vehicles, rotate in. Now they'll fight their way through mill base to get into the next circle. Monk have just lost 2, which is not ideal, as Bolang picking up a big kill. That means Monk are gone. They're only going to get the 55 points by the end of this match as we head into the final 8 teams at the 21.5-minute mark. That's pretty early on. Brutal circle, brutal match to start off night 3.
It's going to be a little bit of a wrong one, especially for Savage Man. He was coming in with just only 1 memory, but hey, you got 3 points for yourself. That's still something great. Trying to go for that placement. You got that nice knock on Sunny up. Sunny's side, but then again, you are somewhat drawing in the attention. We do see the aggression coming from one of the members of Team Unlucky, trying to see get flushed out Savior, but easily gets spotted out courtesy of Oculus. So Unlucky should have a little bit of a secure, at least a little bit of a reassurance from that western side. However, look at that southeastern side, or that northeastern side. So many teams just playing around this edge of this cliff. Usually it'll be a very nice, it's actually a pretty nice position as you slowly siege your way into the center part of that circle. The only problem is just with so many teams coming in from that south side of that circle, teams are just so congested here and just literally in a position where, yeah, we just have no choice but to take this fight. We might have to expend more utility than usual to actually just close in that gap here. Do we want to clear them out? Something that we have been seeing Oculus so far. And Alter Ego, my God, again. This is a team that came in the circle last, by the way. Just want to remind everybody here. They haven't even had to move too much from their current position once they got on top of the military base island here. So they've been absolutely loving this opportunity for themselves. Shadow Esports, a little bit more on the quiet side. We did see them take a couple of pot shots on the kill feed here. Got probably 1 or 2 kill points. That's pretty nice for themselves. But other than that, just pretty much just keeping other teams in check. Alter Ego, just buying them time. Just want to see what's the situation going to be currently ensuing, how they can try to capitalize on the benefits that they've been receiving for these past few phases now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's a benefit, right? I mean, you can only play to what the circle gives you. You're gonna play so many matches throughout all of PMS Phase 1 that, yeah, you're going to have some games that actually favor. And it just ends up being that, yeah, they came in late, circle shifts up north, perfect, right? It could have easily gone down southwest and they would have had to fight through the mud like a lot of the teams have had to do this game. But what they've done well, and this is what's interesting now with obviously third person, these positions are even more difficult than they used to be. So much easier for you to just hold the tree, use the third person angle to poke check. Means the smokes become even more important. Not that they've never been not important, they've always been so valuable, but even more in today's era of PUBG with TPP, you absolutely need to have so many smokes available, and Molotovs too actually have increased their importance because you need to flush them behind these trees so they can't play the safe positions and then be able to play the TPP angle. So if you can get the smokes, layer them, push up, use the molly, clear them off the tree, that can certainly help alleviate the pressure as you do need to push forward. And what Alter Ego is going to do here now is just gatekeep. They're just going to play defense, they're going to sit behind, use the angles, and then when their opponent's out in the bad spot and they spot them, then it's just going to be able to take them down pretty comfortably. This is a good spot for Alter Ego.
It really is, but it also helps like a lot of this team to really realign the trigonometry, right? For in terms of those ordinance, right? It never felt more on point compared to the previous Master Series that we've been casting together here. So it's literally been, honestly, I thought the highlights was going to be a lot of ordnance, a lot of utilities being thrown out, but no, especially here for APAC at least, we're getting a lot of that CQC, a lot more, a lot of that mid-range fight, way before we actually got towards that final phase of that circle here. But today might not be the case here, since with the nature of the circle, how the terrain is somewhat being designed for a lot of these guys to play around here on this Sunoco Island. So we'll just see how well the team's going to be able to tackle this situation. Not too much on Alter Ego side. It's going to be, like you said, it's going to be a lot more than the defensive area. But what about Orgless, who's been slowly sieging from that south, moving towards that eastern side? ARMR Esports, pretty much just a dip, more like a dip of their locations here. Hopefully they do have enough utilities somewhere, give them the necessary smoke shield to get in here, because I believe they don't really have the vehicles for this now.
It's going to be an intriguing circle shift as it just kind of sends us up but out into the open. So the tree positions are going to be so valuable, vital in finding the win. Mad Dog just going to go down to the blue. He's going to get finished off. Leaves CJ now by himself. I mean, at least good to see for Orgless. They are kind of picking up some extra points from this game. And so they're going to close the gap to Vega Esports. They're up to 6 kills now, top 5 finished. Yeah, only down to the 1 player left, but you've kind of, I wouldn't say you've maximized, but you've been able to take advantage of the fact that Vega went out early, only picked up the 3 kills, and so they've been able to close that gap, and now it's essentially a non-factor. 7 points, with 4 games to play after this is very achievable. RDK just sitting around the tree, and with the Alter Ego, they lost Trick to a big nade, and Shadow have actually played this too really, really well. Shadow Esports just kind of made sure, use the utility first, don't just run out. They didn't get panicked by the blue coming in, thought they cleared through and passed Alter Ego very nicely. Man, for RDK, and there's the molly at the tree, forces him back, so he's gone into the open spot where the nade falls. Good pressure here onto Alter Ego, who, despite being in this position pretty early on in the round, they haven't quite been able to win the gunfights the way that they would like. And they do lose another player down to just Savoy and RDK, but into the top 4. So it's still going to be a good game, but I think they were in a better position to maximize more from this, and Shadow Esport will be the ones to maximize off their earlier good work in pushing through and past Alter Ego. They've now got a really good position in this game to go on and win it, and an ARMR on the other side of them, still 4 up as well.
One too many teams. Understanding the problem of the equation here towards that northern side. Going to be able to pressure our Alter Ego down to the last man here. Unfortunately for CJ, was trying to heal up but took too many damage, too close to the blue zone. RDK juggling back and forth, trying to do the happy feet here to try to find some form of success. But Kunia will be the one to find it with a headshot nonetheless to secure the fight as quickly as possible, because they're not the only one that's contesting for this northern side. Shadow Esports is slowly making their way in. We're finally down to our final 3 teams in this phase 7 of the circle. ARMR Esports, with the 2 teams constantly going head to head with each other, gives an opportunity for ARMR Esports to somewhat position themselves in this 1 1-1 or 1-2-1 position here allows them to covering a lot more ground, a very forward position. It gives them a little bit more option how they really want to tackle this fight. But then again, Kunyit being the last player of the team for Orca, you got the placements, you got 5 kill points. That's as fantastic as it is, as you want to further climb yourself up the ladder. They were like in the bottom 3 teams, and now look at them now at the 7th place. But him being the last member, especially with Kunyit, with this experience here in the PUBG scene, can be that wild card. Could be quite detrimental to either one of the 2 remaining teams contesting for this chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, TERA will be pretty happy with this game, as certainly a couple of other teams will be, but it's actually ended up being the kind of match where no one has really been able to completely dominate. Nice shot from Kamal's onto PUBG. Interesting to see how Shadow Esports are going to want to play this now. So they get the knock. Now, PUBG's somewhat out in the open as well. I mean, Dusky can't probably go for that run, and if he does want to go for that run, it's going to cost smokes. And you can see the smokes now from Dusky in hand. If he throws those to go for the revive onto PUBG, that's less utility available going in towards phase 9 of this game and closing the gap to where Shadow Esports are. And he's going to go for this res. There's nothing wrong with this, but again, it does come at a cost. So PUBG's down. You have to then throw out a couple of the smokes. You now don't have those smokes. You can be a little susceptible to nades if they can get long distance, but yeah, this is risky though from Setsuna. He's got to be aware of this. He's still got Cherry, he's still got Suspect. What angles do they have? If we push down this hill and we're out into the open, we could lose a player just trying to get greedy. You don't have to go for that play. And credit to Setsuna, he doesn't. He falls back. They allow the res. They're stuck at a rock, and they've just used smokes to get here. So they're still very vulnerable. And Shadow played this nicely to just have the patience and the composure to not sprint over, go for nades, and give ARMR a chance to catch them doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see a reason for Cessna being too forward with his positioning. I just love the fact that he was just really trying to test the water. Want to see if there's any team trying to tag him or from an unlikely positioning. Looks like TERA is going to be spotted out. It's going to be a removal play. Now we're down to the final 2 team. Another fantastic knock once again. It's going to be forcing even more heals out of the 2 teams here. And look at where they're currently positioned at that very edge of that circle. Time is pretty much on Shadow Esports' side. In terms of flashing 2 members of Armored Esports, the responsibility now falls to Dusty and Suspect to try to give enough pressure on that eastern side to hopefully give a little bit of a window of opportunity or an opening to allow them to at least traverse to get to another tree for another location. But the only problem right now is Shadow Esports, they got all these angles, the vantage point for themselves, a forward position to flank from that western side. It is not a simple task. And to make matters worse, 2 respective knocked at the same time, headshot on each. That's going to be throwing an entire wrench to the plan here. Things are not looking good for ARMR Esports at this current moment of time.
Yeah, I mean, that was the downside of going for that res double stack at the rock as well. Suspect with a slightly higher advantage does get the knock onto Kamal's, but then traded by Jaxi, the power of the numbers prevailing for Shadow Esports, and leaves poor old Cherry by himself at the top of this hill. I thought Cherry and Suspect did a decent job kind of going towards the north side of this, just trying to wrap him behind Shadow, but losing the other 2 members cost them. Shadow Esports, big opening winner chicken dinner here for our final night of week 1. They played that really well. You think a couple of circles back, they had to push from out of the blue in past Alter Ego. They got a big knock kill onto Trick, and that set them up. They were able to then get good space on the western side of that circle, played it really nicely, won the gunfights that were presented to them, and held good composure towards the end of that game. I think they definitely deserved the win there for what was actually a pretty overall even lobby. Wasn't like a 20 bomb game. There wasn't a total, like 2 or 3 teams that ultra dominated. There's a good spread performance from quite a few teams in that opening game for tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually for this past few nights as well. It was definitely something we were, or at least I in particular was somewhat concerned about, right? Like, was it going to be? Are we just going to be having like one or two horse race in this kind of tournament? Is it just going to be absolutely a landslide for all these guys? But no, it's actually, I mean, besides Vega with outstanding performances here, of course, everyone was really stepping up for this year's PMS. It was really great to see some having better games than others, some probably still trying to get through that rough patch. They still had their light in the sun, right? But it's still not enough for them to really scale up that leaderboard as much as they were really hoping for week number 1 here. But so far, highlights wise, I don't think we're going to be seeing, as usual, a lot of that ordinance plays compared to yesterday. We had probably 1 or 2 matches where the highlights was just circling, or at least primarily focused around mortars. We had really great mortar games. Didn't see too much for this match 1 for our final night of week 1 here, but loving to see the aggression coming from some of the team, how they really tackle it. Because it's the kind of thing where when you have this kind of circle, where everybody knows exactly what they needed to do. They know where they needed to go. They knew how to farm those points, rotation paths, etc. So I don't think there was any right or wrong for some of the decisions coming from all these teams here. They just work with the best of what they got in this situation. I think that actually counts for something.
No, I agree with that. I think you're going to have some games, what I consider circle games, where the circle kind of dictates a lot of what you actually end up doing, despite maybe what you want to do or what the game plan is, depending on your phase 1 kind of positions. I think that when you get the shifts like that and it's consistently shifting away from where the large spread of teams are located, and it happens phase 3, then into phase 4, it makes it very difficult. And a good example of that is in the highlight package that we had before, of those teams that were on the south side of the mill base when they're rotating in from the west. There was about maybe 3 or 4 teams that were kind of stuck in that position, and essentially all of them just get wiped out because you already had teams that were in mill base, you already had teams that were out to the east as well, and those teams were just able to sit there because they didn't want to push up too early and then get backfilled in, and then they're going to get third partied, so they kind of just sit, wait, they benefit. So it's kind of like, again, I agree with you. I don't think there was really much done wrong in that game. If you wanted to highlight an instance, maybe was like Xmen early on, phase 1, going for a 4-man solo split to try and take as many compounds as possible. We saw that backfire, right? So there comes the risk and the reward factor of that. But Shadow Esports really, really impressed me in that game because of the fact that no one really likes to see a team get absolutely hard-fed, and there certainly wasn't a team, I think, in that game that got hard-fed. Alter Ego benefited, but wasn't hard-fed. Shadow certainly did not get fed. They had to work their way into the circle, did so really nicely, and it can be difficult in TPP. The way that Alter Ego was set up, I expected a little bit more from Alter Ego in denying Shadow Esports the ability to push in. Shadow get a nice knock, they get a nice kill. Alter Ego are forced back to retreat further up north. That allowed Shadow in, and they had a very good game. Only the 6 kills, but again, in a lobby where most were around that sort of 5 to 7 kill range anyway, as we go to the match leaderboard. Yeah,
it's really cool. I just want to see real quick on what's really going on. So unfortunately for Happy Squad, not going to be able to earn any points from in this round here. They have been having their ups and downs for these past 2 nights now. Probably not the kind of opening they were looking for the final night of week 1 here. Not going to be talking too much because I believe you and I have somewhat addressed enough for at least for our top 4 here in terms of points. Savage Man, although with that kind of position they're trying to go for, they still managed to at least get 4 points on themselves here. So ideally, teams would at least want to try to get that consistency, right? Get that 4 or 5 points per round. You get more than that, that is naturally helps you as we slowly make towards the end of the night here. But now there's going to be the total leaderboard. VG still, of course, still maintaining that top side. August, of course, was naturally trying to get a little bit more out of the game. They somewhat did. This somewhat close in the gap a little bit. Is about a 6-point differential, so not too much or not too high for them to climb for the remaining 4 matches. Same goes for Team Alaki at GSW. Shadow Esports further increasing their lead, now slowly making them a factor to be a horse to join in this race here. Whereas for the bottom half, not much changes there. Point differential is still some of the same, probably except for Orca TERA. Now, this is the team that was a little bit more quiet on night 1, in a very similar scenario with Shadow Esports, but probably not as explosive. Towards night 2, they came out to really bounce back into the mix to get to that top 8 compared to night 1. But other than that, overall, it's been still quite a great game for most of the players here.
Yeah, I think that what we saw just then in terms of the total leaderboard, it's a 30-point gap for Shadow. So 30 points, 4 matches to play. It's doable. I've seen it done before. It's very rare, and it takes a very big night. But what we've seen many times overly is teams can go on a bit of a run. And using Vega Esport as that example, when you kind of look at what we've seen this weekend in terms of the matches, again, I mentioned that sort of purple patch, which was to close out night 1 and the start of night 2. They got a first 12 kills, a second 8 kills, the first 18 kills. If Shadow can emulate that off the back of the win that we just saw, so they go into the next 2 games and they kind of replicate what Vega did then, and they now do it here, that would then set them up going into the last 2 games with an opportunity to maybe pinch that top spot. But when you kind of then encapsulate it and look at it as in a whole, you're basically asking them to play 5 games perfectly in the night. That's where it's so difficult when you leave it a little bit too late. You know, coming into tonight, Shadow Esport were 43 points behind first. Now it's 30 points. You know, can they then make it 20 points and then 10 points? It's like, but then you're also relying on Vega to continue to have a poor night. So there's so many different permutations that get played out. I'm not too worried about them chasing down first, but from what we saw from Shadow, and obviously they're a very good team, they're very experienced, those guys are great. I think they should have in their minds, can we get second, third? Obviously you want to shoot for the moon, but we'll see where they do land. Coming into the next game though, it's going to be intriguing to see if we do see strategy switch up. Like you said, will we see like more mortars get played out? I'm not too sure what night 1, night 2 was like, but definitely a lack of it there in the opening game.
Oh, it was it was a lot. It was a lot of mortar. But then again, it was also mostly because of the fact that we had actually the military base today for Erangel. That was the first time we ever had that. We actually had the circle shifting, or at least starting at that direction. The crazy circle that we ever witnessed was for phase 1 on Erangel was the circle was exactly shifting down south, at least the southwestern side, with having Primos being the center part of the circle. So that was pretty much like 60% of water area and barely any land area. And the circle just kept shifting towards the north side of Primos, just barely the north side of Primos. So you get somewhat vision where just flatlands, barely in the hills, barely in the forestry for a lot of it. There's almost no compounds when we get to that final phase as well here. So it's a very interesting scenario where mortars, ordnance really come into play for a lot of these guys here. But because of how the nature of the circle, a lot of these teams were forced to utilize more utility or expend more utilities than usual, than they would have liked, just because of how the circle, how they were traversing. They had probably like an ally getting knocked down, or they just want to close in the gap. They want to traverse from one location to another. So many smokes were expended in each of those rounds. I think I remember seeing like, I mean, of course, that was the Chicken Dinner top 4 team stats, but I believe every team had at least expended about more than 20 plus smokes just in order to get closer to a particular location. And this is not even towards the final phase. So it was a pretty interesting match that we were witnessing for these past 2 nights now here.
Alrighty, well, we're going to be heading into our second match of the night. To Tago we go, fresh off the back of Erangel. Good news as well, we do have an extra player back in. It's Show for GSW, so game start win. They will get at least a player back. Welcome back indeed. Unfortunately, Namjal still having PC issues for Zen. Will still not be here, but at least 63 players should be inside of the lobby as we go in for Tago. Nice flight path too for the second game of the night.
It's a very fair flight path. Everyone should be able to go exactly where they need to go. Yesterday we had very similar safe flight paths like this as well. Of course, without discussing on the fact of the circle, of course, but we did see a couple of potential hot drops. We had 2 teams dropping at the same location, but then again, that location itself was somewhat large enough to accommodate both of those teams. No conflict happened between the 2 sides. They were pretty fair, keeping within their own borders here. So no crazy factors, except like probably from the previous match where we saw between Vega and Team Zanshin, we were having this like road max situation at one of the bridges connected to military base islands here. But just seeing from the map alone, once again, we're actually getting another eastern circle. I feel like in Tago Rondo, we're getting a lot of these eastern circles, and we don't get a lot of Tago Rondo. We only get like 1 map each day here, so getting very similar circles here. Of course, naturally, how it goes towards the final phase, that's going to be a little bit of a different story here. But Shadow Esports, they're going to be our winner chicken dinner from the previous match. If anyone just joined in, welcome. Hope you guys having a real blast as you support your favorite teams. But at the same time, this, I believe as pointed out before, this is the team where had a little bit of a rocky start. Same goes for TERA. These 2 teams was having a little bit of a rocky start for night 1. It was only towards the end of the night where they really start picking up those points. Probably more obvious for Shadow Esports compared to TERA. But night 2 was really the one that allowed it to be as explosive as they wish to be for you. A lot of damage count, especially coming from Jexy here. At least the man of the match for the previous round with that forward positioning to secure those kills. Oh, it's a little bit short compared to yesterday's, but hey, it was still a great match regardless.
Yeah, again, it's like I was saying before, it was just one of those games where it's a decent spread of kills. Like, most teams that we saw on the leaderboard were between 4 to 7 kills. So it wasn't a high fragging game or even a high stack of points to just a couple of teams. It was a decent spread.
Still team game.
Yeah, Shadow, I mean, well, that's the thing. It's a team game at the end of the day. Sometimes it's a good thing when you have, your 4 players all picking up 2-3 kills rather than one player picking up 8. I think sometimes it's actually more important to have that direction. But I agree. I mean, Shadow, obviously, on the first night, they did have that third place 11 kill performance, which set them up and but struggled in the first 2 games and then struggled after that particular performance. You're naturally going to see inconsistency in PUBG. It's just the way that the game works. It's very rare that you see teams go and have the ability to string 5-6 really good games together in a row. And the ones that do that are usually playing at PGC and are the top teams. So I'm never going to fault a team for having a good game and then having a bad game. That's just how this game works. But what it is now is for Vega, bringing the attention back to them. Okay, kind of a not a big game to open up tonight, being the leaders coming into the final night. Can they back it up now in Tago? So they're going to be the ones to watch for me, along with Shadow, because Shadow, now it's like, well, can they have a good night? Can they have a big pop-off night? They're certainly capable of that. And whenever you see the teams that do get a win and then kind of have a poor game and then get a win, it's just all about, can they find that consistency just slightly more than the rest of the teams in the lobby? This early circle phase 1, I'm not too fussed about it. You're right, it's quite far out to the east. It likely will shift back in a bit. ARMR's in a good spot early on, same with Monk. But you don't ever really want to get a phase 1 circle feed and determine that you're going to have a good game off that. There's just too much that takes place. Sometimes you see that first circle and you think, oh, well, they're in it. Well, they might not be in it by phase 3, phase 4, depending on how it shifts and what positions they take. So the game can change pretty quickly. So the benefit that you get by phase 1 circle kind of being in your vicinity, a little bit more time spent looting, get good vehicles, and get to a prior position that you like and know how to play around slightly earlier. Those are the benefits. It doesn't change much in the long term.
Totally agree. And just like even looking through into the as we see teams coming into the maps as well, especially if you're talking on the point of consistency, it's something that I was somewhat looking for certain teams, especially some of the names that's been here for the longest times, right? Whether is it from previous PGS APEC qualifiers or PMSs, or depending on when you are joining to support that respective team, right? That years of experience, I saw you the kind of thing where you hear the name and you know the name and you kind of have that sort of expectations, right? Where you be like, all right, this team's going to start popping off here, especially like teams like Happy Squad, right? For example, this was something I was somewhat looking for, especially this was the team that got second place at all. Okay, hold on, that was a very nice spray down coming from Zeno there. That's going to be a nice pickup for the team. Probably something they weren't trying to hope for. They're trying to get more points into the rounds here, but looks like it's not going to be stopping with just one. They are trying to intend to get a couple of more points. Now we show back into the game their IGLs. He's giving the call. He said, you know what? We're going to hunt them down. It's day 3. It's the final night. Let's go out with a bang. This team is probably not expecting us to be this aggressive. Let's just go and keep the chase going. Good attempt. Almost got a second knock too, but I guess probably just going to be satisfied with that one on Kunyat.
Yeah, you don't want to see too much fighting early on, and
right, it's phase 1.
Unless
right?
it's phase 1. Let's just kind of get to the positions you want to get to. As Zhuang goes down for Zen, so they're down to 2 players again. They unfortunately didn't have Nam Zhao come into the game, so then when you lose one early, you're down to 2, and your ability to put together a solid game now really drops off. I've always said when you have 3 players that come in. And I've seen teams that come in with 3 players and go on and win the game and even have a good game. It's just all about timing your run. You want to get to that 20 to 25 minute mark and then you kind of spring out. Your first 20 minutes is all about playing it safe, keep your vehicles, loot up a lot of utility, and then play for the late game. You do not want to fight early. But the early rotational fights, we saw a good example of it in the last game where, for Vega, they wanted to be aggressive on that and it backfired. It's just risk versus reward. As Anarchy's going to get out, one goes by close in Oraculus, none of those shots landing, and he should get away from Team Newbies. I mean, look, if you can kind of get out of a vehicle and get a free spray down, there's nothing wrong with that. You just don't want to overcommit. You don't want to send into a compound. You probably don't want to try and drive someone off the road and take a fight, especially if his teammates are around. It just won't launch into the rock. Oh man, PUBG's always going to have those funny moments. ARMR, of course. Now they've gone for a 2-2 split. Speaking about them, because they were in the phase 1 circle early on, they've taken good space, relatively center. Another one spotted, another vehicle flip. Dusky's going to try and see if he can benefit from this. Did land a tag with the Mark 12, headshot onto Fevin, but Fevin, I think, is going to be more than safe. I don't know about his vehicle, though, if that's going to flip back or not. It's still flipped, so he may have lost that vehicle, which is not ideal on Tago. A lot of open terrain, a lot of open spaces. You need your vehicles for the late game.
Yeah, it's a lot of territory to traverse as well, right? It's like, I think if you get it all the way to the final phase, it also serves as really great cover. Might be a nice flanking maneuver. But looks like Xmen Esports, after losing one of the members, now leading forward to 2 more additional. Xmen Esports, unfortunately, going to be bailing out from this round. But then at the same time, it's also really great for Team Newbies. Much needed points here. Although it's still okay, fine. We're not going to be comparing it with the top few rankings, right? But the fact that he's still able to try to get it towards at least a little bit higher towards the middle part of the leaderboard, you're still going to be able to get some PMS points, because at least from top 5 and below, it's just pretty much like 10-point differentials, like 50 points all the way down until the 15th and 16th place, which there's just no points for sure. NRSG, it's just been having a really rough patch here, even from previous PMS seasons as well. Was really hoping for them to really bounce back about it. Sure, they still have their highlight reels, their highlight moments for sure, but just unable to convert all those fights into some kind of success. Oh, actually, that is going to be our second glider. We rarely see gliders, which I'm very surprised. Feels like every Master Series, it's always going to be like we're going to be seeing like at least 1 glider per match here, but this glider is smoking. It is burning. TERA, buddy, you gotta land. You gotta go. There's probably 1 too many teams hitting you at the same time. I think it's not just Team Unlucky. I believe another team on the eastern side is also peppering him down. So, but looks like Icarus is still not going to be burned, not going to be crashing down anytime soon here. So he should be fine.
Yeah, the gliders are risky as always, but they're very valuable in acquiring good information. Yeah. Well, 10 seconds till the next circle pop. This is going to be a fun one. Everyone is centered up. No one is really or hasn't been able to get what they want, which is really good. I mean, there's not really a lot of excuses. We go south side though on the circle shift. The excuses might kick in now though for Alter Ego and Happy Squad on the north side. So they got a bit more work to do. So this time for Alter Ego, one game they get the circle shift goes their way, another game not quite. It is only phase 2. There'll be plenty of space still in this circle. And fortunately, the south side's pretty open. So for those teams, I'd say like GSW and Vega Esports, they've got a decision to make. Do they want to try and take a bit more of the south space, open up a bit more of the circle for teams to maybe backfill in where they were, just so they don't have to take the fights? Or do they kind of hold their current positions, expecting maybe rotations in and around them? I think you probably want to hold your spot if you're Vega. I like theirs, GSW. I don't think you'll have too many teams. And what this will mean, though, is you're going to see a lot more fighting on the north side of this phase 2 circle as Upchen just gets absolutely obliterated by Bibby. That's going to be a nice early kill for ARMR, who had a good game to start for match 1 tonight, and they're going to want to back that up, especially after getting a decent circle in their looting area. They will rotate out. They're going to move down towards the south.
And I think a lot of teams are very happy with the fact with the circle shifting down south, right? Because that north part was just pretty much just farmland, or at least a wheat field, right? We had a final phase circle actually at that very location itself, right? And it was really interesting to watch as well, because that's where we saw teams how the TPP really came in, right? The idea of the fact that teams didn't necessarily have to really risk themselves to really scale over that hill to check whether there's any team that's going to be coming in, really just utilizing that TPP to just safely check things out. And Ordnance resetting Ordnance, don't even get me started on that discussion as well. Team was very comfortable in just realigning themselves after throwing the first nade, right? They throw the first nade, they see exactly where they land without having to just really poke their head out and probably unlikely get tagged by someone else. They're just like, all right, that's great. Just slowly angle a little bit more to the left. I think we're pretty much good. We've been seeing a lot of great success from a lot of those kind of situations here. But Savage Man, Upchen is going to be, they were able to utilize the Blue Beacon Tower. Should be able to bring them back into the mix here. And Lunlun, 20 kills alone. You were just talking about the fact that it's pretty crazy to see just having like one player in that one whole team getting all that frags on themselves. But I mean, not to say it's not great to have. It's always great to have that one warmonger on your team. But then again, Savage Man just unable to convert all those kills that they have to great success, except for that one match last night, that chicken dinner on Murama. That was a really fantastic game. I thought Sir Cloud and I, we were saying like, this is the part where they bounce back. It was, although a little bit late into the night, it was like the second last match. It was like match 9 as well. But we were just saying like, this is the Savage Man been waiting for, talking about, or at least expecting with the history that they have, at least in the scene.
Yeah, I mean, it's great for London, but as we saw with the other members of the team, it hasn't quite been the same level of success. I mean, a little bit of a quieter phase 2 than I actually anticipated. I probably expected more fighting towards the north side, but there were a lot of rotations east and west, and teams eventually filling out the south side of the circle. So phase 2 doesn't end up being all that action-packed. 10 seconds till phase 3. As things stand, right now, there's only really one major city. There's a lot of open terrain, so it's going to be a very fascinating circle. If it centers up, there's going to be quite a lot more safe areas, and I think that's pretty good. And that's a decent circle. So it cuts out a lot of the more open terrain had it gone south or even towards the west side of the circle, and just provides a bit more cover over towards Kang Yueng. So you've got the major city. You will see more teams want to try and send it in. This is going to open up the game, a bit more fighting. Unlucky are in here, and this is where I'd like to see Unlucky just group up now. You cannot maintain a split like this. They had a 3-1 split. I don't know if Sunnyside Up has got a kill or not. You saw Fevin in the vehicle in the minimap try and just kind of push out a little bit, but whenever you have this sort of main city focus phase 3 shift like this, you got to expect teams to come in. Fevin really should have got that kill onto Trick. He stays alive, forces the frag grenade, and then he goes down as Queen was able to get the angle on Fevin. So he falls, even though Goni did get the down onto RDK, finished off Trick as well. After that earlier exchange from Fevin, they lose him anyway. And Sunnyside Up is too far away to really help out. And so then with that great nade from Queen onto Goni, now Unlucky have kind of misplayed their hand, because this whole time Sunnyside Up hasn't really been able to get all that involved from a distance.
Flash not going to be working back in the favor. Instantly fall by. Molly's not going to be able to connect. NRSG is going to be scored up, I believe, as we saw from the minimap as well. It was Team Newbit and NRSG pretty much close proximity to another during that phase 2 circle here. Not able to witness that POV, but looks like Team Newbit is going to be able to get it out unscathed, by the way. 7 kill points. That's pretty great. Looks like Sunnyside Up initially was not able to get the necessary support, provide the necessary support to his team much earlier on. Able to somewhat get that exchange back. Will get the knock and the secure on Seymour. And now Alter Ego is going to be. It all comes down to Queen, the last remaining member against Alter Ego. They try to solidify their control here, but Team Unlucky with the defensive on territory here finds success. Queen gets the angle, gets the knock. No headshot required. That's Sunnyside trying to convert it to kill, trying to buy the time, but that kill is going to be stolen away by Happy Squad, which also gives an idea to Alter Ego whether the fact that it's not just Team Unlucky, it's Happy Squad is also here within the vicinity, but it's not just 2 or 3 teams. We're talking about 5 teams in this respective city alone here. August a little bit spread out, a little bit concerned as one of the members is a little bit too close to one of the members of ARMR Esports. I think it's just one of them. No, it's actually 2. They're both Suspect and Dusky. Both of them back to back here.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't be counting Alter Ego and Unlucky though as teams in the city anymore, as just the duos. Apparently it's pronounced Luna in the pronunciation sheet that we've got. I've always called him Runax for many years now, so apologies to Luna. Yeah. To be fair, from my English-speaking background, I'm not sure how that is actually pronounced Luna, but it is, I guess, in Japanese. Is Xiaoma going to go down unforgiven? Nice kill for him. Xavier did get a double, though, for Xmen on to Snipe Paul and Anarchy. So Xmen fighting again. Look at that center up for phase 4, though. So Kang Yueng is just going to be the main focal point for this second game of the night. And it's just a scrap right now between Team Newbies and Xmen. In the end, it is Xmen that come out on top. Xavier collecting 3 of them. Upchen getting at least 1, and they will have space and time to get these revives too, in time to then push in towards the phase 4 circle. That is a great result for Savage Men Esports. As Queen just, again, we go back, still just running around close by to Luna. And it's just a matter of whenever you get a circle finish like this in the city, Queen, it's just all about trying to hide and stay alive for as long as possible. You could easily get a top 8 finish here, but it has to be wary of Luna in that position, knowing that he's getting hunted. So it's a little ring around the rosy moment for those 2 individuals.
Yeah, but the beauty about those kind of buildings, right, is just a lot of smaller rooms. So even if you were to try to flush out a particular player, that is not necessary. There's still going to be some kind of corner or area safety for at least one of these two players to find sanctuary in, right? But it looks like Queen able to just barely caught the glimpse of the elbows of Luna here, so he knows exactly where he is. But he's somewhat decked out of the building, has to risk it for at least to give to at least increase his survivability chance here. On the other side, it looks like Saber is going to be able to find some of the members of GSW, not sure due to mid rotation or them being in similar vicinities here, but now back to the POV. Oh, actually, they are within the similar vicinity as they are battling for control of the edge. Finds Jing. I believe he's moving forward to try to loot that crate here. But does he know whether Xiao is within the vicinity? I don't think he does. And that's going to allow Xeno to secure a nice pickoff for the exchange. Unlucky on the other hand, we missed the POV. Melosa Queen was going to be able to find Luna here and get the headshot necessary to win out that 1v1. Now with Team Unlucky out of the picture, we're down one squad within that city itself here. Actually, no, I take that back. ATO crashes into the compound. They are gambling out for control. Although Alter Ego is there, so hopefully see how the defensive territory is going to be like for both Happy Squad and Alter Ego as they try to fend off the invader here. And that's going to be ATO. North side, on the other hand, ZSHN has been pretty quiet, right? Coming from the kill feed. Hasn't been seeing much action coming from this team alone here. But now they're slowly joining into the fray here, spawning a couple of teams since they still have the vantage point, but not really the safety of the circle. You do see Akosi Ray, who's been absolutely on the tear for this past 2 nights so far. Unfortunately, not enough to convert for placements, but still doing massive amount of damage to some of the more notable teams that we have here in the scene.
Yeah, but this is what Shadow Esports did in the last game. They were playing on this fight outer edge against Alter Ego, and they were able to win that, push through, and they're going to do it potentially against ZSHN. Satsuna finds the angle onto Sync, confirms the kill. Jexy's still bleeding out. He's over in towards the blue. And you can see, though, I think they tried to maybe go for the res. Hansi did drive on over, but will back away. Jexy's definitely going to die in there. So down to 3 now for Shadow Esports. There's the frag grenade thrown out from Hansi. Now, RZ, though, is down. Well, he's in a bad spot over towards the blue. Akasari is pretty much the one that has to really help out. Now, Shadow could just opt to go past them. Not a bad move. I mean, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Hansi, though, call. It's Queen. It's the solo from the city that has hit the headshot onto Hansi. That is a great headshot from Queen on a moving vehicle. Sure, it wasn't at full pace, but it's still moving. And he's just sitting in the window and takes a pot shot and collects it. That's an unfortunate moment for Shadow Esports, because if they had have had the 3 as they crashed in, got into this building position just on the outer skirts of Kang Yueng, they would have had a good end to this game. But down to 2 just makes it a bit more difficult. And don't get me wrong, as we're kind of in phase 5 now, and it's clearly going to be a city finish, a mini city finish, there's a lot of wounded teams, and so it's going to be quite an intriguing end to this game. There's only 4 teams right now that have got 4 players up. So if Shadow had have got in with the 3, they still would have been a very good chance in this game. Go down to 2 though, and your likelihood drops.
Yeah, it really limits the options, or at least the limits of option of your playbook and how you really want to attack on this final circle, right? But it's like you said, right? A lot of teams are somewhat limping into the circle, more damage than others, of course. Some still pretty healthy, like Monk and Happy Squad. Definitely just trying to see if they can get an opportunity to increase their ranking into the rounds here. But Orca TERA, on the other hand, still trying to find an opening, intending to try to flush some of the members of Happy Squad. This is a building that's still pretty open, has a very large living room as well here. So finding that small room to really engage in for the breach, he finds one, he's knocked, but instantly gets knocked down by Algebas will be knocking down Chu here, but the kill has been secured by Ia. This is the kind of scenario that I'm going to be expecting, right? This is the kind of, in this small city, you get a knocked outside of the outskirts of the city. It's going to be that kill is most likely going to be picked up by another team who's also just playing on the outskirts as well here. No team really showing their full cast just yet. No one really full setting it or going for straight broke for it. Unless certain amount of damage has been done, then we might see that kind of engagement. But for now, it's just constantly a small exchange, a couple of skirmishes between the buildings as 2 neighbors are just trying to find some kind of consensus for control, at least towards this north side.
Oh, there's a big fight happening towards the south, and we've just panned over to it. Monk tried to take the fight with Vega, and then ZSHN have come in from behind them. Monk lose 1, and then they just cut loose and go back over towards the city. And so poor old High Command is going to go down. He got left behind as he wasn't in the vehicle. He was always going to be dead to rights in that position. And I was going to sort of touch on this fight too, because in 20 seconds, phase 6, if that phase 6 circle does shift to the south, As you can see here now, it's quite open and it will buy some decent time for Vega Esport. But if this does go north, Vega are coming in late and they're going to have to crash a building that they're not quite sure whether is occupied or not. This is a big phase 6 circle shift, and it's great for Vega, great for GSW. But these two teams that remained on the edge, they have a rotation path over towards the right side of this phase 6 circle, and this is bad as well for quite a few teams in Kangyuan, because now you can see the teams on the minimap that are more towards the west part of this mini city. They have to now continue to push forward. They're going to push out of their buildings. They're no longer in defensive mode. They need to get on the front foot and push forward.
The crazy part about it is, regardless of how the circle shift eventually, right, it's just a matter of what kind of blockbath we're going to be witnessing, right, within the city itself, or how this GSW or VG slowly push their way down. I love the fact that you touched on the fact that on the terrain that's somewhat available for Vega Esports and GSW. But reason why we see even among one of the members slowly pushing forward with a forward position. A little bit of risky one. I'm a little bit concerned because they have like two teams at their backs here, so they're pretty much pinned down between a rock and a hard place here. But I guess they're just hoping of the idea that maybe GSW and Vega will keep themselves in check
it's a good spot because if Vega or GSW, which are fighting now, had to push down that hill, Auglis can then shoot at them as they're pushing down. So as long as Monk are completely covered by the teams that are in that city, then they've got the support from those teams. Xeno goes down, and Vega are picking up some decent kills on this outer edge on the south side of the zone. They have lost Aimbot, he's knocked, but in a position to get revived. His game start win will be eliminated, and that's a big result for Vega. One of the teams that are in that sort of top 4, top 5 range that can certainly catch them tonight. So you've kind of doubled up. You've knocked them out, and you've picked up the kills from them. That will extend the lead to the team in 4th place on the leaderboard. Minute 20 till phase 7. The curious thing for me, though, is now what does Vega do in terms of the way they want to progress into this zone? They're still not technically into it. Now, for Monk, it's only 2 players of that rock, but if you try and play that rock as 4, it's probably not enough space. It's only a 2-man rock. Dip eliminated by Setsuna, more kills for Shadow, even though they're down to the 2 players. And they're pushing onto Upchen by himself. Gets one on the left side. He can get one on the right. He does. Monty and Elgin bots both down. It's Upchen on 30 health. Looking for the third, and he secures it onto Nan. He absolutely wipes out Happy Squad. That is a huge 3K from Upchen. A not so happy squad moving forward. 8 kills now for Xmen as Upchen just puts on a huge heater.
An absolute phenomenal performance as well, and also at the same time, really making good use of the TPP, right? Getting that intel, even though it's a second earlier, pays so much dividends for the guy for Upchen to really decide how we really want to juggle and take those fight head on. And the crazy part about it as well was the fact that he was able to just draw that fight into that 1v1, right? So that it makes it a little bit more viable despite having the man disadvantage here. He's Hafiz still able to secure the fight. On the other hand, looks like Shadow Esports will be the one to bail out towards the north. But of course, the fight isn't ending just yet. We still have multiple teams still making their way into the circle here. And that's southern side, right? I'm also relatively clear, but now it's further shift towards the eastern side. I believe Vega still has 1 or 2 vehicles, but it's still pretty much like a flatland, right? Not sure about in terms of forestry. Probably just gonna be a rock, but like what you mentioned before, right? It's just a rock that's probably just gonna be able to populate for like 1 or 2 players. Not big enough to hold for 4. And with how close the teams are, especially with Orglis being ahead or towards the center part of that city, nades are just gonna be so simple for them to really connect them, especially with that range. Monk is also gonna be, it's not Monk, Iron Boss, and the rest of the team is slowly reconvening. They have 4 vehicles here, so that's gonna be a really great cover for themselves. At least just to buy the next amount of time to see how the next few phases is going to go. A lot of attention is being drawn to that northern side. Orglis, of course, loving the situation that they have, as they're currently dead center of that circle with a decent compound and a nice spread for themselves. It can be a concern once all teams starts crashing into the building at the same time, but with the cross angles that they have, should be enough to cover at least against 1 or 2 squads alone.
And don't forget, there's no pressure on Vega, and that's a big circle shift for him. Suspect with a good spray from the roof onto Sly Fox. Blue, though, starting to envelop his position. He's getting chunked. He's dead. He's just going to go down to the blue, but trying to do as much damage as possible. Now, Alex is going to be careful here for Orglis. He's playing the front man. They've got a 2-2 split at the moment. A CJ on the right side warehouse of this road from Alex, so they are split. Hard to then provide the cover, so if Alex gets overwhelmed, he will go down, but he's done a good job with his utility. He's made sure that he's just denied as much space from being taken as possible, keeping Zanshin at bay. Zakasari just trying to avoid the Molotov. Sly Fox crawling into the warehouse as he got knocked down earlier by Suspect. But Monk down to 1 at that rock. Of course, the circle shift not helping them. Upgen will keep it nice and tight and tucked in. Well, 10 trip, though, at least makes amends for the loss of his teammates earlier on. Monk have been eliminated, so have Xmen. Down to 5 teams remaining. So Vega can just sit back. They've already picked up 4 kills. They're more than happy with this situation, as Auglis and Vega are picking up vital points for those 2 teams at the top of the leaderboard, going into the 3 matches still to be played after this.
Well, Alex, trying to gain more control. So many utilities is to be expected as well, right? As teams just drawing down defensive smokes to try to traverse the road, right? It's just so dangerous because with TPP right now, everyone is just hiding within their respective corners and angles. You have to be paying due diligence to really check those corners. As much as you would love to move forward, reposition yourself from one location to another, you just can't. Especially within the compound, like a compound like this, right? Even though it's at the very edge of the north side, you just can't forget or forgo any of that small angles. Even a bush could be quite detrimental. A player could be hiding themselves within it. But finally, we do see the mortar somewhat set up. Pretty excited to see it. And even a BRDM here. Vega actually is pretty set up for this. I actually didn't notice that they had the BRDM on them. Actually, I thought it was just a regular vehicle, but no. BRDM, mortars, they got a nice vantage point. They repositioned towards the forestry area. They got a decent amount of cover as well. Any teams that's going to be somewhat being pushed in might just have to deal with them in the long range. And closing in the center, playing, and I would be surprised to see Vega playing off the BRDM, which we have seen in the past. This can actually be a pretty good round for Vega. But then again, at the same time, Auglis is still at the dead center of that compound here. If they can come out of this on top of this fight with just full 4 members here, this actually could be a great opportunity for them, as more resources going to be added into their belt here as they go toe-to-toe with Vega for this final 4 side.
Yeah, but it's a solid high wall compound, so there's a lot of position space for Vega to push up, and that's exactly what they've done. They want to close the gap. They don't want to get left out into the open. I mean, surprise, surprise, we're left with these 2 teams remaining from what we saw a couple of circles ago with the way it's shifted, benefiting both Auglis and Vega massively, and it's set up now for a pretty grandstand finish, 4v4. 5 kills, 6 kills, the top 2 teams at the leaderboard. You know, if this were the final game of the night, this would be such an enthralling contest. We do still have 3 games to get through, so it's not going to be a determining factor, but it can certainly go a long way. This is big for Auglis just as much as it is for Vega. Vega would want to try and win this and create more separation. Auglis want to win this, take top spot, then going into Rondo after this. So it's set up nicely to close out match number 2. Couldn't be better as we head into phase 9 as well. Bit of roof play from CJ. At the wall is AJ. And the center point position right now probably favors Vega ever so slightly. I mean, it's right on this wall, quite literally on top of where AJ is. So as the game will progress and get towards the last, 30, 40 seconds, which I have a feeling it will, I think it slightly favors Vega Esports, pending, of course, what's their utility belt like as well. Frag grenades, smokes, etc. Clearly a lot of smokes and flashes are up at the moment for Auglis, and I'd like to see them get aggressive here, try and play this right side swing. Can they get the kill onto Teddy? They do. CJ, great kill. Gets off the roof, jumps down. They've gotten the information, but Ia gets picked up by AJ. I'm bot. Now, keep a note on him all the way out on the edge, as he's going to now try and bring in this BRDM and create some havoc. Empty's still quite far back, so a lot of work for AJ to do. A jump shot from Magdog. He hit the headshot, got AJ very low at the wall, and that's going to allow CJ to go for the flanking swing. As Alec, good shot as well with the Groza onto Aimbot, and there is that swing successful from CJ. Auglis have played this so much better. They knew full well that they had to get aggressive. They had to take the fight. Vega wanted to sit back, and that is a lovely frag grenade from Empty, but he's the only one left, and he's a super far distance away from where this final circle point is. 90 seconds left. They're going for the revive as well. Auglis have got the numbers here and should win this game. Empty would have to do something quite miraculous.
It's just from this angle alone, it looks like an absolute firing squad for Auglis. Yeah, just died to the blue. Don't give the kill away here. But of course, with that being said, Auglis being now winner chicken dinner for the round here. But that fight was really fantastic. Especially I love how Auglis just really deconstruct the plan for Vega Esports, right? Didn't see much aggression, didn't see much forward movement except for that one member of Vega Esports. Auglis just decided to just flood any key possible flanking maneuver. Sure, we did get a one initial lock, but they managed to exchange it back. Crucial knocks was required. I got a little bit concerned when we had one of the members pushing for the BRDM. Right? You got that nice angle to really lock down those alleys, right? But that knock had so much impact, it just narrowed down whatever option that was limited towards Vega Esports as well here. So it was really well done coming in from Oculus as they deconstruct the plan for Vega Esports here.
Well, I mean, for Vega right now, I'm wondering after 2 games that have played, of course, they finished second there, but they're going to start to be scratching their heads a little bit because their lead has evaporated. And so and this is the consequence more of the Erangel game, clearly had a very good match here on Tago and can't fault them at all. But August just played that so well. You know, in a straight 4v4 where I don't think there was a significant positional advantage for either of the 2 teams. Maybe in this now era of TPP, the extra information from CJ, you know, going on the roof. But clearly for Vega, they wanted to try and play the edge of that ending point where they had empty far back. They had another one out towards the right-hand side. Like they clearly tried to spread and make it difficult then for August to push out to them. But I don't know if that was the right play because the actual center point was on the wall anyway. So Oculus never really needed to leave the wall. They never needed to actually push out. So they played the wall nicely. And then the 2 frontmen at the wall just got completely overwhelmed. It was essentially a 4-on-2. So if they weren't getting much from, you know, empty at the back, which he did get a frag grenade, but it was right at the end and he'd already lost his teammates, then yeah, it was going to be difficult. But Vegas still did very, very well in that game. They played edge for the majority of it. We saw on the south side. They got a very fortunate phase 6 circle shift, benefited from that. August as well didn't really have to do too much throughout what was a very hectic Kang Yuang kind of game around phases 4, 5, and 6. So they kind of just sat back, held their compound, and waited towards the end to strike. And I thought they played it really well. It was a really solid game from August. And we'll see it here. Yeah, I'm bot over there at the rock, empty at the back. I think they just needed to try and bring a little bit more bodies earlier on. So when Aimbot kind of did make his way in, it was probably a little bit too late. Already good space had been taken from August, and they got overwhelmed.
I was just about to point that out as well, right? Because initially we had like both TD and AJ in the forward position, probably not back to back, one covering one hole in the wall probably on the eastern side, probably the other on the western side. Thought they already had that forward position. I think that's everything really came crumbling apart when August just decided, like, you know what, we can't get these guys have a little bit more control. That's why we saw the aggression. We had 3 members having a nice lineup towards. That's pretty much why we saw that exchange, right? TD gets 1 knock, but CJ falls up to get the return. AJ was not exactly in the vicinity to try to reinforce that position later on. One could say, yes, it would have been ideal if you had iron bots there as well, have that 3 men towards that wall, might be a little bit more secure. But you know, that's how the round really turned out here. So it's really well done, really good call for Oculus. And it could have really happened depending on who gets the knock there. Could have been a different story if TD gets 2 knocks instead. Then it might put Oculus in the spot where, okay, fine, we are in a little bit of a deeper trouble here. But you know, with that being said, there's going to be the top 4 teams here coming to the mix. Oculus coming in, really biding their time. Although there was a few moments where they just really like ducked into the buildings at least for one of the few earlier phases. But when we got towards that phase 6, 5 to 7 phase, you start seeing them really start harassing the other team. Anything that was really coming in, they had a good position. There was no reason for them to lose the compound. They're just really peppering them down. Whereas for Vega Esports, they really sieged their way into the final phase. They were encountering one too many teams, as teams was also coming from that southern side. At one point, we also had Monk, but Monk also really banked at the fact that August will be, or at least another team will be keeping them in check on the highlands, which actually really worked out for a brief moment of time as they slowly make their way in. But other than that, there's going to be the match leaderboard. Of course, naturally, August coming in with 20 points. That's really gonna give them quite a good push towards their scoreline in the total leaderboard. But same goes for Vega. You know, both these two is pretty much just a horse race within these 2 men themselves. I think the one that has the bigger impact for this round, at least, is going to go to Happy Squad and Savage Man. This is the 2 teams that was really hungry for points as they want to try to make themselves up the ladder. Probably more towards Savage Man as they're currently at that bottom half of that leaderboard here. So really helps them, that allows them to elevate from that 13th place to that 11, that additional 10 points.
Yeah, 3rd win as well now for August across the 3 nights and puts them in 1st place only by 2 points, 3 games to go. Clearly between August and Vega, we've got, as you said, kind of a 2-horse race, but I'm not discounting Unlucky and GSW, even potentially Shadow. They 3 matches. You're going to have 3 really, really good matches, but statistically it is likely that if they can have those 3 big matches, they could overcome the deficit. But being on the more realistic side and the logical side, is it's probably August and Vega. And unfortunately for Unlucky, I think in the first 2 games, haven't probably seen enough late game surviving or even kills in at least for tonight. When we kind of look at where they were coming into tonight, they've only picked up 7 points in 2 games. So if you keep that kind of ratio going through to the next 3, clearly that's not going to be enough to take top spot. So it means they're going to have to improve themselves quite a bit to stay in that race. Maybe that'll happen on Rondo, and if it doesn't happen on Rondo, then you're kind of leaving it to the last second. But it will be fascinating that we've got 3 games to go and those 2 teams are neck and neck.
Yeah, it's been a pretty crazy ride for these 2 matches now. But, you know, especially since now we are this best of 5, right? We're slowly getting ready to go to that match 3, where it's like we're pretty much just halfway through the final night of week 1 at this point of this time. So that's what I'm trying to say, right? That best of 5 feels a lot. Maybe it might feel brutal for some of the teams at that lower part of that leaderboard. Since there's just not much matches.
It used to be
go
4.
for this team. Yeah. Oh yeah, true. Used to be 4. But we went to 6. So I think we got something out of it. But of course, you know what? With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick short break, but don't go in for too long. More PUBG action. Probably the conclusion for week number 1 is going to be coming to you guys right after this break.
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
Alrighty, so two games in the books. Rondo up nextly as we've got 3 games to go here for the final night of week 1. It's a good opportunity for the two at the top to try and hold on to those positions, but it also means heading into Rondo for those in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, you kind of need to have a big game now and hope that the two at the top stop now. Match 13 overall. Again, a reminder, of course, it's weekly, so it all kind of resets going into next week, but you do want to do as well as you can every single week for the best opportunity to pick up the PGC points and try and qualify for the Esports World Cup as we head into Rondo.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing, right? Because now with the new format, we are prioritizing like not just the PGC point, but primarily focusing around the teams getting that PMS points, right? Because only after the 4 weeks, the accumulation of points, only the first 2 teams, the top 2 teams, will be moving forward to the EWC qualifier for 2026, right? So it's a very interesting thing because we usually say things like, especially if it's just a 1 weekend tournament, we usually say like, all right, if you have a bad match today, from probably like day 1, you have a bad match today. If you had a good day for night 2 and the final night, then you were able to somewhat offset like whatever things that went wrong on night 1, right? Now we're somewhat saying the same thing for this format, right? Where we're saying, hey, if you have a bad week 1, but you have 3 good weeks after that, like, hey, you somewhat offset what happened in week 1. No one wants to talk about that anymore because you're gonna be earning so much point for the upcoming 3 weeks. But the same could also be said where for the teams, especially like right now, Vega and Oculus, like these are the 2 teams currently going to be taking the full benefits of securing that, or at least maximizing the amount of PMS points and PGC points that they're going to be earning for week 1 alone here. So 180 points is a 20 points differential. It's okay. Probably it's not as much of an impact. You can't see the impact or what waves it can create now. It's week 1 alone, right? But maybe when it comes down to the wire towards that final week, that 5, maybe 10 points, that could be the determining factor of whether you're going to be moving forward in the qualifiers or not. Because top 2 feels very punishing for our top 16 teams here compared to like what at least the previous qualifiers that we have seen or experienced in the past.
Yeah, 100%. Not ideal for Translucent as he is going to go down early to Trick. We've seen Team Newbies fighting pretty early in rounds. It's been a common trend now into the 3rd match. So really all of tonight, it hasn't always gone their way. I don't hate it really when the teams that are maybe towards the bottom end, which in their case they're last at the moment, do kind of try and be a little bit more aggressive at times to catch up, pick up points, get the bit of that feel-good factor. But it just means that these you're running into good teams. And Alter Ego is a very good team. They'll punish you. They get an early pick. Unforgiven does get 1. Trade should come from Queen, but Unforgiven's going to get a chance here to go for a peak spray. Misses on the first 2 shots and first 2 attempts, and in the end does get downed by Queen up close with the Vector. And it will be 2 down for Team Newbies. Quick revive as well. Great start for Alter Ego. I did want to also mention that for Zen Esports, Nam Zhao's back into the game, so we did start with all 64
Full lobby,
for the first time tonight, which was great, and that lasted 3 minutes, and so we're down to 62.
The situation we wanted for Translucent, at least for Team News, I as a player could just feel the pain of the fact that just looking for that headshot, the hope to just create even more opportunity later on. Is just I completely understand that feeling, but fortunately Team News we continue around with 2 players remaining, and what a good aggressive forward here. NRSG holding their ground. They have a 1-for-1 trade exchange. Sorry, make that 1-for-2 here. Get the M249, a lot of ammunition in the chamber here to really go for the mold down here. Show their IGL. They get tagged out slightly, trying to see if he can go for the reset, but I don't think he might have that opportunity. Goes for the defensive smokes, trying to see if they can try to go for the revives here. Can't afford a rest. I mean, you can rest later on, but there's just too many uncertainties as we're going towards this match 3 of the night. We're pretty much just halfway through of the final night of this championship Sunday here for week 1. So can't afford to add any more problems to, or at least any more variables to the equation here. NRSG, it's a good fight head on, but probably might be a more of a bad exchange here. You lost 3 members. You didn't get a single kill out of it. It hurts. It really does hurt.
Yeah, it's not great. And again, it's kind of a strange conversational point because we usually speak more about the top teams, but in this case, it's NRG and Team Newbies towards the bottom as we look at the man of the match and CJ from the previous round. But This seems to be a common trend in PUBG is the teams towards the bottom do lose players early in rounds. And so it's always something that they can kind of look at and think, well, do we need to rotate safer? Do we need to worry more about the way that we position, as NRG unfortunately will be eliminated? Zhao Feng will pick that up for GSW. And boy, they needed a hot start here because they were in a really good opportunity coming into the final night tonight. And they've just seen Vega and Auglis really extend that margin, extend that lead. It's 30 points, 4 kills now, puts them up to 93 points. And not only trying to keep pace with the top two, but also you still want to finish as high as possible for the PMS points, the prize pool that you get in the top 4 every week. So something to fight for when it comes to that. And then you do have the added benefit where if you finish strongly in this game and the next 2, maybe you could get fortunate and go for a leapfrog. But yeah, I do tend to find that the teams towards the bottom are down there for a reason. They die on rotates more often. They're losing those gunfights. They get caught out early. They lose a player or 2 on the rotates. It's just a common trend. Something that's easily fixable when they go back, VOD review, look at the ways that they can play the game a little bit safer, get into better positions. And that's what the best teams do. They get into the best positions and they take the fight on their terms.
Yeah. Which I think it was really cool, right? Because especially after 2 nights, it's at that point it's pretty much the 3rd night of the tournament of week 1, right? It's at that point where there's no such thing of having like any kind of nerves or any kind of hesitation anymore for a lot of these, or at least from some of our top teams, right? You really got accustomed to you got somewhat accustomed to the lobby. You understand like how teams is going to be, someone go for the rotation. That's the vaults as well for 2 nights in a row as well. Someone get a rough idea how the team plays out here. Oh, nope. Vegas flipping around. Can't afford that, especially from coming from Team Monk, who's currently in 10th place. They dropped up by 2 places in the rank here. Can't afford for Vegas flipping at this point of time here. So looks like he's going to be able to recover. Did get a couple of pot shots here, but Vegas still fine. No players gets dropped in the process. Will be very unfortunate to have one of the players knocked down the open, because that's going to be more of a guaranteed kill here for the side here of Happy Squad, who's also somewhat desperate for points here to try to rack as much as possible to close out the final day of the night here. But you know, it's really cool coming for some of the teams, right? You don't see too much pressure, especially coming from some of the top teams here. Pretty much just coming into the final with the thoughts of things like, how do we want to play this? How do we want to tackle this? What's the kind of philosophy? First team that thought is kind of carrying on what they're going to be doing from yesterday, right? They reflect, they go back to the drawing board to see what went wrong from yesterday's game. How do we improve? How do we make it better? I can see the changes being made for some of the teams here for this final, or at least this past 2 matches now. I think it's absolutely great so far.
Anarchy getting a small amount of damage on the spray as RDK drives by. Deep in the blue here, Team Newbies, of course, down to 2 players. This is a long way away from the Phase 1 circle, by the way. Sniper and Anarchy. So, yeah, they got some distance to traverse. And same for Alter Ego, considering we just saw RDK drive by. He's just kind of still in a very similar vicinity to the rest of them. So they've got to go for a long rotation.
Yep.
As we've got 2 minutes until Phase 2. Monk were able to get their driver's license and get to safety. They figured out how to get their vehicles moving forward rather than spinning around. Now they get a chance to fire back over towards Shadow Esports. They rotate in. It's a good first circle. I like this. Jadina City towards the south. You got the river that kind of splits through, and it kind of creates that 2-sidedness of the circle where you've got the west side, the east side, probably a bit more on that east side, but the way that teams are kind of playing this right now is there's a lot of a heavy influence towards the north, and the congregation of teams playing more towards that north side of the circle. So you'll probably see a little bit more of the fighting on that end. So then towards the south side, you got TERA that are going to probably come in towards Jadina City. ARMR's just crossed the Jadina Bridge, and Xmen have gone for a 2-2 split across the river down on that south side as Lolba using the glider to get some information. Which again, great map, Rondo too. When Phase 1 gets some intel, it's a big open map, a lot of playable space, a lot of playable terrain, and figure out where everyone is. Got to keep this high and moving, reduce your chance of getting knocked out.
Yeah, it was really great coming from ATO with the glider, right? Because there's just understanding like how the map is going to be designed with the current circle that we have, right? We have like, I think like dead center of that circle, or at least somewhat of the pathing of the circle is just massive river, right? So the choice is going to be coming from a lot of teams, just trying to get an idea like how many teams is across that river, how many teams has or still on the at least towards the western side. Take Jadina City for example that you were pointing out, right? For both ARMR Esports, ATO, you have half of Savage Men Esports, not the full squad, nor would they be will be within the facility to reinforce the rest of the squad should ARMR Esports choose to be aggressive. And there's also still team unlucky as well. Although I don't think they will be joining in the fight should a fight were to be ensued towards the north side to the inner city. But we also see Orca, TERA slowly making their way down. Actually, not really down, it's more like up north towards the central side. It's always better to be at least to be the center part of that circle, right? You just don't know how the circle is going to shift. So far today, the circle has been pretty fair for everyone, very centralized, nothing too crazy like super hard shift to the west or to the left or right side. So teams just trying to be centralized with each other, at least just gives them a lot more options later on. We might see the chaos or things get a little bit more hectic later. For now, we're just somewhat into the buy their time. Team Newbies still very far from the rest of the squad, pretty much like the far, by the way, just seeing from that circle shift alone, right? Teams are still pretty satisfied with it. That south side might be a little bit crazy. Alter Ego and Team Newbies are the only one that's currently still in the blue, but it's still phase 2, right? It doesn't hurt that much. They can still buy their time. Although it might be a little bit late, but might save them some of the bloodshed that they might have to experience compared to some of the team that's trying to find some control as they migrate into certain compounds.
Yeah, and Auglis are around that north side of the circle, so I like their position coming out of factory that they can kind of push in. Whereas Vega are actually dead center as well. So the top two teams, which you're naturally going to keep an eye on. So far, I like their positions. Monk have just continued driving the whole way through, and they've found themselves in a good spot. Zanshin's going to come in towards Mayren, and ATO towards Lohua Zing. So they're towards the north side of the circle. A lot of those teams that were towards the south is the jump down for Lunar. He's going to survive. His 10 trip was landing a little bit of damage. And this is just unlucky sitting in a position where so many teams are rotating in and around them. They're actually quite fortunate that they probably didn't lose a player or two there, as everyone was more so concerned about going past them rather than taking their compound or trying to crash into them. There's going to be something that happens here. Mayren is not a very big city, if you would even call it a city. It's just like a little suburb. Yeah. And so there's quite a few teams that have actually made their way in here. And if I'm Vega, I'm going to be cautious because Tere and AJ are in here as a duo. And for Aimbot and Empty, they're not there. So they need to be very, very careful that they don't get overwhelmed. They're either going to have to think about retreating and grouping up, which is not ideal because you like the 2-2 split. You want to try and keep as much control of the circle as possible. You're still only in phase 2. Grouping up at this point's rather early. So I think they'll just play it safe, holding into their buildings. Shout out to Esports really amongst it in this game. And they've been very active so far tonight as well. We get the overhead of the little mini city. I mean, it's a lot of cover, though. So it's pretty safe right now for Tere and AJ. AJ, you can just see on the bottom end of your screen, just moving further out. So they don't want to control it, but they just want to keep the space available. A good example would be if we get a phase 3 shift and it goes right on top of this, you will see Aimbot and Empty will come and group up with these two. And it's far of a safer entry point by having these two already here for then the other two to make their way in. Vice versa. This goes out towards the west, then these two can leave pretty comfortably and they've got a safe spot to go to. It's the power of the splits, why teams still like to do it to this day. 40 seconds till phase 3. And everyone's pretty situated now.
Yeah. No, the thing is, the split has always been the 2-2 split has always been good, right? In terms of covering ground and getting into. Right? I think the only time where it ever goes wrong is when you're too far from the other team, right? Or when you're doing that kind of position when there's just too many teams within the vicinity. That's the kind of risk, but also balancing out the rewards that come into the mix. I'm still rather impressed at the fact that despite how small this compound provided for all these teams, right? Everyone was able to find some kind of consensus. Of course, not to say that no one was taking a shot at each other. There was just no loss of life. No one gets knocked. Probably someone got tagged in the process, but just no kill conversion for this. I do also love that with the long rotation that we're seeing, not just from Auglis, we're also seeing Alter Ego making their way down from the south to the northern western side.
There's the group up.
Great.
AJ and Ted are just going to go straight over towards Aimbot and Empty because they've just got the hard feed for phase 3. So that's what I was talking about. Now they'll just go and immediately group up with those two. Very safe exit point. Mayren does still have some position within this phase 3 circle, and there's a fair chance the circle could still go towards the north for phase 4. So you're not going to see every team evacuate that position because there's only so much space really with this phase 3 circle. There's actually a decent amount of water towards the eastern side and the western side. So this is going to create like a little tunnel effect towards the center point where Vega Esports are. They do need to be somewhat mindful of that they could have some teams sort of rotating either past them or towards them, but I can't envision many want to go dead center here. They'll play the edge for this kind of circle.
Oh no, I mean you definitely do not want to, right? It's just flatlands and the flat road, right? Probably there's a dish or two, but probably not. But of course, so we look at Orca TERA and Team Unlucky. No choice. Both squads has someone just decide, you know, there's just too many teams, 15 teams in this kind of phase of circle. Although yeah, it's phase 3, right? But with the amount of how the terrain is somewhat designed, there's just not a lot of safety covers to be utilized here. Not without some form of confrontation here. So looks like Team Unlucky, ATO, and Orca TERA is going to be heading. We'll be facing off each other for this little bit of a Mexican standoff. Same goes to Shadow East from the ATO from the kill feed along towards the northern side. I think even ARMR Esports, who's literally parked dead set in the center here, and now the rest of Alter Ego also regrouping with the rest of the squad, is joining the fight as well. Panzer Fast, by the way, we didn't get to see the POV, but great two-player knock for the Pounds House here from that northern, at least not that northern side, it's more towards the city of Mei Ren. There's 3 major fights that's happening across the field here, Xenox. One to the north, one to the south side of Mei Ren, and one smaller fight between Unlucky and Orca TERA. But at the same time, Vega also has a point of view and also dropping a couple of pots from the outskirts, keeping the members in check.
Well, this is a good hold from Bombay. Didn't overextend, didn't give Luna any chances. Unlucky get eliminated. And look, I did say coming into this game, didn't want to over-highlight them, but it hasn't probably been their night in chasing for that #1 spot. And unfortunately, now the reality is they've dropped to 4th. And there's a fair chance I could even maybe by the end of the night see Shadow looking to overtake Unlucky. Now, Shadow's down to 2 players this game, but I've liked their overall game so far tonight. As Kia's going to get in the Dacia and gets a friend along, and they're going to get out of there as the blue starts to make their way over. They will have to leave Gops behind. And ARMR is also rotating past here. There is a flurry of teams in this vicinity as the Phase 3 circle's coming to an end. Phase 4 on the horizon. Pibby's called out into the blue, needs to get back into his vehicle if possible. Same with Lolburn. ATO Esport, and I was right. Like, no one really wants to go center. It's too open, flat terrain. So Vega's in a great spot. No one really rotating past them. And that was also right. Phase 4 went back up north. So it's kind of gone to plan to some degree. That's why you didn't see a mass exodus of Mayran. And for the teams out on the edge, it's just going to get harder for them, but they're going to have no choice but to fight it through. As ATO lose out, they get eliminated. Monk, Orclus, and Alter Ego all picking up 1 apiece on them.
Yeah, it's like, you know, 8, 9 out of the 10 games, that circle's not going to do heavy this year. So staying to the south side, you still get that. And the crazy part about it as well, it's not like a small corner of Mirren that's still viable for the team. It's actually a very massive corner. So still somewhat accommodating. We're still seeing teams still doing their own small skirmish of their own. I'm more concerned towards the fact that what Savageman and Orca TERA plans to do. No one wants to be on that flat road, right? It's an open field, no forestry here. So crashing into the current compound of where Vega Esports is going to be, it seems going to be the exact plan they try to go for. Thankfully, there's no one playing towards that shack, so there's going to be a small building or at least some kind of small sanctuary that Savage Man Esports is going to be having for themselves. Pretty probably why they only send like 1 or 2 members initially first, just to be the scouting mission, right? Just to get a clear idea. Okay, there's going to be a team here, but is it like how close are we going to be to the next respective team here? So looks like Lun Lun and Upchen will be able to find sanctuary in 1. That's going to allow some of the teams to slowly move their way into the circle. There's still 1 that's still at the outskirts of it, but he's going to be the last one to come in. He wants to be the one that he can try to backstep some of the teams that slowly make their way into the edge here. GSW, that's the team I'm a little bit concerned right now, right? They do have vehicles, but they're just very limited of choice of where they want to go, right? It's just main roads. It's just high roads here. So most likely they have to crash into a respective compound. That's what I'm going to be seeing from the long side here. Alter Ego, they do have this nice vantage point at one of the bridge here, the gatekeep at the western edge here. So
18.5 minutes. This one's gone by in a bit of a flash. Jaxie goes down to the Molotov from Show. Panzer, though, from High-Fizz onto Snipeball and Anarchy. And there goes Team Newbies out in 13th. Rough game for them. Really unfortunate.
It is.
TERA, though, will benefit from that. Aimbot got the kill onto Unforgiven as well. As RZ gets rid of Ultra Bots. Paul Setsuna up by himself, gets the headshot onto Jing, and then the second onto Xiao Fame, and then the third as well onto Show. Well, Setsuna goes down fighting. Even as the solo, you can still have big impact, and leaves himself in a 1v1. And this is not what GSW wanted. Shadow Esport, courtesy of Setsuna, may still pick up some decent points in this game. He's got the read. Knows that Jing is inside the building, but went for the utility, put the gun away. And ultimately, Lee, that's cost him. If he had gone up there, he could have easily won the 1v1, but tried to play the molly.
Yeah, timing also didn't work for him in the situation as well here. But regardless with that being said, Shadow Esports, they were also in somewhat of a tough spot, right? 2 members remaining as well. Sure, things could have been a little bit different depending on how it pans out. But GSW able to secure the foothold for themselves, definitely not without a prize. Circle shifts towards the north again. That's going to be making a lot more teams to come to fight for territory here. And Xenos, look at that. It's just flatland dead right in that center. No one wants to be there. Alter Ego, we do see RDK, right? He has a really nice vantage point, but he does have Monk pretty much on the western side. We do see Zen Esports slowly making their way in from the western side. We might see another form of confrontation, but Orca TERA and Savageman, what's going to be the plan here for this guys? Orca has this really nice ditch for themselves, right? But there's going to be another team that's eventually going to be pushing out of Mei Ren, depending how the circle shift later on. If it goes down west, if it goes to the western side, we're going to be seeing 3 teams, and Orca's having multiple teams at their backs here. I think Vega is going to be a little bit too preoccupied with the team that's going to be coming down south on the western side here. So now we even see Orca TERA. I think they managed to somewhat resolve themselves on how they really want to get into the site here. So Vega's coming straight into the mix here. They're going to go straight into this little bit of a ditch, or I guess you could say a little bit of an alley on that road, right? Because there's like 2 hills covering that one part of the road, that central part. That's pretty much where Ogle is currently banked in, right? Korean finds a nice one on Chu. That's actually a knockdown Chu here. So that's going to be a kill stolen away. Try to go for the reset. Try to go for the heals here. Get spotted out. Reset to the back of the vehicle just to buy the next amount of time. GSW, we're going to be seeing a lot of teams limping into the circle, except for Alter Ego here. Still pretty healthy in this case towards that northern side. Very comfortable, if you ask me.
It's pretty normal, I think, when you consider the circle that we've had. But credit to Orca TERA, they've had a very good game. 7 kills in a lobby that probably hasn't seen a lot of high kills so far tonight. I think really around 10 has kind of been the upper limit. So they've got 4 up, 7 kills, and that's something that you kind of pointed to start tonight, Lee, was the middle pack of the leaderboard was very congested. So they've just been able to rocket up into 7th place now off the back of this game, 3 points off of Alter Ego, who I think are a very, very good team. So Orca TERA should be pretty proud of themselves for this game. And Bombay's not done. He got the knock onto Xeno and finished him off while also then getting rid of Savior. As Xmen in a world of hurt, down to 2. Upchan, we saw the heroics in the previous game, and he just got immediately knocked down. 10 kills now for Orca TERA, and putting on a really good show. They came into ninth place on the leaderboard, now up into 6th. This has been a very good performance, and only find themselves 13 points behind 5th place Shadow Esports, who have had some good impact tonight too. So this has been a tremendous game for Orca TERA, controlling the eastern side of the circle as phase 6 goes towards the center point, out of the open, and that means for Vega, they're going to need to vacate this compound. Orgla's holding on the road, may get some extra company, but teams won't want to send it just yet, and there's certainly got to be a lot of fighting out on the edge of these circles. Alter Ego up towards the north, no one near them, so they'll be pretty comfortable and safe, but the west side, you've got 4 teams that need to push their way in. The east side, there's 3 or 4 teams that need to push in, so that's where a lot of the fighting I'm expecting to happen, which leaves us in a position where Alter Ego on the north side and Vega on the south side probably don't need to do as much of the fighting unless they force it.
And I think Alter Ego as well, that there were, I believe there was a couple of skirmishes that we saw from the kill feed as well, right? As they slowly get control towards that northern edge part here. But I think they should still have a decent amount of economy in terms of utilities as well, right? So depending on the situation, they can still slowly make their way in towards the north side. More concerned towards the west, right? It's Monk and Zen Esports here. Vega, they don't have to worry about when they want to get into that circle. They still have a really decent wall for some cover for themselves here. So that's another factor that's going to be able to try to pin them down. Zenshin slowly moving in as they try to get control towards the eastern side here. They know one too many teams is here. Someone needs to come out on top of this. But the one that might actually benefit from this whole situation might just be Orca TERA, who's been on an absolute roll in terms of the kill feed here. And it's a really great thing, right? Especially for Orca TERA as they slowly climb up from the ladder. Night 1 wasn't the best. Night 2, they were on the roll with the number of kill points and even placement points. Now for night 3, we're the third match of the night for the final night here. 12 kill points. They somewhat, and especially, and the thing is they understand the ramification of performing well here, especially for the night, for the final night here. So seeing them with 12 kills and 4 members still standing as we slowly make our way to the final circle, that's actually pretty phenomenal. But of course, speaking of which, looks like Alter Ego will be able to find some of the respective members of Mong from the long vantage point here, and will secure the round for additional kills to the belt here. They will be limping in with 3 members strong, but 7 kill points is exactly what you're trying to look for if you really want to climb up to that top 5.
So with Dusky being eliminated, there goes ARMR in 6th, down to the final 5 teams.
August?
Teddy has been knocked as Empty just sits in towards the shower, trying to play off the TPP angle with the sawn-off shotgun. They lost another one, though, in AJ, and leaves Empty and Aimbot as the last 2 up close using the TPP. Couldn't find the kill. Somehow CJ stayed alive, low on health, was able to react quickly and got the kill onto Empty as August have been able to deal with Vega for the 2nd time in a row after they did it in the end of the previous match, and that's going to now solidify them in top spot into the top 4, and they can extend the gap on Vega heading into the last 2 games. A real good opportunity for August. Most importantly for Orca TERA, there is a good chance they could win this game. They've got all 4 still up, the only team fully healthy, but that circle shift for Phase 7 going out to the east is dramatic. No one inside of that circle.
Yeah, no, it's so much risk, right? It's like, it's pretty much a somewhat of a kill zone for anyone who would try to come in. There's just too many vantage points. If look, it just the design of the terrain alone, right? From this POV, it just looks like a bowl, right? Like it's like a massive bowl in that center part of the field. And what a fantastic shot coming from Hafiz, putting even more, throwing more of a wrench into the plans here for Orglas. Thankfully, there's still the vehicle. He's still within somewhat of a wall for some kind of cover for the reset here. The question is Orca TERA planning to go for the full sweep here? No, they're not. They're still pretty comfortable with a little bit of this slight ditch or this alley part here, that it's a little bit of a descending part of the hill. Zenshi is not too far behind. They still have 2 members strong, can actually deal decent amount of damage to Orca TERA, which is pretty much why we still see 1 or 2 of the members of Orca TERA still playing the vantage point, still scouting this out, try to keep them in check. Orglas, by the way, I love the reposition coming from Orglas, right? Initially, before they re-engage, right? They got the kill track, they got the knockdown. They know if they stay in that part of that road, they're going to be surrounded from all angles, right? So a great push towards Vega to secure the kill, and now giving it now a window has somewhat been open for them with the fact that, all right, this is the time, like you said before, to increase that gap further. And look at that Orca TERA on an absolute tear here. 15 kills to boot here. That's so much points from just 1 round alone. If we just talk about the kill points itself and not just placements, they pretty much got top 1 at this point here now.
Yeah, look at the position though for August that they've taken throughout all of this. I know they're down to 2 players, but south side of the zone, there's a good chance they could still get something from this game. But Orca TERA have just been on an absolute tear this game. 16 kills is the most that we've seen from a team so far tonight, and still, most importantly, 4 players to the good. The problem will be as they push into this circle. Now, this is not a surefire win just yet. What they kind of want, if you're Orca TERA, is for Alter Ego and August to fight each other. But if Orca TERA kind of come in on this eastern side, they're going to obviously surely flush out Samoy. Samoy's just stuck at the tree. I think he was caught reloading as well. And so he's allowed to push up for Bombay. That's an easy clear. Puts Alter Ego now down to Trick. That's just left standing. They do have Queen close by, but Queen's going to get finished off by Hiviz. And so Alter Ego down to 1. This makes it a lot easier for Orca TERA, but they do still need to be cautious. If they go in too soon, they could create a situation where they can get pinched from the 2 down below of Orclas and then trick the solo up above. So for Orca TERA as the 4 here, all about utility usage, get into the right spot, make sure they're not in a position where they can get pinched between the solo and the duo, and this game will be theirs, and they're going to have a 20 bomb. CJ finds a lovely angle onto Bombay. That's going to force him to heal up as we head into Phase 8. It doesn't change too much in terms of the battlefield landscape, and Hiviz has actually found a little angle back onto Alec and CJ. Orca TERA, this is a huge game for them. Up into the top 6, win this game, you're into the top 5. And while they probably won't, let's be realistic, get into the top 2 tonight, there is a good chance they can actually finish as high as 3rd now. So they're going to be able to finish strongly here for week 1.
this has been a really great growth, at least this route coming from TERA as well. Love the repositioning, the aggressive positioning coming from TERA as well, because they somewhat understand with the nature of the blue zone, right? With how the circle is currently positioned, that eastern side, that blue zone is going to travel much faster compared to the western side here. So slowly making their way in, taking the necessary amount of stats. Sadly, just not enough smokes here, so that's going to allow CJ to knock down Hafiz. There goes one. Still have the man advantage here, but losing a lot of options here as just couldn't find the angle. There's just too many sides for them to cover. Alter Ego on the right, August on the left, and Alter Ego August is just not really dealing with each other at this moment of time. They're focusing on the main matter at hand, which is TERA. There's a knock comes in, a knock they're not trying to look for here. They're trying to juggle between the rocks here, but sadly that's not going to be the case. We'll lose the third member, and now we somehow managed to equalize from 4 members of TERA down to the final 2 here. Now it's a 1v2 scenario where August and Alter Ego has no reason to look at each other and only accept towards the direction of TERA.
I said that there's a chance they could get pinched. Well, I didn't think they were just going to sit at the rock and do nothing. And in the end, by sitting at the rock and doing nothing, they ended up getting pinched. They needed to make a decision. They needed to make a move. While they still had vehicles and opportunity and utility to move out, be aggressive, they kind of just went into their shells a little bit, and it has cost them. Now, the game's not over yet. They do still have some smokes, but this is reinvigorated now for August, their ability to go on and win this game. TERA needed to try and get the kill onto Trick. He eventually does go down. It's a top 2 finish, but it's a back-to-back chicken dinner for August. The duo get the job done. I pointed it out earlier that while all of that action was happening and TERA was picking up all of the kills, August took the position, the prio space, and it pays off. They get the win because of it, and back-to-back win sees them take a nice little lead in that top spot against Vega Esports heading into our last 2 games tonight.
Really well done. I think there was also the issue in terms of utility economy, right? I mean, of course, kudos to TERA. You're getting like 16 to 18 kills on the belt. That's like probably the most that we have in this, at least this week 1 alone, right? But at the same time, they came off from multiple battles, multiple fights. They were in a situation where like most teams where they just get a good spot and start picking up teams that's like somewhat traversing into the circle, right? No, they were playing edge most of the time. They're slowly sieging their way through here. So most of this fight must have been pretty costly for them as they survive all the way through. But still, kudos. 4 members with 16 to 18 kills is pretty amazing here. Although the last final fight might look like they actually dropped the ball slightly as they somewhat backed up or wasn't taking more forward positioning with the situation or the advantage that they have here. But well done to August here. Back-to-back chicken dinner. That's going to be the first for us here. We never had a team that had back-to-back chicken dinners here. So really well done for August. This is going to further allow them to solidify their spot in this final night of week 1. Not to say that it's impossible for Vega. I think there's still 2 more matches. The points differential is probably not too far behind doesn't make it impossible, but we'll just have to see how their performance is going to be like for the final 2 matches here. Other than that, NRSG still having a couple of 1 too many rough patches here. TERA being the aggressor in most of this confrontation for battle for control of the edge here. ATO, they had some really great fights against Alter Ego, but then again, at the same time, they were somewhat juggling against Shadow Esports on top of that as well. But it was really cool to see how Shadow Esports were holding territory until GSW came in to really clean up house.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, they're back-to-back wins for August too, and they did it in 2 different ways. You know, in the previous one, first 10 kills, some really good gunplay, teamwork, and in the second one, it was just playing PUBG in the scrappy sense where you lost a couple of players, you're down to 2, you're just kind of prio a position. And we see here the fact that when they lost, Mad Dog, you probably didn't expect him to go on and win from here. Alter Ego still had 3 up on the north side. TERA were obviously playing quite tremendously and still had 4 alive, but it was from this position onwards for TERA that I think that they kind of misplayed it a little bit. I think that they needed to be more aggressive one way or the other, kind of end up picking between going to August or going to the solo or Trick for Alter Ego, wiping at least one of those out and then creating a situation where it's a kind of team v team situation at the end. Even if it's a 3v2 or whatever it may be, you'd still then have the numbers. By sitting back, they ended up getting pinched from 2 different angles, and so the rock that they were at was clearly never safe, and I don't know how they didn't kind of clue onto that as early as they did. Doesn't take away, though, what was still a very good game for TERA, and fortunately for them in some ways, not being in the running for top 2 and technically then for first place tonight for week 1, not a lot lost, right? Like they're going to still be in with a good chance to finish around 3rd or 4th if they can finish over the next 2 games in a strong note. But for August, they benefit greatly, and that's not something that Vega Esports wanted to see. They would have been hoping that Alcantara would go on and win that game and limit the amount of points that August were going to get. So they take a nice little healthy lead, August, heading into the last 2 games and control their own destiny now. And that's what you want more than anything. Alter Ego still had a very good game as well, 10 kills. So this game of Rondo shows to me that compared to our first 2 games today, what we ended up seeing was a bit more of a stacked lobby towards the top in terms of kills and who had the best games. The first 2 games were, far more of a spread across the lobby. In this case, Alcantara just soaked up most of the kills. So did GSW, so did Alter Ego.
Yep. But I think it's a little bit more obvious for some teams, especially for certain maps like Rondo in particular, because I feel like there's some teams that's going to be at least more comfortable or have more better performance on a certain amount of match. Rondo being one of the examples. That's pretty much why we start seeing Alter Ego starting really being on the climb compared to the past few matches that we have earlier today here as well. But of course, this could be the match leaderboard. This is, unfortunately for Alcantara, it's, so close and yet so far. This is going to be the 3rd time, by the way, Zenos, this is the 3rd time that Alcantara is denied that chicken dinner again. Last 2 matches of the night, they got 2nd place, so they were just that close. Probably didn't get as many kills as they did today. They got 5 and 11 kills respectively. But hey, you guys got there. You got the points. You actually rose from the ranks from the bottom 4 all the way to the top 8 right now. So it's a remarkable progress here. It's 5th placing in the rankings. Also, like what you said, the 1st and 2nd place might be a little bit more of a home run for them. It's a little bit too much of a difficulty, but that 3rd and 4th place might be a possibility, not just for Alcantara, even for Shadow Esports and Alter Ego, which is also was able to earn a decent amount of points to really maintain themselves in that 7th placing here.
Well, I mean, now it's a 9-point gap for Orgla, so that's the concern for Vega. They came into tonight with a 13-point lead. Now you're 9 points behind in the 3 games that we've played. That's got to be a little bit concerning, but obviously a close enough of a margin with 2 games to go that it's still somewhat not a major factor. If Vega play really well, like we've seen from them earlier over the last couple of days, they picked up an 18-kill win, so they've got that they can kind of fall back on and say, well, we can play to a super high level, similar to what Alcantara did. And yeah, it's a bit of a shame, in terms of the 2nd place finishes for Alcantara, but this is where, again, going back to the format, what I like about it is for Alcantara, they've clearly been improving as the weekend has gone on. If you look at some of their earlier results, where they were struggling to they didn't make top 5 until the 9th game when they finished 2nd, backed it up with another 2nd with 11 kills, and somewhat a little slow to start tonight, but then really showed again what quality that they can bring to the table. An 18 kill performance is incredible. Like, that doesn't happen often if you're a quote-unquote bad team. Bad teams don't do that, so they're clearly not a bad team, and it means for them they can take the confidence going into next week that if they can get more performances like that on average, who knows, maybe they could actually compete towards the top going into week 2. Not going to happen for this week in terms of the top 2, but they can still walk away with decent amount of PMS points if they could finish around 3rd, 4th, and 5th. That it's 60 points for 3rd, 50 for 4th, and 50 for 5th. So that's kind of the position they need to try and aim for now. They're not going to get into the top 2, maximize what you can get. And Alcantara now have that opportunity. And Alter Ego is maybe another one too that I think have been really good tonight. So clearly there's tonight at least been probably a good handful of teams across the 3 maps that I think have been consistent. I think Alter Ego has probably been one of those. I think I've really enjoyed what we've seen from them so far tonight, outside of maybe a couple of moments here or there, but you're not going to be perfect all night.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure. I mean, that's the goal for most of the PUBG teams, right? Just try to get some kind of consistency, not really consistently getting chicken dinners every round, but just more like what can you get out of it, right, for that round. So we even saw a situation where Alter Ego was able to address even the most disadvantaged situation, right? Like maybe like the last thing to get to the circle, they understand like even if they get into now, they're going to be suffering a lot of losses. They might be giving additional kill points. They're just going to be, we start seeing how the teams really shift up to their strategy, right? To hunting players instead, being the aggressor instead. Something that we have seen in years of past, or at least in previous teams as well, in previous seasons or previous tournaments. So it's really great to see how the teams has been going so far. Some is able to maintain that consistency. Some still a little bit more of a roller coaster of a score. Happy Squad being one of that teams where they had they have like 1 or 2 great games, and then after that they just took a massive dip, but then they went back up again, then another dip again. I was rather excited to see how Monty brings, will be brought to the table here, to the equation for the side of Happy Squad. It's not the full roster, it's not the exact same roster here. Well, although Happy Squad did get second place in last PMS last year in phase 2, but it's an entirely different roster. It's only half of them being the retaining, the 2 additional will be being Monty and Nan. Was very excited to see how well they bring into this. But it's like you said, it's still week 1. There's still 3 more weeks to go here. That's one of the few benefits of this new format, right? Like it's not like an entirely loss here where, oh great, there's like week 1's gone, there's no other chance anymore, you miss your chance. No, that's not going to be the case here. So it's just a matter of how you're gonna finish with a bang here for this, at least this final line of week 1 to carry forward.
It's a different level of pressure in some ways, right? Like if, so we got 2 games to go tonight, which is for tonight, and obviously to close out the week, a 9-point gap between first and second. In tournaments gone by, if it were, let's say the end of an actual tournament, 9 points, 2 games to go, man, the pressure and the stakes are as high as they possibly can. And that's the beauty of PUBG. It's still there though. Like you still want, if you're Vega, to get into that first place. The difference between 100 PMS points, 80 PMS points, you think about the prize pool, the PGC points, etc. It's like, it's kind of, instead of all or nothing, it's just spread across the 4 weeks, but you still want to try and finish strong because you're in that position. It's more a case for like an TERA, where instead of now with 2 games to go knowing, okay, we actually can't make up the gap. And in previous tournaments, it's like, well, what are we fighting for? But there's enough still on the table to fight for, and you get performances like that because of the format. I mean, I genuinely really like what we've got going on here as we head into Miramar match 14, because you're getting a good combination of high stakes pressure for at least the top 2 teams in the way it's played out, and then there's still a lot to play for the rest of the teams. Plus, also, you just want to finish on a good note, take some form going into next week. You want to build up throughout the 4 weeks. It doesn't have to be a race. The team that maybe finishes first, by the end of tonight might not be the team that finishes first overall across the 4 weeks. So you've just got to kind of keep yourself locked in, keep your form high, and keep playing to the best of your abilities. We head into match 14. Again, that 9-point gap. TERA also up into the top 5, which at least when it comes to the PMS points, it's pretty close to maximizing if you're not going to finish top 2, 60 for third and then 50-50. Then it starts to drop off a little bit by 10 through the next few positions. So that's tied at the moment with Shadow Esports. All the Egos on 82. So those 3 teams, like the difference between, 5th and 8th is, 20 PMS points. So you don't want to drop. Luckily, though, with ARMR being on 69 points, there is a little bit of a gap. And that's kind of where now the attention can turn to as well in other facets of the leaderboard. Can ARMR Esports close that gap to those in the top 7, continue to maximize the PMS points that they can achieve, and so forth all the way down? And even technically for the teams towards the very bottom, can you go from 15th to 14th, even pick up some points versus nothing? That could be a difference as we get our circle up towards Cruz de Daval and Campo Militar, north side of Miramar.
Wow.
Fun side. I love north side Miramar. This is going to be a good game. A lot of open terrain, but it's a bit rocky and flat rather than towards the very south side. It plays quite differently. It's going to be interesting to watch, at least from my perspective, for TPP and how this will play out. Again, a lot of the ridges and the bowls, you feel a lot safer in when you're in there because of TPP, but it goes both ways. Because of the TPP, sometimes you can be seen more visibly than you would have in first person. So it changes up the game and how it plays, massively. Same with even, when you're driving around as well. And the passengers and what they're able to see. So scouting is super important, especially on Miramar. Expecting to see gliders if possible. That'll get used. We saw a tiny bit of it there on Rondo too. Haven't seen a lot of mortars tonight. Certainly haven't seen a lot of gliders either. BRDM usage has been quite low. Saw it a little bit in the August Vega 4v4 at the end of Tago. That was really about it. So it's been a pretty clean night. Not a lot of shenanigans.
Yeah, compared to the last 2 nights, we don't see it as much as often as for the final, which I'm actually rather surprised. But just coming back to, I actually love the fact you talk about the north part of Miramar, right? Because that's like, besides with all with the ditch and the bowls, right? There's also a lot of really steep hills and how the TPP really plays out. Because essentially Miramar is really like, depending on how the circle can be, right? It can be much more of a slower place, plenty of room for everyone to be playing, dips, valleys, cliff, couple of and it's really just that kind of terrain and how the team is just really want to try to prioritize. There's still some buildings embedded in that. It's just more of how it shifts around, right, in terms of the circle. Because there will be some scenarios, especially with how the terrain is somewhat dictated for a lot of these teams. We might be even seeing like a couple of really awkward fights for a lot of these guys here. But looks like Alter Ego mid rotation is going to be able to find team new. This is going to be a team that needs to hold their ground. This is a very strong team they're going head to head with. So a good knock here for the exchange. That's 1-for-1 here. Can't really convert for the kills, and the priority is just trying to see what's going to be the next target here. What's going to be the repositioning of the crosshair. More members of Team Newbies is coming in. He might decide to play on the outskirts to play Overwatch, to try to pressure Alter Ego from the outskirts, so to deny them, flank them from a disadvantaged angle. Finds a good shot, by the way. That's 2 members down for Alter Ego. Now suddenly the fight seems a lot more doable here, and Team Newbies definitely pepping up here for this fight here. It looks like RDK is going to be making a little bit of a safer call. Not going to be going to reinforce the rest of the squad. Will be the Lone Ranger and have to move forward until the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, again, I mentioned it in the last game that you're going to see a lot of the fighting from the likes of NRG and Team Newbies, but this time it goes their way. So sometimes it pays off. It's bad news for Alter Ego, considering, I said literally during the mini break there, that they've had a pretty good night tonight, and then immediately this happens. So they get the cast the curse, and poor old RDK now by himself, which is unfortunate. Again, when you're in the position that they're in, where they're so close points-wise around that sort of 4th, 7th range and the PMS points that are on offer, that's a disappointing Miramar. You may as well flush this one down the toilet. The best thing that RDK is going to be able to do is maybe rank tank in towards the top 8, maybe pick up a kill or 2, try as best as he can to just pretty much scrounge some points together, but you're not really having any expectations. In fact, he's running in towards Team Newbies at the moment. And again, yeah, like for Team Newbies, they might be dead last right now, but they can still pick up some PMS points if they can get out of the bottom 2. So there's still something to fight for them. And I like the fact that they're continuing to just be aggressive, double down, try and see if they can turn their fate around. They did lose 1, but they got the 3 kills. I think that's always a pretty worthy trade. And good to see that they're more than happy to still take the fights, even if they've been losing quite a few of them. And also, considering the circle position that they're in, you think about in the last game, they were so far away from the circle, completely opposite end of the map. At least this time they're in the circle. So you finish this up, they'll try and find Trick, and then they'll probably go Campo Militar, loot up, and then reposition. Yeah.
There are a lot of viable options for the side of Team Newbies as well, right? They got the man advantage at the same time. They should be able to go for the rest once they manage to locate the nearest blue beacon tower, right? But that thing always has this risk that comes with it when you're trying to revive, trying to go for the rest for one of your allies here. But but it's a great mentality to have, right? Even if it's not just applied for the team that's currently at the bottom of the leaderboard, it's also for the team that's currently at the top, right? It's the kind of mentality you don't really want to be in a position or have that mentality where we're just gonna play super safe. We're in the lead. We don't have to purposely look out for kills. No, I don't think that's a really great mentality. We do see some teams like that in the past here, but I don't really like that kind of mentality. I feel like if you're in the lead, you just might as well just really stamp it out the lead. Just stamped out the bleeding. You just do not want to let it progress any further. Even the bottom side, love to see the fighters coming in from Team Newbies trying to look for those fights. But it's also like you mentioned, these first 2 matches, position-wise, has not been favorable for them. They have always been coming into pretty late into the circle where teams is like pretty congested. There's not really much options for a lot of these guys. But then again, Miramar is relatively large, and thankfully enough as well, there's a decent amount of options for teams that's somewhat late into the circle to really come into it. That's pretty much why we're seeing a little bit more of a longer rotation route for some of the teams. Teams like Zanshin, for example, they're going to be coming from the southern side. We do see Orca TERA, who was initially on the tear for the previous round with 18 kills, making a massive rotation through the north, not going to the west. I think we're just suspecting, it's a little bit of a ditch of an alley, right? So there's a lot of mountain areas, a lot of high vantage point, great spot to really catch a team off guard while mid-rotation here. So taking that long north migration is pretty a safer call here. And they slowly can make their way to siege in. They might run into August later on, but we'll just see how the fight will be ensuing, as they don't necessarily have to full send it, right? It's phase 1, it's phase 2. You just want to get that intel in, want to see what's going to be the next circle. If you can get as many information on where most of the teams are, that someone gives you a little bit more option how in terms of engagement for a lot of these guys here. So seems like Team Newbies is finally off-road, finally got off the road and finally found a compound for themselves. Trick being the last man standing, going to be keeping his head down for a few minutes. I think that's probably going to be the play for Alter Ego for the next few phases now. But look at the dead center of the circle here, Xenox. We are looking at massive congestion of teams here, and although we do see some teams on the outskirts here, it looks like EA was able to find Xiao Fang, and that's going to be a nice knock here. A little bit too spread out for the rest of the team to try to go for the reinforcements here, but it's that kind of thing where you want high risk and high reward. You're able to cover more ground, you're able to get that intel here, but the problem is if you get caught out by another team and you're not nearby to any of your respective teammates, no one's going to be there to reinforce it, and most likely you're going to lose your life for it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of teams towards the center point for phase 1. It looks quite congested, but there's a lot of space there. I mean, it's still such a large circle. Naturally, it can look probably more filled in than it really is. I think there's still more than enough space. You don't want to go too dead center as we get Jing going to get caught. Yeah, that should have been always a kill for Mad Dog, and it was, although he did get taken low. Xeno does get a knock on to CJ. GSW taking on Auglis. I mean, these are the fights that you want if you do still have any kind of aspirations of kind of, getting in the #1 spot by the end of tonight, but they're not making up a 40-point gap in 2 games. It's just not going to happen. Their goal now, if your game start win, is to finish 3rd. And just by losing these players, squad, yeah, exactly. Right? Gatekeep, stay 3rd. Fortunately for them, Unlucky haven't probably been all that great tonight either. So these two have dropped off a little bit, because coming into tonight, they weren't really that far behind the likes of Vega and Auglis. Unlucky was 7 points behind Auglis, and it was only a 9-point gap to Auglis for game start win. Well, it's ballooned out to 40 points. So they were in a position where if they had a better night tonight, definitely could have been more in contention, but those two have just been a little bit quieter here on night 3 compared to the first 2 nights, as we can see phase 2 circle pop. And when you get that more magnified view, you can see there's plenty of space, as is usually the case for Miramar. It's always been the map that, for me, plays a lot slower to begin with. It really accentuates the PUBG style of the first 15 minutes. Sure, not a lot happens. The last 15 minutes, it's the most frenetic and fast-paced esport in the game. So I think Miramar is just on steroids when it comes to PUBG and the pacing style, that's for sure. And I'm expecting that again here, especially with this circle. There's a lot of space. Teams can get good positions, but in that last 10 to 15 minutes, a lot of that space and good position starts to go away.
It gets really crazy as well, right? Because like you're out on the road, you're out on the fields, your vehicle is most likely not going to survive for too long as well. Like even though you found some kind of a ditch for yourself, but if it's just not enough cover for your vehicle, yeah, that vehicle is going to go here. So please remember why you see a lot of teams try to prioritize those compounds, right? Especially those with warehouses and garages, or it's just a lot of high-rise buildings surrounding your vehicles, right? So at least that way can someone just protect those wheels. You really need those vehicles when you get to that final circle. Should that circle go to an open area, you just need whatever cover you can get, especially if you're a team that came in last. If you're a team that has, been blessed by the circle, you got a really good vantage point, great cover, didn't need to move too much, not much repositioning. Well, yeah, you're definitely gonna have a great game. That's how Miramar always feels like to me. It's you either have a really slow paced round, or a round where teams are just scurrying around to find really great slots for themselves. And just to make something crazy out of this, right? We already see like currently from the minimap, ATO still managed to a little bit far, quite spread out from the rest of the squad, right? I mean, it's still within the compound of themselves. They don't really have to worry too much here, unless Savageman or at least Vega starts like really pushing onto their current location here. But ARMR Esports is like dead center between TERA and even NRSG. Although in terms of firepower, I'm not too worried for ARMR Esports, but the thing is our NRSG still can be a factor for their downfall should they want to take their fight head on against TERA here. So something they really need to take into account here. But I don't think they're going to be forcing any fight anytime soon. Not with the position they're in, at least. Still phase 2 as well.
A minute till phase 3, so plenty of time. ZSHN coming in very, very late, which is fine on Miramar. You can definitely come in a little bit later than maybe some of the other maps due to all of the space available. But yeah, this is going to end up being a slow-paced phase 2. I'm not too surprised. There's just too many cities available, too much space that's already been taken, yes, but there's still so much open and empty space that's certainly playable. That means even on phase 3, when the circle shifts, if it kind of shifts into a spot that there's a bit more vacant space, a lot of that's still going to be quite playable. So your teams then get on the rotate and make their way over there. Cherry just took a headshot. He'll have to make sure he's a little careful. He's getting tagged up from the distance. And that's kind of what Miramar is. It just plays from a distance. You're just trying to do as much damage as possible to take away a lot of the meds, break up the vests, break up the helmets. It's a part of the game. You don't want to just sit here doing nothing. For the player, if I'm going to be honest, for the viewers, the start of Miramar isn't the most fascinating, but from a player perspective, there's still a lot going on. You still need to be mindful of where everyone is, and you still need to get as much damage out as possible. Now, this is the circle shift I'm talking about. So it goes out towards the western space, which is pretty open. There wasn't as many teams in that vicinity in comparison towards the south side of Cruz de Bay, where you had probably a good 6 to 8 teams, I think, around that kind of center of the map. It goes out towards the west, and that's going to force teams to get on the rotate. If you're on the eastern side, you've got a heavy rotate. If you're towards the center, it's a little bit different. But I think that for the teams that were towards the south end, now you got to start to question, do we start to push up? Do we start to go to the edge? Do we want to play left side, right side? So these are the question mark phases. It doesn't change too much. It's not going to cause a lot of action, but the questions we ask of the IGLs as to how they want to position, set up, what areas that they want to take. But it's going to be still, again, we're at the 14-minute mark. Not much has happened except for that early fight between Team Newbies and Alter Ego and a little bit from GSW. Now it's going to then, going into phase 4, really heat up. So after 2 minutes time, you're going to see this the pacing of this game just skyrocket.
The crazy thing about this circuit as well, right, besides being in an open area, you have a lot of these highlands, right? You got a lot of these multiple hills, which also means there's going to be multiple ditches and multiple balls for the teams to utilize here, right? So I think teams is going to be having very similar philosophies here, especially coming from the IGL here. So I'm not too surprised if we just see vehicles, or at least teams just crashing into each other. Probably not out of intention. It's just more of a coincidence because teams just wants to go to the very similar, or at least the same direction, or at least similar vicinity, right? So like just now, like we saw just finished from the 8 from Lobos POV, Team Newbies and Savage Man just coincidentally just crash into each other. They didn't really want to land at the same spot, but they were just trying to use that road to get to a spot they were trying to go for here. I think Zen Esports, like especially the team that's managed to get that vantage point for themselves, right? Like teams like ATO, Zen Esports, currently Team Newbies, who was able to find a nice spot for themselves here, right? They got a really great view of most of the terrain. Actually, probably not Team Newbies, more towards ATO and Zen Esports. I think these are the two teams that has better view of the entire field of the terrain, right? So them coming in for the third party, I wouldn't be surprised if they really take their time with this. Don't really reveal too much of their cards. Just really figure out how they really want to tackle the situation. Monk is probably the only team alongside with GSW, or at least what's left of GSW, the only team that's pretty much close to Zen Esports towards that western side. So we might see a little bit of confrontation from there. Whereas for ATO, like I mentioned before, who has a really great vantage point, absolutely taking this whole luxury of just peppering down on teams. Actually, probably not just ATO, but alongside with Armored Esports here. But I think mostly the bullish space towards NRSG rather than Savage Man Esports in this case here. So they're having a really great time. It's only Orca TERA, despite of being how loud they were in the past few matches now, a little bit more on the quiet end. They weren't able to get a good spot for themselves. So I think this is just going to be probably what they're going to be trying to go for. What a circle shift once again here. Zen Esports, probably loving the situation. That spot is not an open hill, by the way, Xenox. It's a compound, so that's pretty great cover for themselves. ATO is the only one where they might have to decide whether they want to leave their current spot later on.
Yeah, it's a great circle shift for Zen Esports. I mean, that's a game changer, phase 4 circle. Usually as phase 4 circle shifts can do. They get given one there. And while they benefit, a lot of the teams that are towards the east will not benefit. And they're in for a tough one. Nan, knocked down. Happy Squad being one of those teams, along with Zanshin. So they're pretty much just going to fight this one out. And they lost one earlier, just before the circle shift. So Happy Squad weren't fully 4-man up heading into this. They've split off. 10 Trip is very low. Monty then has to go by himself. Yeah, I mean, this is a tough position to be in now if you're happy squad. 10 trips should be dead. There's no way that Zanshin should let him get away. That's a great frag grenade just to get some damage into the vehicle. 10 trip was able to avoid it. And it's 4 up for Zanshin. I'm surprised the others haven't kind of pushed up to really capitalize on 10 trip. You don't want to give him the ability to kind of sneak out from this position. Monty's just full centered in towards the circle, knowing he may end up as a solo rank tank from here. And he can get away with it on Miramar. And I like the fact that he didn't try and stick around to help. 10 trip's going to go down. Couldn't put up too much of a fight, as August now also going to get aggressed upon by Shadow Esports, but they've made quick work of that one. Alec with a double kill onto Hansy and Jaxi. They are up top on the roof, able to get some damage in onto the final player set sooner. Although now getting tagged from a distance, that's the issue with Miramar. Shadow got eliminated. He had to be careful, and he does get eliminated. It's Show that picks up the kill. It was Xeno that got the knockdown, so GSW clearly having eyes on that position, able to punish August. Didn't do anything wrong, but it's the nature of Miramar. You take the high ground elevation points, and because the map is so open, you can see over vast distances, and therefore, while they did defeat Shadow Esports on that push into the compound, they lose one for it, as Zanshin just get ripped to shreds. Unlucky pick up 2 points from that. And again, those out in the east now just having a tough time courtesy of this phase 4 circle shift.
It's to be expected as well, right? With that many teams towards that, at least that eastern side of the map, right? When that circle shift to down west, I was doing that head count. I'm like, wow, that was like there's like 14 teams still available, and majority of them is not really spread out all angles, right? It's just heavily towards that eastern side. We do see Shadow Esports understanding that fact. They try to do a long dive down north, but just ran into too much damage, both on top of Orglas, Orca TERA, GSW,
Nice
and even Zen Esports joining the fray. A fantastic shot coming in. Savage Man Esports trying to fight to hold his territory, but just too many angles for him to hold alone here. 3 separate sides for him to cover. Instantly gets knocked down. We see Team Newbies also try to join in the fray. A fantastic knock on top of that as well. Is Lun. He trying to go for the reset, but gets spotted out by Team Newbie. This is the problem about Marama, right? Where every angle, if you just don't have someone at that point with this many team and that particular vicinity, anyone can third party you, and it feels like a domino effect as well, right? One person gets knocked, and then another team joins in to knock out that person, and then rinse and repeat. And now Orcatera, instead of pushing into the circle, they decide to join this fight. They say it's going to be a hard time. They change up the game plan, and they say, you know what? Let's just see what we can get out of this situation. What can we get out of this fight? They got one knock, unfortunately, courtesy of like a well-made shot, and Arky tried to go for the reset but gets spotted out. Izzy gets knocked out by another separate team. It's just team upon team, and Orglas is having an absolute field day from the position that they have, because they don't really need to enter this fight, but at the same time they want to get those points. So we do see a forward positioning coming in from Mad Dog, and see if we can try to capitalize all those kill points for all the team that's currently knocked out here.
Yeah, I mean, this is Miramar in a nutshell. When we start to head in towards phase 5, there's just too many teams up. Then you're starting to get the circle shift. As Turtle Kai popped up, he just gets knocked back down. NRG going to get eliminated because God went with him. Translucent, by the way, up to 8 kills now out of that bottom spot and getting closer towards Zen Esports. But Zen Esports, as we can clearly see, still in a pretty good position. That circle shift for phase 5 going hard south. Probably not a large benefit to them as of right now, but they'll still benefit for the late game due to phase 4 pulp, because all of these teams have been fighting each other. They're just inadvertently going to stay in and around that top position. Lovely Panzerfaust though from Show, and that gets rid of Orgla, so they go out 143 points. Now Vega, by the way, they've been quiet, no kills, we haven't mentioned them once. They are dead south. They got a huge phase 5 circle shift. They've been quiet. They're in a compound that's going to eventually be taken out in the next minute. Shouldn't be in for phase 6. They will have to push out and join the fray, but they should be full utility, full chest armor, full helmets, everything. Moving into the last stages of this match, this will be a good opportunity for them to pick up points with August going out, 12-point gap. Keep an eye on Vega towards the end of this game.
Yeah. And I think even their transitioning or this relocation towards the center of the circles isn't that bad either, right? Because it's just sure you got ATO, but with how the terrain is being designed in front of them as well, I think there's still going to be a decent amount of cover, or at least a ditch for them to move in. The only problem in this equation is going to be Monk. That's the one that could be trying to keep them in track, right? But then again, at the same time, at the back of their wall, it's going to be Zen Esports, which is pretty much why you see like teams just multiple trying to keep them in check. They're the only team with the high ground here. Oh, by the way, a great secure coming from Suspect here from the rest of the team. We're finally seeing the next phase here, phase 6 here, and my god, now Zen Esports is going to be in a precarious spot right now. They have to descend this hill, no cover, no nothing. If they have vehicles, that helps for sure, but we're looking at like probably Monk that's going to be able to just have an absolute field. They're just spraying them down. They had the initial vantage spot forward positioning, and that's going to be one of the members of Monk to try to keep them in check. You have 2 more members holding them down, gatekeeping them even at the southern side here. So a lot of potential damage is going to be flowing through. ATO, they're very happy with this. Vega, on the other hand, now that's going to be a tough call for them as they slowly make their way in. They've been pretty quiet, like you said, but what's going to be the next point of entry here?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Vega might want to see what kind of happens next, because you're right, Zen Esports will have vehicles. They were in a safe position up on the top of this hill in the compound where they rotated in initially. So they very much should have the vehicles available to rotate from here. But Monk on the south side, GSW on the north side means that they're in a tricky kind of position. If they want to wrap an edge, they're going to run into a team. If they want to send center, well, then you're in the middle of the open field. So a tricky decision-making moment now for Zen Esports after a bit of comfort from Phase 4, Phase 5, a little bit of discomfort now for Phase 6, and need to be very quick and sharp with their decision-making. And Vega the same thing too, because I thought initially on this Phase 6 pop, they'll send it towards ATO. And it seems as if that's going to be the case, because Monk are more concerned on the other side of the field with Zen Esports. So that's opened up the pathway for Vega to go and take on ATO. That's going to be really where the majority of these fights are going to happen, which leaves ARMR Esports by themselves as a trio on the northeastern side as the only ones not really going to be in an engaging fight. Now, the question will be, if this fight kicks off between Zen and GSW, will Monk go for the third party?
Oh, regardless, I do want to see that aggressive push with the BRD, and we had some push coming from Team Unlucky from yesterday's match, but that was just a very short-lived one since the BRD didn't really have the torque. Now this time, I love to see the aggressive pushing forward, using the cover, getting that offensive initiative down in. You get 2 knocks. Namseal being the last one remaining here. And speaking of third party, we do see Monk dropping down a couple of pot shots here, but not detrimental enough to actually do massive damage to the encroaching team, and that's GSW. However, if you notice on the minimap, PUBG is coming in instead, and it's not the full score of ARMR Esports here, but he's just coming in to see whether he can try to do a little bit of a punishment on their end. A good wipe coming in. Zen Esports will be removed from play here, courtesy of GSW. Nikos is also able to get a nice drop on Jing, and by the way, GSW was able to get for a full revive, and that was pretty great. They got a BRDM on top of that. Now they're losing members like Flies down to the last remaining member, that's Zeno. Monk or UNC, they got the head count. They're already keeping track on the kill feed as well, and the number of players are remaining for this respective team. They are slowly making their way in, not too super aggressive about this, but finally we're down to the final 4, and Monk coming in with additional 5 more kills on their belt. New life and new vigor has come to them, and what a nade, double nade on top, courtesy of AJ. It's going to be easily knocking down Bolong.
Yeah, really good from Monk. Right, made the right decisions, went for the third party. They were able to capitalize. 5 kills for them as Dusky goes down to Nikos. We go into the final 4 teams remaining. Vega didn't go for an aggressive play into ATO. They did allow ATO out of that compound as Kia gets an unfortunately bad timing teammate knockdown. As Monk have just also lost Unk. It is only Niku's and Bad Ape as Empty has been eliminated. Great nade from Teddy. That lands perfectly. Vega's in a good position because they didn't overcommit onto ATO, it gave them the ability to now counter-rotate back over towards the western side of the circle and try and catch Monk while they're wounded. And so they've now taken this space. They get to play the higher edge of this current Phase 7 circle. I think this is a great decision from Vega, realizing what the terrain is, what their end game will be. They knew that Monk were going to be wounded from that earlier battle. They've gone in, eliminated them, taken good position into the final 3 teams. ATO may have thought up, Lee, but because Vega took a better position now for Phase 7, I like Vega's chances more.
And they're very comfortable with this as well. Like they didn't really expend too much resources until this very last final circle fight, right? So pretty well equipped. They just wiped out Monk. AJ has been very on point with that ordnance, so at least this match alone here. So it's been pretty crazy so far. We do see PV, at least coming from ARMR Esports, right? There's only 2 members remaining, right? But they're getting this vast control of the territory. I am still concerned there's only 2 members remaining here. Not really showcasing their abilities just yet. They're hoping for the idea of the fact that Vega takes this fight against ATO. Unfortunately for Vega, no one's really on a high vantage point enough to actually spot out PV here. So all angles or all crosshairs is currently focusing towards the direction of ATO. So it's most likely these 2 teams will be having this Mexican standoff here. Suspect and Pivy keeping their head down, waiting for an opportunity to really try to engage, to try to go for that third party here. No kill feed is happening so far. They're hearing shots, bullets flying across the field here, but no knocks so far. The first knock will most likely going to be determined which team is going to be aggressing upon the other here. So really biding their time. It's literally 3 seconds before we see that phase 8 here. Who's it going to be favoring? Dead set right in the center. Still pretty doable for a lot of these teams here. We do see vehicles finally moving in here. ATO taking the forward positioning, trying to settle the vehicle for the necessary amount of cover here. But TD still has the high ground. They still have the vantage point. Couldn't find a headshot, unfortunately, here. So they're still going to be in this fight here. PV and Suspect still biting. Have no movement change by PV so far. He's still there. Suspect is slowly making his way down to the east here, so he can try the third party, or at least try to get that backstep. There's still a bunch of utilities left on this, at least on the hand of TD. 5 smokes, that's a lot of smokes to deal with. They were in much fights as well here, so in terms of utility economy, I'm not too worried for Vega at this current point in time. High ground, a lot of utility, a lot of economy in terms of resources here. They pretty much got everything going for them in this fight, unless something goes wrong. I think the only thing that can possibly go wrong if 2 members of Vega just instantly gets knocked down from this long range fight.
At the moment in 8th position on the leaderboard as well for ARMR, so if they can jump up into the top 7, that would get them an extra 10 PMS points, so 4 points behind Alter Ego. So they're fighting for something. For ATO currently in 13th. If they can get into the top 11, that's an extra 10 points. So they're fighting for something as well. Bo Lang gets the initial knockdown onto Taddy. Insta flush as well. Vega may have had good position, but to the credit of ATO, they've been able to close the gap, take the fight to them. Instead of playing defensive and sitting back and waiting towards the lower ground position and trying to buy out time, they just kind of got on the front foot and decided to actually take the push against Vega. AJ knocked down as well. Even though Aimbot did get a knock onto Lolba, this is where for Suspect and Pivy, you've just got to go for it. You got to try and send it in, third party, take the fight now. If you go in too late, then there's a chance for a bit of a reset for ATO. ARMR Esports, through these 2, must take the fight and do so as quick as possible. The blue zone nade doesn't do enough, doesn't push them out. Suspect hasn't really got close contact help. Pivy's going to try and play a higher angle. Suspect couldn't quite get there in time, and the reset will be successful for ATO. They've got 4 back up. Pivy holding towards the rock as we enter phase 9. The best chance for ARMR is if they don't know that Suspect is close by. He holds his position and doesn't want to give it away.
There goes the flying. ATO pushes forward. That's the first now. Now someone reveals themselves here. Can they try to get a couple of more? Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Pivy doesn't have the angle, nor the range to really mow them down with the rifle in hand. Brings out the car 98. Hopefully trying to look for this headshot, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. There's just too many members for them to deal with here from that range. And don't forget where Pivy is currently positioned as well, at the edge of that blue. Once it starts pushing him forward, it's going to be forcing him out in the open here. I think that really, if you want to try to go for it, if you can get those knocks, it might be doable. But if it's not, might as well just die to the zone here. At least just don't give that additional kill points away. But ATO doesn't want to give him the option of succumbing to the blue. They force right in, drive all the vehicles, flew right above them as well. But instead of knocking him over, they will be able to get the kill. And ATO will be our winner chicken dinner for match 14 here. Honestly, I think it was a really great stuff coming from ATO. Right? There were so many ways for them to really engage that fight, but they took the one they were more comfortable with, the more safest with, and just have a 4-man push aggressively into TD. Honestly, it could have been gone terribly wrong, but like still well done.
Yeah, 100%, and happy for them too. I mean, their best performance was back in Game 8 on Night 2, where they finished second with 11 kills, which is a tremendous result. But outside of that one game, they haven't really been able to find success elsewhere, and certainly haven't been able to find it tonight all that much. So I'm happy for them, really well deserved. And I thought they played that really well towards the end, because naturally where Vega was situated, they had a really good position. To be fair for Vega, pushing down from there and being aggressive maybe wasn't always on the cards, but ATO kind of then read that as a sign of weakness and thought, well, maybe we can push up on them, and they executed it perfectly. Classic old Miramar game though, a super early fight, alter ego, where the unfortunate on the unfortunate side of things at the start of that, lost too many players to Team Newbies, who actually ended up having a very good game themselves. And then it all kicked off around Phase 5, where there was just too many teams and players still up, and the circle was shifting all over. A massive Western shift Phase 4, then a massive South shift on Phase 5, really kicked the lobby into gear, and it just became a frag fest all around the map.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's really not like Eranga where you can try to play around the edges, right? Mirama's the kind of thing where you just really want to get that spot, right? Positioning here is just pretty much crucial because there's just barely any cover, right? You get a nice ditch, you get to hold the ground for yourself. That's great. We saw some team able to actually make good bank on it as well with the position that they have here. They got them far. Sadly, it wasn't able to convert to success for some as we get to the later part of that circle here, but it was just constant conflict for a lot of these guys here. It was also a situation when we get towards that Phase 7, right, where teams would have loved to get to that standard, but they just really couldn't because there's just too many vantage points. But once that circle really draws in, right, draws most of the teams in, really limits them on the amount of position that they can have, or at least the vantage point advantage that they had. Now they allows them to get a little bit nice and closer, bring it down to that CQC mid-fight here, and then it was allowed them to get that fight, some form of success here. But ATO loved the aggression four-man push. That really just put Vega on the banks here, because he just couldn't really find that transitioning or that lineup to really mold them all down here. So really well done from ATO.
And it sets us up perfectly as well going into the last game, heading into Erangel, where the gap between Auglis and Vega is not that extensive. It's 6 points. I mean, that's not a lot. I mean, you'd rather be in Auglis's position with the 6 points kind of banked over your opponent, where, you know, if for Vega, they have to do something. And Vega have got to get at least 7, right, to go and retake that number 1 spot. So they've got a little bit more work to do going into the last game compared to Auglis. And for Auglis, it's just a case of, hey, let's just go into the last game, have a solid game. We might only have to pick up, you know, 7 or 8 points, and then that's good enough to hold on to first place, pending what happens with Vega. And then also what we've seen, at least on that game of Miramar, and now going into the last game, the rest of the leaderboard is still so tight. Like, you're seeing these jumps between, you know, you'll see a team go from 10th over to 7th, and a team from 14th up to 11th. And these jumps historically don't mean a lot, but when you've got the format that we do, you're seeing PMS points being acquired or lost, and that can matter in the long grand scheme of things over the next few weeks. So it's a big last game coming up to all of the teams involved. Even if you're in 16th, I mean, you've still got something to fight for. 0 points is not as good as 10 points. So you're in the position that you're in. Can't help that now. But what you can do is go into the last game and try and maximize your total points. As we look at the match leaderboard, ATO 18 points. Again, their first chicken dinner for this week's PMS. ARMR in second with 11 points. Monk with 11 points. Team Newbies with 11 points. DSW with 10 points. So, you know, 5 of those teams picking up quite a few of the points in the lobby. For Shadow Esports, though, no points in this game. They have dropped a little bit. They started the night well, Lee, but then they just couldn't fall. They couldn't take that form and kind of run it home for the rest of the night. Yeah.
But they did have their, you know, their time in the sun, right? They had some really great, probably some highlights for themselves for some of those matches. It's just, unfortunately now, just not able to convert it into placements for the leaderboard, right? But I mean, they're still within the 5th. They're still within at least within the top 8, right? Like, they're just currently bouncing back between 5th and 6th place. Naturally, of course, TERA, that's the one that's a little bit more louder here for these past few matches now here, with like multiple kills back to back here. So that really allows them to scale over Shadow Esports to get to that 5th place. But you know, it's like what you mentioned, right? It's the score points overall, at least towards that middle part of that leaderboard. It's just so evenly spread out. It's not too much of a significant lead. Sure, let's not talk about like the first and 4th placing, right? Just the middle part alone. Any of these two teams, it was just pretty much having a really good game, this could allow that ranking to shift ridiculously fast here. But we're finally down to our last match of the night here. So depending on who does what, how well of a performance they really drawn out in this last map of Erangel, that will be the solidified ranking for week 1 alone, and we'll see which team is going to be able to cash in that PMS point for themselves. Whether it's a good week for them or a bad week for them, there's still 3 more weeks here, so still a lot of chances for this team to really claw back into this tournament.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to go to a short break, and then on the other side of it, it's match 15, the final one for this week of PMS.
A new out-of-this-world game mode, destructible terrain on Erangel, and some new gun attachments. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.1 patch report. First up, there's a new threat to Miramar, and this one commands an extraterrestrial army. In PUBG's newest game mode, Xenopoint, you and your team will fight back against the invasion, choosing from different paths, upgrading your gear, and fighting against increasing odds to challenge and defeat the Architect. It's a challenging mixture of roguelite and third-person shooter that will keep you and your team pushing the limits to see how far you can go. There's even an event pass to go with it, so you can collect cool rewards while saving the entire human race. Next, Erangel's about to go through a little forced landscaping now that we've added destructible terrain. Frag grenades, mortars, the Panzerfaust, C4, and vehicle explosions will all alter the terrain around them when they explode. You could also use the pickaxe to dig yourself some cover. We should note that the destruction does not apply to buildings, so you're safe indoors for now. Keep an eye out for destructible terrain in ranked games as well, and during custom match esports mode on Erangel, Miramar, Rondo, and Tago. Guns are getting a few more attachments this update as well. The hybrid scope will let you easily swap between 1x and 4x magnification. We've also added a new tilted grip, a solid starter choice that improves both horizontal and vertical recoil, while also reducing camera shake. To make room for this new toy, the angled foregrip has been removed. We also decreased the base horizontal and vertical recoil on the Dragunov. There's also a new emergency support flare to call in a care package. New level 1 and level 3 jammer pack with storage space equal to their level. The ability to call in a supply drop with an enemy blue chip at a tower, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.1 is here, so get attached to the new attachments. Enact some light terraforming on Erangel, and fight back the alien threat before they become our alien overlords. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
Alrighty, it is time for the final match for this week in total. Lee, all 15 games will have now been played once we get through this last game of Erangel, and it is close towards the top two, obviously, for this week's PMS. And the beauty is that, you know, it's not do or die. It's not everything that goes into it. Whoever does finish second, you know, they still pick up 80 points and you'll come back next week. But it's still important. You want to pick up the maximum amount of points as you can. Start off the stage as best possible. We'll see whether or not it can be Auglis or if it can be Vega.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see between those two. I think that's definitely going to be the main topic for discussion, right? For especially it's going to be taking that top spot. I mean, in terms of PMS points between the first and second placing for every week, it's about like a 20-point differential. First place walks away with 100, the second place gets away with 80. Sure, yes, there's like some cash prizes and PGS that's also going to be earned from, or at least for every week, alongside with those PMS points here. But naturally, especially since this is the Master Series, the primary focus will be the PMS points, as only the top two teams, or at least the teams that has accumulated the most amount of PMS points, at least the first two, will be moving forward to qualify for the EWC 2026, which is also a part, especially for all of our PUBG professional team, also a part of their journey as they slowly make their way towards that PGC itself at the end of the year here. But you know, that's like what you said, 14 matches down. We have seen some really great highlights, some montage for some of our favorite teams, especially with Upchen today. I think that's probably the most craziest thing we ever witnessed so far, as the man was juggling between 3 separate players in a warehouse itself here. But other than that, it has been a really great one with the new format here, because like if we were to compare with the previous formats that we have, it feels very sad, right, for a lot of teams, because it's like, hey, only 6 teams qualify, move forward, and then after that we had another APAC qualifier that falls out with another APAC qualifier before we get to either to the PGS or the EWC. It's like a, you know, at that point it was like an APAC special, right? We don't have that anymore, thank God, but still, this format is also just as fun, and I'm actually enjoying it so far, at least this week 1.
Yeah, ATO, of course, the winner from the previous game, and really happy for them, their first chicken dinner. Or TERA, because they had that massive 18 kill second place finish earlier on game 13. Yet to find a win for them at the moment, but sitting in a pretty good position on the leaderboard to pick up some decent amount of PMS points, and probably then look to go one step further next week. But unlucky, well, it hasn't quite been their night tonight, Lee, if we want to be honest. They started third. They were only 20 points behind Vega Esports. They were only 7 behind Auglis. So they were in and around the mix after the first 2 nights, but haven't quite been able to string it together tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's that kind of thing where we usually say, right, like especially for night 2, it's usually like night 1, if a team comes busting out of the gate, the most likely chance of it being consistent after that is not really relatively high, right? Especially from our experience here in the PUBG scene for all the games we're casting. But then again, Team Unlucky was still able to maintain some form of consistency in night 2. So I was thinking like, oh, actually pretty great. They were doing pretty fine. But then when we get to night 3, we're like, oh, actually, it really got saturated. It's no longer that saturated anymore. They really downplayed this and felt like a little bit more diluted, or at least not as aggressive as I thought. Sure, the circle positioning may not be as favorable for some of the rounds as we have witnessed for some of the past 4 matches here, but that doesn't. But we have seen. But I also seen them having their end of the back foot from yesterday's game as well. They still managed to turn things around. Sure, may not be as super aggressive as some of our more aggressive teams that we have witnessed here in the tournament here, but it's unfortunate for Team Lucky, for this is probably not their best night even though despite this being the final night for week 1 here. But speaking when we talk about the PMS leaderboard as well for for most of our team, especially for Shadow Esports here, great growth for some of the teams, especially going through all these 3 days now. TERA being one of them, the more obvious one. Shadow Esports on top of that. We also see a little bit more life coming from some of the other teams like ATO, Team Newbies, ARMR Esports, and while now we're this final match of the night, the philosophy or at least the plan changed for some of this team. If it's on the first match of our final day, probably the plan was probably still be the same, right? Aim for the stars, aim for the moon. Let's try to get to that 3rd or 4th placing now, right? But now we're down to the final map, the final match as well. With the position that they have, teams will start to change up their strategy in the terms of, okay, what's the next best thing can we go for? What's the next best place we want to be in that ranking? TERA is in a really good spot if you want to talk about in terms of how much PMS points the team should have. The top 5 is pretty much the best one because 6th place or at least 7th place and below, you pretty much lose that 10. It's pretty much the 10 points deduction depending on what rank you're in here. So it's been a pretty tough run, especially for ARMR Esports here. This was actually one of the few teams I was very excited to cast and actually watch for this PMS for 2026 because like from their growth from last year, right? Phase 1, they were in a situation they were like very hesitant in what place that they want to go for, right? Should we play super passive? Should we play super aggressive? They were pretty much having their ups and downs. They felt very confused during that time at phase 1. But when we got to phase 2 with the new addition of Suspect, that's when we start seeing a little bit more life. No hesitation coming from them. The plan has been pretty clear, pretty set in stone here. Got them to that 5th place, and I was pretty excited to see how far they will come for 2026. They did have their run in some of those rounds, but just couldn't convert it to wins here. But still able to get that 8th placing for themselves after 14 matches. Let's see whether they can able to get to that 6th place. The point differential between the 6th and 9th place is not too far apart actually.
Yeah, just wondering why this is taking a little while to get underway with match 15. There was a player that had to restart their PC, which was RDK from Alter Ego. So should hopefully only be a couple of minutes away from getting underway with the final match for the week. Team Newbies on our screen here, a good one to talk about as well, because look, it wasn't working out for them throughout tonight. I don't think that they would be too happy with the overall performance, where when you kind of look at the games that have kind of already been played, you know, a 13th, a 14th, but a couple of kills, then a 13th, like it's pretty evident they're just going out too early. And it goes even beyond that when you take into account the last time they kind of finished in the top 8 was all the way back game 6. Prior to that, though, they actually had 2 4th place finishes on the first night, but they weren't picking up kills. So they're kind of in this category of a team that either gets out early but gets a couple of kills, or they make it late and get no kills. And it's just usually a case of teams that need to find a better way of managing their ability to get late game but pick up kills. Or if, yeah, I mean, that's really what you want. There's never really going to be successful teams in the history of PUBG that go out early 13th, 14th, but they pick up 7 kills. So those kind of teams just don't win events. They don't win tournaments. So you need to find a combination of both. And you're certainly not going to win events if you're just finishing around 4th or 5th, but picking up 1 or 2 kills. It's now about maximizing it and taking it one step forward for Team Newbies going into next week. That's something that they can look at, is we can clearly get to the end game and we can clearly pick up kills early on. We just got to do them at the same time together and we'll kind of rocket up the leaderboard. So that's something for them to work on. But otherwise, when you kind of look at the actual lobby overall that we've got for this PUBG Master Series, like quite a lot of teams have actually found chicken dinners. Pretty much everyone has been able to finish at least 2nd or 3rd or around that sort of top 4 mark, which is really good to see, because in a lot of APAC events gone by in previous years, you'd usually have maybe 2 or 3 teams towards the very bottom that were, dare I say, uncompetitive. It's just the nature of it. And certainly during an era of PUBG where there were some really, really good teams, not that there aren't now, but it feels more spread. It feels a bit more even. The quality is certainly more outside of just the top 2 or 3 teams and more spread to maybe the top 10 to 12 teams. And that's made it very difficult for very good teams who, what I would consider the likes of Shadow Esports, Alter Ego, ARMR's a great team, Monk is a great team, to really go and have an easy time. They're clearly working very hard. Next week, you get the week off, you get to review, you get to figure out the way the lobby likes to play. You got the VOD reviews to do that. So next week's going to be really fascinating because you get the chance for a lot of teams at redemption and a lot of teams a chance to rectify mistakes and errors from week 1 and fix that up going into week 2. I wouldn't be surprised, and it's not a slight on August and Vega Esports, I wouldn't be surprised if we have 2 new teams in the top 2 for next week.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely out for grabs, right? At least not just for week 2, for the upcoming few weeks now, right? Because especially since some of the newer teams coming through, some of the players definitely is recognizable for most of the teams, or at least they have played against each other or been in the same team with each other as well, right? It's just this time Vega Esports, that's the one that's Vega Esports and GSW GameStar Win. These are the 2 teams I think that they were a little bit more of a wild card for a lot of these guys. It came in with a lot of aggression, have really well methodical plan strategies and how they engage. So the points of time, I think a lot of teams were somewhat shocked about this kind of a turn of event. I believe, although on the field they may not know exactly who they were when they were first initially confronting them as well, but it's that kind of thing when you look back at the boss and you'll be starting to figure like, oh, actually this is a very good engagement, a very good flying, very good position, very well thought out plan coming from these 2 teams, especially from GSW. Vega was, like I said, the unlikely duo between TD and M, right? Because one of them used to be ex-Royce Esports, one previously used to play a lot alongside with the Oceania teams, right? So those are the 2 players I didn't expect to be in the same team for, and it's been an absolute blast. I think AJ and Ironbots is very lucky to have such 2 experienced veterans on their hands to really show them the ropes and bring them, at least walk them through towards their PUBG esports experience here. But GSW, that's the one that was completely, absolutely fresh for a lot of us here. And the crazy part about it, they came in really strong. Sure, some rounds in night 2 had a little bit of bumpy road, but not because they were performing bad. I don't think any of this team in this tournament is performing bad. It's just more the fact that everyone, the level of quality from a lot of these teams in this tournament alone is just making it exceptionally hard for teams to get the points, to get those positioning they were trying to look for, because everyone has very similar philosophy, everyone has very strong firepower, and that's just making it a huge challenge for a lot of these guys. So I don't think anyone is really like dropping the ball here. Maybe there were some moments that it felt like they did, but I think majority of the time everyone was just really answering the call, answering the challenge, and that just makes PUBG esports absolutely phenomenal to watch here.
Well, we get the cam wall, which is good news. It means we can get everyone in the lobby. We can get underway. Let the battle begin. It's match 15 of 15 for the final game of week 1 of the PUBG Master Series. Of course, a reminder, we will be back next week to do it all again, but the significance of this game is clearly towards the top 2 of August versus Vega, a 6-point gap to see who can walk away with the 100 PMS points, the extra PGS points, and a little bit of prize money as well. It's bound to be a good one as we head back to Erangel.
Definitely, for sure. You know the best part about this, I don't have to say goodbye to teams. I just don't like to say goodbye to teams, because in most of this series, we usually have to say like, oh, top 6 move forward, and then the rest of the team, sorry guys, see you next season, I'll see you next year. It's great to see the fact that we're still going to be having the exact same team next week, or at least the next 3 weeks here. So more chances to see how the teams really improve. I want to see what kind of growth that we're going to be seeing from the short break that they have as they move forward to the next few weekends here. But yes, final map, Erangel. What a way, and also probably the best map to end the night as well, right? And also because this is one of the map where, it's the OG, right? A lot of teams has played this map either 1,000 times or even tens of thousands of times at this point here, until the point where everyone is so familiar about this. So this is a great chance for a lot of these teams to really rack in that point. It's the final match, final night. Top 2, that it's a horse race of its own, but the middle part of the rank, and this is the part where teams really want to try to change out the philosophy and plan, right? It's like, all right, guys, we are going to be super aggressive. We are going to go for hunt. We are going to secure as many points, as much, whatever it takes, right? I hope it doesn't fall back to the mindset of, let's just play it safe. I don't want to see that. I saw some team, even team newbies in the last few rounds, they wasn't really backing out for a fight. They engage it, they welcome it, they were initiative about it. I love it. I want to see the exact same thing. And by the way, this circle was very similar for match 1 for day 1. Although if it was slightly lower to the south, it would have been in the exact same circle.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun one. The Gecko fields always create good different dynamic fights that are hard to kind of follow at times, because you got some teams that just want to rotate through but get kind of sucked into a fight. You got some teams that want to go towards compounds and take, you know, prio positions. There's a lot of different elements going on about it, which makes it a fun watch. Of course, it's only phase one, and the other factor is as well, like you've got teams that don't really want to go towards the Gatka fields kind of too early on. I mean, Quarry is a good position, but you got ATO that will probably kind of take that spacing early. So it'll be interesting to see what GameStart Win want to do as we get an early fight. Pivy got the knock on the Kamals, but Jaxi with a quick drive-by outside the fence. That's going to be the end of Pivy. His night's going to come to an end already. He's the first death inside 3 minutes. Easy kill for Shadow Esports. He did get the knock, but outnumbered, and that means Kamals will get revived. And for Shadow Esports, good start for them. 6th place at the moment. They're 3 points behind Orc and TERA as they want to try and get into that top 5. It would be an extra 10 PMS points lead, so they're only 3 points behind that. And again, usually when we look at the leaderboard in a game like this, final match, you're only focused on August and Vega, but you got these little battles all amongst the leaderboard. Even Team Newbies in 15th, 5 points behind. PMS points. Right now in the bottom 2, you get 0 PMS points. Finish 12th to 14th, you get at least 10. And again, we're talking small margins. In the grand scheme of things, it's probably not going to be the difference between a team finishing in the top 2 and going to the Esports World Cup. If I'm going to be completely honest, I don't think Team Newbies will be that sort of team, but you still want to go for these little goals, these little challenges while you can going into the last game. So there's a bunch of those little battles throughout the leaderboard for the last match tonight.
Yeah, but you know, technically, it's a very small earning. But if you can get that 14th place, it's still 10 PMS. You know, no prize pool sadly for that one, but it's still 10 points. It might be, you know, honestly, it might be a small factor later on. But you know, then again, it's Team Newbie, so we'll just see whether they're going to be able to achieve that 10 points enough for themselves. This is another separate challenge. But of course, man of the match is going to be Kia from ATO. They've been a point. I believe there was at one point he actually knocked down his teammate with a vehicle. But hey, you know, it's not full finish, so it's to be able to get the pickup in time. A great push. Highly ended is a little bit too short, but you know, but then again, at the same time, ATO had spent a lot of time in Murama in that compound, right? They didn't really traverse out too much, or there was no real reason to traverse out. They had a really good circle until the very end there. So I guess that's pretty much why the highlight wasn't as much as we hoped for. But you know, speaking of traversing the land here. Seeing multiple teams, I wouldn't be surprised with how the circle is currently placed at that western side, right? A lot of territory for a lot of the teams to somewhat get themselves looted before they make their way in. Gatka, I actually love the fact that you actually brought up discuss about Gatka, right? Because it's just flatlands, right? There's very small compounds on 2, but it's that kind of thing where you just don't want to get there first, like you mentioned. There's a more highlands, which feels like a more higher chance, right? Somewhere is towards the central part of that circle. So I believe a lot of teams are going to be trying to prioritize that first, right? Because that highlands, you can get that nice high vantage point. You're going to be able to start peppering around a lot of this team. The crazy part about this, Xenos, is the fact that they went through this kind of positioning before from match 1, day 1. So visually wise, or at least game sense wise, they're very accustomed to how they want to tackle this map. They've been at the back foot. Some benefited from it, some didn't. So understanding the terrain is what it's going to be like towards at least that north side of Primos. I wouldn't be surprised to see some teams making their way a little bit more early than usual, whether it's from emergency pickups or just someone just making a quick headway in via transportation.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're probably going to see from a couple of teams, really. RZRZ, you can see here on your screen, it's Zanshin up towards that north side coming out from shooting range, so they're going to be quite late to the party. But again, the benefit, it's only phase 1, it's a large open area, it can still shift up to the north, that would help them. Could still shift to the south and be a quarry finish. That probably wouldn't help them. Shalmas,
I love the quarry finish.
Savage Man Esports. I mean, quarry finishes are fun. They're quite hectic, but certainly fun for the viewers. Maybe not so fun for the players, let's be honest.
Of course.
But Happy Squad have been a little quiet tonight as well. They're in a good position, just kind of north of Quarry. I like this. Well, August, no surprise. I mean, they're already around the area. It's going to be a late rotate for Vega in Melter. So that's going to be the contrast between our 2 top teams. One's already well positioned. The other's going to be coming in quite late. It does mean for Vega, they might be at the mercy of, you know, requiring a decent circle shift to maybe help them out when they do come in. That if they're going to get that shift, it probably needs to be towards the eastern side or northeastern side, whereas August will be happy if it keeps going west or towards the south, towards Primorsk. So we're going to see the pickup for Alter Ego. To be honest, they're not actually that far away. And the downside of this, and this is the issue with pickups, is you then don't have vehicles, and vehicles are naturally a primary resource that you can have late in games. They can lose their effectiveness depending on the circle, what areas you're playing. Have you got good cover? Are there buildings? Is it a terrain finish that where there's a lot of trees? It's a bit different if it's like open space Miramar and there's just a couple of rocks. Then yeah, you absolutely need vehicles, and the pickup probably isn't as necessary. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but I do kind of question there for Alter Ego that again, they weren't that far away. You know, they're just kind of near the port to the west of Farm. So they could have easily driven over and still got there in time. And I do wonder now where they will actually go on the drop, because there's already quite a lot of teams towards the center circle anyway. So if they end up dropping kind of edge, then you could have just driven in, and then you've still at least got the vehicles.
There's also not to say like really, it's not like Miramar where you have this very massive mountain areas where you can at least park yourself in, right? So this is a wrangle here, and I think even if they do want to land that at least at Highlands there's just maybe one too many teams that's already someone banked themselves in here. So yeah, the cause of concern is for sure coming from Alter Ego to see what they choose to go for here. But we'll just see, or I guess we'll just see finally on where they would traverse. Orca TERA, on the other hand, I was actually a little bit concerned at first whether how they're going to make their way into the circle while passing through Jojo Pole, mainly because we were like witnessing two teams that's somewhat occupied near the two bridges here, but it seems like everyone is having a little bit of a flashback trauma from match one, from day one here. So everyone just prioritizing and getting to that spot first here, because this is literally like this mirroring, like Xenon's right now the position for a lot of these teams. It's mirroring from match one, day one, when there's a north side of Primos here. But of course, we got some great knocks, couple of sprays as team is eventually going to be finding each other. I mean, it's not going to be too difficult for all of these guys here. It's pretty much a straightforward terrain, a little bit higher level than most here, but you're going to be able to spot another team much more easier here. So a couple of trades, small skirmishes. We do see some teams able to convert to some of those kills. And I'm actually really happy to see a lot of teams getting those kills, right? Because I think one too many times we've been seeing, not to say all teams, just one too many times we've seen scenarios where you get this good knock, but no team or teams are a little bit too paranoid to come into at least secure some of those really simple kills, right? Like those that's like out of the open, barely in the cover. I get the paranoia. You do want to secure your angles before you make your way in, but probably one too many additional potential kill points just given away to another team despite your hard work here. So seeing that initial skirmish between the two teams, or at least within the Highlands, was pretty great to see.
So we're going to get the circle pop heading into phase two. We'll see if it shifts things up. Not really, to be honest, just towards the center point. And I think the vast majority of teams will be quite content with that circle shift, as Orclus will get on the move towards the northern side. Suspected Armor already on the rotate. Next play to Ned. Ned's got to be careful here for Happy Squad by himself on that rotate. A couple of teammates towards the south of him. There is a little bit of moving actually towards this lobby. I maybe expected a bit more stagnation based on this phase 2 circle, but the teams on the coast, of course, they need to move. Teams coming in from the east will just kind of move in just ever so slightly, get a little bit closer. Still a decent amount of space. I mean, Quarry's quite open, considering it's not a main vocal point for phase 2. It's very much just on the south side of the circle, but it is in, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some teams go to play that north side of Quarry once that gets scouted out. The yellows in towards Gaka are largely now filled out. The road towards the center point of this circle has got that Happy Squad kind of 2-2 split, so they're managing a decent amount of control towards the center point of phase 2, but it's early on, and it gives them decent then ability to play off of a phase 3, potentially then phase 4 shift by holding that much space towards the center point of this circle. So they're in a good spot. Monk coming towards the south of Everest on the top side of this circle. There's still so much space available for the majority of these teams. Orclus did a really good job, by the way. They were hard out towards the coast. They've been able to go past Alter Ego, who obviously we saw earlier pick up, dropped right on top of Orclus. So they've just been able to avoid a bit of contact, and that's what you want when you're that number 1 team, 6 points clear of Vega. Play it safe. You don't have to take the fights, risk going out early and giving Vega the ability then to leapfrog you here in the final match as we watch them. Again, they were Milta, they were late, they're on the east side. So Vega and Orclus, opposite sides of the circle, and they're going to just pull up, scout, see what's available. And Monty and Elgin bots will need to be cautious here. They'll need to defend that compound because it's a 2-2 split. So they need to shoot and show presence early to deny Vega the thought process of we can go take that building.
Yeah. Just right enough pressure to just at least give the illusion of the fact that, this is most likely a full squad at this specific compound, right? You just don't want to get swarmed by too many teams, especially when you're a little bit of a man disadvantage. So yeah, good call for this. But so far, other than that, right, just very small skirmishes earlier on. Still enough territory, like you mentioned, they're able to secure for most of this team. My only concern later on is once we get to that phase 3, right? Phase 1 or phase 2, it's all about that getting that information, that intel in, right? Still pretty much a lot of free real estate for a lot of teams to secure. But depending on how that circle shift, right? Can you imagine if that circle shift towards dead center of Gatka, right? There's barely any combos. Probably a small shack or two. A lot of flatlands. If you're lucky enough that teams will actually choose to fight for territory, there might just be a little bit of a window of opportunity for team to actually find better territory for themselves here. But other than that, everyone's just pretty much trying to set up shops. You see 2-2s, 1-3s, 1-2-1 positioning, just try to cover as much land, try to get as much intel as much as possible here. Pot shots, I think that's the only thing that most of this team can do at this current moment of time, right? Just do a couple of trades, not necessary to get kills. You can get kills, that's great, of course, naturally, but if you can't waste resources, this past few matches has been so evident in the fact that how important, how crucial it is to have that kind of utility to that final circle. And that circle, my God, is still centralized. It's still heading towards the flatlands of Gatka as well. Not really dead center, but we're slowly getting there. Teams that's previously at the quarry now had to try to slowly scale themselves out. Savage Man Savior was able to get a decent amount of intel on the team that's going to be coming in from that southern side. Not going to be making his way in just yet. The circle doesn't really hurt that much as well here, so tends to see if it can do some damage or at least try to force some kind of resources from some of the teams. I think even from the main event, I do see a little bit of another emergency pickup coming in or another drop that's going to be ensuing. ARMR Esports parked dead center in the field. I think he got knocked down mid-rotation as well, courtesy of Zenshin as well. So that's going to be a nice kill conversion. Did slow down ARMR Esports. They really wanted to try to go for the rest, try to go for the saves here. But sadly, that's going to be stopping them in that trap for the mid-rotation here. Happy Squad, on the other hand, some of the members is out in the open fields here as they were trying to cover more territory. Now one gets knocked down by Bolong and will be finished off by him as well here. The rest of the team is trying to reconvene to secure more position as it is. And now this is phase 3 alone. Teams are already fighting to get control, some sort of assurance and security before they make their way into the circle. Lun already got his vantage point on the outskirts of this current compound. Unlucky is stuck between a rock and a hard place. But if they can show the exact same performance as from day 1 to day 2 and survive this defensive territory, they might just be able to get out of this alive.
Yeah, it's a bad fight, though, for both teams, if we're going to be honest. Deep blue, circles moved further north, minute and a half till phase 4, so you're going to be incredibly late. Whoever wins this, which it's going to be Savage Man Esports, nicely done from Lunlun towards the end. They'll go for the revive, but it's still going to be a wounded team moving forward for the remainder of this game. It is unlucky, though, as our first team eliminated tonight. 99 points for them, so just the 12 points picked up tonight, Lee. That's not great for a team that was in a position to fight for the top spot. Nikos meets the sawed-off shotgun of Setsuna, and unfortunately he's down and in a bad spot here at the yellows. Hike event not really able to help. Kamal's just thinking about he might get pushed as well, so they're trying to play this rather defensively. As much as Setsuna wants to go for this flush onto Nikos, he knows that if he goes for the vault out, he may die. Instead, the jump up sawn-off shotgun will finish off Nikos, and Shadow Esport will pick up their second kill here of the final game tonight. 30 seconds until phase 4. We did see quite a bit of rotating from teams. August, though, didn't. They stayed still. They didn't move further in. They stay out on the edge. Vega pushing up close to Zen Esports, and it's actually Team Newbies dead center here for phase 3. Curious to see what phase 4 is going to bring, but I spoke about them coming into this game needing to combine a little bit more of their deep finishes with kills versus their early kills but deaths. So far, of course, they haven't had any kills, but 4 alive, and phase 4 treats them nicely.
Good good hold for an engagement. Heard the sound cues, already understanding the points of entry as well. There's only 3, 2 being windows, 1 being the doors here. Prep and ready, trying to push it. Just the timing wasn't favorable for him now. So Carmos will be knocked down and removed from play here. So, but because of that push forward as well, and the aggression, Monk should be able to save one of their drop-down allies here. Now the responsibility falls into the hands of Setsuna here, the man who was able to take a life away from Monk here. But all alone, blue zone grenade not going to be enough, or at least far enough to flush him out. We're finally seeing a third glider of the day here for the final day of week 1 here, but instantly gets knocked out. Oh no! So that's gonna be.
That's the risk, though, isn't it? I mean, spoken about that before. It's the risk of the glider. I mean, it has the benefits, absolutely. You can get a lot of information. I tend to say you don't want to use it too late in the piece unless absolutely necessary. It's great early on, phase 1, phase 2, maybe even phase 3. Once you get to phase 4 onwards, there's so many teams that are typically so congested, and therefore there's far more people that are going to look up, shoot at you, and they're just creating much more of an opportunity statistically that it goes horribly wrong. Down to 50 alive, getting close to the 18-minute mark. And we haven't seen anything from our top 2 teams except for the one death to one of the Vega players, and that puts them down a pretty bad spot because you've got to still close the gap to August. August are playing this well in terms of the last game. Lovely shot. And Setsuna will fall. Monk will eliminate Shadow Esports. They did lose Nikos, of course, for that. It's TERA trying to find a pick. This is what Vega will need. They absolutely need to try and find a couple of picks from distance. They're down to 3 players, so their ability to play into the close quarter team fights has been weakened in terms of the late game as they've only got the 3. But if they can find a pick or 2, while you still can, while there's still the distances, that'll help them. Unfortunately, they don't get it there. Back into the vehicles and keen to see where they rotate to.
Yeah, I mean, especially since courtesy of Iron Bots, right? Initially with the glider, he was able to give whatever information he can for the point in time, right? But just judging from the circuit that we see alone, you can't really get to that dead center, right? I mean, you have 3 vehicles, right? Especially from Vega's point of view, right? You have 3 vehicles, you can somewhat set up or somewhat off a surrounding encirclement for yourselves here, but I think the safer call is just try to get to at least the steep hill, towards that western side. You might have a little bit of a better chance there. Savage Many Esports still targeted out at the southern side here. Still has 3 members strong here, but it's like you mentioned before, your option is somewhat limited once it comes to the CQC here. So really biding their time. Vega managed to find a nice position for themselves, but then at the same time, Team Newbie, I think they're the one that's a little bit comfortable. They had a nice house for themselves here, but they're so out in the open. Should the circle with the shift heavily to the south or western side, might be a little bit of problem for them later on. I'm not sure what's the state of their current vehicles here, since there's just been so much commotion that's been happening across the screen. Even the kill feed is just going on an absolute tear, as Zenshin was able to hold territory against Monk, who came in swinging, tried to gain that control. Really well done coming in from Zenshin to get all those frags. 5 kills on the bank here. Monk was still able to secure 3 for the final night. 1 still remained here, and he's going to be the one that's playing, or at least driving around within the open fields of Gatka here. North side, we still see a confrontation between Alter Ego, NRSG, and Orglas. They all want to secure themselves before they make their way in.
This is the big one here for Orglas. Got to win these fights, and they've got a good opportunity. 2 down at the moment for NRG, 1 into the smoke, and they know that Turtle's over towards the back of this fight. They've got to make sure they don't get third party. Alter Ego have sent 1 forward, and the rest start to follow. You can see in the minimap Trick, RDK starting to bring themselves over to this fight. Monty also in behind. So this now is crucial for Orglas, that they can win this cleanly as soon as possible, but it's been delayed. And we've seen that shit mortar strike from Translucent onto AJ. It might not matter in the end. If Vega just get nothing from this game, Orglas might not need to get anything from this game as well. And as soon as Ia pushed back in, because of the blue pressure, instantly down from Monty. Monty came in on the back from Happy Squad, and he was able to punish it. Orglas only have 1 player standing, but same for Vega. This is a fascinating end of game. Typically, the top 2 teams will fight it out towards the end, but they might not make it towards the end. Orglas have also picked up 5 kills at the very least, so it's an 11-point gap. Even if they go out here, it might be enough. Half is getting lit up. Samoy, though, goes down as Alter Ego in the fray. Only 2 up, RDK and Trick, the last 2 for them, trying to get in towards the top 6. 3 offered at the moment from Shadow Esports, who have been eliminated. Good return from RDK, over the ridge, gets the kill, and can go for the revive.
And a very hard 4-1 as well, coming from Alter Ego to secure the north side. But Happy Squad also going to be joining into the phrase to see how much they can take on top of this at the same time. ATO also being removed from play. Although we did see Vega had initially a lot of members getting knocked down, but they're still within the vicinity here. So I'm not too worried about them actually trying to go for the pickup here. And thankfully enough as well, really coincidentally playing back to their favor. GSW is also being having a little, I guess you could say, really keeping Savageman Esports in check, denying them from really pushing forward and really gunning them down. Whereas on the north side, finally looks like Happy Squad is going to be the one to remove Alter Ego from play. A very phenomenal play coming in as well to secure the Kings of the North. Happy Squad, although having one member remain, they managed to achieve 7 kill points for themselves here, and that's really a great job.
A win for Vega. And they will finish first now. Like, I mean, they'll get the 10 points. You imagine they'll surely pick up a kill or two. That just feels like a given. But yeah, like they can win this and now get top spot. Orclus did pick up some decent kills. Vega had their own troubles. They had a couple of players down. They've just been kind of scrapping. They've been trying to manage their own situation, and they've managed it. 3 players up, a very wounded lobby. As long as they can find one pick somewhere and then just win the game, they can win the game with 1 kill, and they'll take top spot. So they're in a very good position now. Their biggest threat, ironically, are 2 teams as well towards the bottom end of the table in Team Newbies, who have, yes, got 4 players up. But as we know, they don't win, firstly, and when they do make it towards the end of a game, they don't really pick up a lot of kills, so they can be susceptible in a team fight. ZSHN, though, might be the big threat for Vega. 6 kills, 3 alive. They've been playing really well. They've got good position out to that eastern side. It's not as if it's a given right now for Vega, but they're in a very good position. They may be 8 points behind, but that's nothing if they can actually just keep going deeper and deeper, make it now 7 points into the top 4, and they could look to come over the top of Orclus towards the end of the final game this week.
Yeah. Now the crazy part about it is to really secure someone the placements, right? Now it's to try to farm those kills here. The crazy thing about it is, at least the safety part about Vega right now, right? They're still pretty good, at least for one more phase. They have 3 vehicles on their hand. Not sure what's the state of the vehicles, right? Since we never really got a chance to see their POVs here, but GSW is going to be making the forward positioning first for themselves to try to get some scouts in. He does manage to have at least a vehicle and a decent amount of cover for himself. Team Newbie is pushing forward. Now we're getting a little bit more of a clearer view of the state of the vehicles here. A great nade on top of Translution. Try to even out the odds here. Now it's a 3v3. ZSHN is joining in the fight here. Does spot out one of the members of Vega. Unforgiven is trying to find their angle, but a nade was explosive. Not enough for the knock, but brought him down halfway. The second will come back, and I'm telling you this right now, AJ has been absolutely on point with his nades, and more are flooding in. That's the kill secure. That's the point you're looking for. 6 more remains as they slowly make their way forward. And thankfully, and luckily enough, thankfully for the defensive smoke being dropped out by Team Newbie, this gives an opportunity for Vega to push forward. But you know, speaking of which, this is going to be the G-Coin call, guys. Screenshot, write it down, whatever you need, because this entire fight is clearly more important than this at this moment point of time. It's a battle for the first spot.
Hang on, this is the power of the TPP up close by the UAV for Sniper. Got a knockdown. AJ is going to be very careful. They still need to get far more points here. Another knock onto AJ. Sniper for Team Newbies. Are you kidding me? The underdogs have been able to shut Vega down, and Orclus will finish first for week 1 here of PUBG Master Series, thanks to Team Newbies. Not only that, but they're out of the bottom 2. They'll pick up at least 10 PMS points. That's a huge moment for Team Newbies and a huge moment for Orclus.
What a way to close out the night. Not only will you be denying the team to possibly change up the rankings here for the top 2 spots, you're still also earning not a significant amount, but you're still earning something for the upcoming weeks here. So really well done from Team Newbies here. If they can secure the chicken dinner, that's also going to be like the nice cherry on the ice on the cake here. So pushing forward, got the angles, although the circle's still favoring towards Team ZSHN. They got the respective idea of most likely where the sound cues are coming from, especially for the vehicle that's constantly rotating around. Team Newbies don't intend to spread themselves out here. Going to be grouping them up as a whole and slowly push their way in, although it's still relatively more towards the open lands here. And ZSHN, with the TPP, will be able to get some intel in first. The Panzerfaust is ready in hand. Can he find the connection here? First launch in, connects on none. There goes a nade, and a beautiful spray coming from Singh. Now it comes out to the 2v3s.
Yeah, that's a decent knock for Sniper. He's done all of the work right now for Team Newbies. Frag grenade, though, from Anarchy hits the mark onto Slyfox, leaving just one up for Zanshin. Well, it's Team Newbies who have had a very good night tonight, and they look to now end it with a win. Akasari, the only one that stands up for Zanshin. And here come Team Newbies. They are pressing. They are pushing. They want to finish this as soon as possible. As Akasari looking at the first aid kit, this will give more time for Team Newbies to get into the right positions, to surround him, make sure he cannot push forward. The right play, the composure play for Team Newbies is to just wait. They don't have to push in here one by one, or if they are to do it, they need to do it all together. Akasari finds the left side angle onto Anarchy, who wanted to go for the kill. That now makes it a 1v2 and certainly far more winnable for Zanshin.
You know the crazy part about it, this Akasari is actually one of their stronger fraggers on the side of Team Zanshin here. So in a 1v2, as long as Team Newbies is not the one being the aggressor and giving the space necessary to Akasari, I think he's gonna be very happy with the opportunity. He's not gonna miss it out here. So calls in for a lot more drops to stop down. He does have one more smoke to set up to close in that gap should he choose to go for it here. But he managed to identify at least one of the two directions of the remaining two members here of Team Newbies here. So now the smoke comes in. He's closing in the distance here. He's relatively confident in that CQC here to see what he can try to bait out. He heard the sound cues. He goes to the spray. Both managed to get the tags in here, but no knocks here, no conclusion to this fight here. Whereas on the side of Team Newbies, the second member is not really willing to push forward here. As you said before, just bide the time. There's nothing else to lose here. Just choke him out of options. Do not allow Akasari to get this chance to turn this around.
He's used a lot of his utility as well, so now pushing forward is far more difficult. But you're right. I mean, this is what Team Newbies need to do. It's not the most entertaining. It's but playing safe if they want the win. And unfortunately, what they needed Anarchy to do was as well not peek, follow the same mantra. It seems like, though, Translucent will look to try and push forward. That's a little opportunity for Akasari. Now just take the fight with Translucent. He loses it out. That was the opportunity in a 1v1, but it is Team Newbies that get the last chicken dinner here for week one. As they win this game, they also got the win for Auglis inadvertently by beating out Vega in that team fight. They got Auglis the win for week one, who will walk away with 100 PMS points and sets them up nicely heading into the next few weeks. And for Team Newbies, what this also does is sets them up nicely to show the rest of the lobby what they can do. They finally put it all together. A deep finish, a bunch of kills, good team fighting, good decision making. Happy for them, well deserved.
Definitely for sure. Throw all and then secure all three things, right? Deny the team, get that chicken dinner, and then also at the same time, you're also moving forward, cover the PMS for themselves. And it was been a really great match. And although it did get a little bit dicey, especially with the opening that we had, right? We only had, like, I guess in the phase one, we only had 3 players actually knocked down in the phase 1 and phase 2 circle. But slowly, once we start transitioning towards our phase 3 to phase 4, circle gets a lot, although it still feels like a little bit more an open territory for a lot of these guys here. But because of how open the fields are here, teams are just constantly duking it out for control, security, getting that better edges for themselves, better spots too. It's unfortunate that we did lose Iron Bots relatively early into the round, but the intel given, or at least secured with his life on the line, was enough for at least Vega to get in nice and close to their top 4. Just unsuspectedly, Team Newbie just really coming in clutch to steal the win away from them, right underneath their noses here. North side, of course, that's another conflict of its own here. We thought it's going to be the end for Org. We thought it's going to be pretty much the fight ended with Auglis taking the win after wiping one of the squad, but Alter Ego starts coming in alongside with Orca TERA, and then suddenly, but the one that really had the last laugh for the Battle of the North here would actually have been Monty from Happy Squad, who was able to be coming on top here, but sadly they didn't really able to bring it as long as he wanted towards that final 4.
Yeah, I mean, a really, really solid first week, though. I think, again, I said it best, that in the sense that I don't know if it's a guarantee that Auglis and Vega will be the top 2, because you look at even the way that the game finished as a reference point. They weren't even really the way in which they won at Auglis. It was because of another team that stepped up and denied Vega. It shows how close this lobby really can be. Certainly, Auglis and Vega deserved it this week and had some really good purple patches, which I think was the difference. Both of those two teams were able to string together some really good results over a 3 to 4 match span, and that was kind of the difference difference point compared to the rest of the lobby. Kind of look at that leaderboard. There's so many teams that are close around that 100-point mark. And that's the difference, is really just who can string together a little purple patch just to gain that separation. And I wouldn't be surprised if next week's that's the same thing. I'm not saying I know who that team's going to be. Could still be Vega. Could still be
an Oracle. Yeah, you could be an Oracle.
It could be like, there's probably like 10 teams that it could be where they're consistent enough, like most of the lobby is, but can they add in that purple patch where you string together, 2 wins in a row, or two in 3, a bunch of second place, big kill performances, and clearly over a 15-match period, which in itself is not really a lot of games over the 3 days, 15 matches. That's enough of a difference then to be the leader at the end of that particular week. So I'm very, very fascinated by how next week's going to follow. Again, there's a chance might be August and Vega again, but if I had to guess, I think we're going to see next week play out differently to even this week, and that's the beauty of it. That's the fun of it. I think that what we saw today at least showed as well there's a lot to fight for the teams. So again, in usual tournaments gone by, when you see a 2-horse race at the top and everyone else, like all the other 14 teams are like, well, there's not much to fight for. They're already going to win. Everything drops off and you start to see the gap really form. But you've got, 3rd, 4th, 5th offering different point levels for PMS points, and then so forth all the way down. Everyone's still fighting till the end. And lo and behold, guess what? Bottom 2 team, they wanted PMS points. They get the win in the last game. That makes it more difficult for the top teams to absorb and soak a lot of the points.
I mean that's because of the cool thing about the new format, right? It's like it's not just this week alone. It's just like it's not like 1 week's over, then that's pretty much it. There's nothing else to gain, right? Compared to like previous tournaments or previous tournament formats that we had in previous years. Now it's just more like there is something to gain. You're not sure, like it's like you say, we're not oracles, we're not prophets, we're not sure how the game is going to be like for some of the teams in the upcoming 3 weeks, right? But in the scenario where you did enough research, you did enough recap, you start preparing or start getting a really good read on most of the team, you have an outstanding performance in the next upcoming 3 weeks, that whatever points you initially have, it really comes out to the wire to that final week where even 10 points could really make the difference on deciding which is the team is going to be taking that first 2 plays to go towards that EWC Open qualifiers. Although it's a lot of what ifs currently at this moment in time. We're just 1 week in here. I've been absolutely loving it. I believe you and I were absolutely loving this week 1 so far. And there's just 3 more weeks of PUBG actions to go here, where teams is no longer going to be like, at least the bottom half of the team is going to be not having that mentality where, oh, okay guys, we did our best, but that's all we can do. I don't think that's going to be that kind of mentality anymore. I think it's more like, all right guys, there's something to gain. You can't get that first 2 spots in the second week, fine, get that middle part of the leaderboard. We can't get that, get 20 points or get something out of this, because there's at least going to be, it might play a factor later on towards the final week, but until then we're going to be seeing teams really giving their all, especially once we get to that week 2, right, where teams are getting more accustomed. They have like 5 days to really work out whatever mistakes they had, whatever choices they did, whatever arguments, get it out of the way, hug it out, and prep for themselves for the upcoming week. That's going to be where we see a totally different gameplay, a totally different fight from a lot of these teams, at least our top 16 teams who just came out from that PMS Cup here, 3 separate cups here. So pretty excited to see, can't wait for it. But anyway, this is going to be the match leaderboard. Team Newbie, 7 kills on top of placing point. That's a lot of points, allowing them to achieve to that 14th place. They're going to be the team to be getting that 10 point from themselves. It's unfortunate for Zen Esports and NRSG here. Although Savage Men, with their performance during the night 1, night 2, we thought like, at least Contra and I, we thought like, if this is going to continue or stretches out, they're most likely not going to be able to walk out with something. But at least thank God for the final 2 matches of night 2. They bounced back, they came strong. Even towards today, they had some moments in the sun here, able to get to that 13th place. There's not a lot of PMS points here. Arguably can be said, the same could be said for a lot of teams at least that top 10 teams here. Not a lot of points here, but still something that can hopefully play a factor later on.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it's a really good way to frame it too for the teams and the players. Okay, first week's done. I'm sure there's some teams that maybe didn't get what they wanted out of it, right? And so they can kind of say, well, it's not the end of the world. There's a good opportunity going into next week, and then there's the week after that, and so forth. And it's going to be interesting to see which teams are going to be the ones that can hold the form and the momentum going over the various weeks, and those are going to be the ones that most likely will obviously go towards the EWC spots and get the vast majority of the PGS points. And so Damage dealt, as you can see, Alec then end up actually holding that position at the top. He was the number one coming into today as well. And for Auglis, it's no surprise that whenever a team ends up obviously winning out and being at the top of the leaderboard by the end of it, that they hold the majority of the survival time, the kills, and the damage dealt. It goes usually hand in hand.
Yeah, but regardless being said, right, it's been a really phenomenal ride. I can't wait for the next upcoming few weeks as well. I think the stats will be probably it will not be the same stats. I mean, if Alex and the rest of the team is able to replicate the same stats for the upcoming week, that is another record of his own, another amazing feat of his own here. But Alex has been really crazy this past few matches. I don't think I ever seen him really like stop being relentless, at least for these past 3 nights here. So it's really cool to see. But of course, anyway, this is the overview PMS leaderboard. We're starting from the bottom here. NRSG and Zen East are the 15th and 16th place, not going to be able to walk out with any points. 12 to 14, they'll walk out with 10 points respectively. 9 to 11, sorry, 10 to 11 is going to be 20, 30. The 9 and 8 place will be 30 points, 6 to 7 will be 40, which is why we were saying that if you're able to get to that top 5 and above, you're going to be able to at least get the most amount of points, starting with 4th and 5th with being 50 points, GSW with 60, VG, second place with 80, and Orclus with 100 points. It's really that kind of thing where if you're able to start off the week strong, then someone gives out a little bit of room for leniency or at least a room for mistake in this upcoming few weeks, right? So it's a kind of benefit that Orclus and currently VG was able to achieve for themselves here, but because they got the top 4, this is going to be the amount of PGC point they were able to achieve for themselves, 50, 30, 20 for that top 4 side. Of course, 5th place and below, there will not be any PGC point to be gained for any of these 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think at the end of the day, it's week 1. There's 4 weeks in total. I wouldn't be sitting pretty, and for Auglis, it's not like job's done, And for the teams that have 0 points, or the teams that are 10 or 20 points, or whatever it may end up being, it's a case that it's only the first week. You can't let that get to you. There's plenty of time to rebound. The odds are maybe Auglis can't, back that up going into week 2. That creates an opportunity, and I know we've been kind of saying it over and over again, but it's going to be more intriguing to watch once we get there, because all we've got right now is the first week, and the first week usually we're sitting here and it's like you're congratulating a winner, and you're kind of sitting back thinking, well, this is all done. But no, it's just the beginning. We're at the beginning point now. It'll really get interesting. Which teams respond, which teams come back for week 2 and go into it reinvigorated, start well. And that's the thing, you'll start back at 0 points going into week 2, day 1 next week. And again, that's going to be the fun aspect. You're not chasing a leaderboard. You're not 20 points behind, 40 points behind. You're not out of reach. It's all back to a fresh start for next week's PUBG Master Series. And I can't really wait to see how it's all going to pan out.
Really, really excited as well, Zen, especially since we're going to be seeing how the teams is actually going to be changing things up or spicing things up for the next few upcoming weeks as well here, right? But, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for week 1. 15 matches done, many more to go for the following week here. But hey, if you guys are feeling a little bit down on the fact that PUBG and or at least PUBG's live streams ended too early, don't worry, I got you guys covered. At least Crafter got you guys covered. There's going to be the PUBG EMA Championship Spring that's going to be happening in an hour, if I got the timing right, in an hour for you guys here. So a lot of PUBG actions coming to you guys. EMA is probably have one of the best PUBG scenes in the moment. You'll see some crazy teams, crazy new players going to be coming back and forth, running in the mix with some of the biggest names in the PUBG scenes as well. So pretty enjoyable to watch. I think this is Xenox, let's be honest, this next few months is literally the best months in the years for any PUBG enthusiasts or fans to watch.
Maybe the final month of the year with PGC. That might be usually the top one. Well, that's going to be the end for week 1, as Lee was saying. Thanks to everyone for tuning in, watching, and make sure you tune back in next week when it all resets again, as these teams will do battle from the start. Congratulations again to Auglis, as they were the winners for week 1 of PUBG Master Series.